PMI Audiobook. Life Rebooted with Copy and Paste. Chapter 1. Prologue. I was bewildered at first. I thought my life was set in stone, that the same dreary days with no clear future in sight would stretch on forever. However, that day, my life changed drastically. You can copy-paste the effect of an item onto other targets. Target, no limitation. Kim Do-jun was an awakener, but he was not a hunter. To ordinary folks, an awakener and a hunter might seem like the same thing. However, if they delved into the industry, they would quickly discover otherwise. Not all awakeners were hunters, and there were many reasons behind that. Perhaps they did not enjoy fighting, or they just preferred the research field more. Their abilities could also simply be ill-suited for combat. Yggdrasil System. Name: Kim Do-jun. Age: 35. Compatibility: 1%. Stat runes: Strength level 1, Agility level 1, Vitality level 1, Mana level 1, Perception level 1. Skill runes: Potion crafting. Kim Do-jun was one of those cases. The skill potion crafting, as the name would suggest, was not suited for combat. Therefore, he could not become a hunter. It didn't really bother him, though. He did not particularly romanticize the profession of a hunter, and being a potion crafter was enough to make ends meet. However, making ends meet was not enough for Kim Do-jun. He needed more money. Potions had a high production cost because their ingredients could only be obtained in dungeons. Hence, despite the risks, he started entering dungeons as both a crafter and a gatherer. Rustle. Kim Do-jun woke up to the sunlight pouring onto his face. Rubbing his eyes groggily, he got up and scratched his head. It was already morning, already time for him to open shop. Kim Do-jun yawned as he stepped out of his room. The sight of shelves stocked with various products greeted him. District 13 General Store. This small, humble shop was both his home and workplace. He started the day dusting the shelves and sweeping and mopping the floor. He then restocked empty shelves and tidied up the clutter. Afterward, he took a shower, dried his hair, and changed into clean clothes. Finally, he flipped the shop sign from closed to open. Kim Do-jun sighed as he endured the dull wait. As usual, there are no customers. His shop was not exactly bustling with customers. His main sources of income were the regulars and the guilds he supplied potions to once a week. Still, it was enough for him to earn a living. Potions were essential consumables and fetched a decent price. Not only did he craft and sell potions, but he also worked as a gatherer, entering dungeons to collect potion ingredients. Therefore, despite the quiet shop, his income was quite good. Most of it went to medical bills, though, leaving him to eat and sleep in the room attached to the shop. Ding! When the chime on the door rang, Kim Do-jun stood up to greet the customer. Welcome. Good morning, said a woman as she walked in. Welcome back, Ms. Jia, Kim Do-jun replied. Lee Jia was a staff member of the Awakener Association. She had shoulder-length hair and a distinctive mole under her eye, making her look like an elegant and intelligent businesswoman. Kim Do-jun was the first awakener she had been put in charge of. She was the one who had welcomed him upon his initial awakening and had been overseeing his care and development over the past 6 years. Thanks to that connection, she occasionally visited his shop despite not being a hunter. You seem free today as well, Lee Jia said. That's right. Haha. Kim Do-jun laughed awkwardly as he brewed 2 cups of coffee. He offered one to Lee Jia. Thank you. She took a sip as they fell into silence. Neither Kim Do-jun nor Lee Jia was particularly talkative, preferring to speak only when necessary. Nevertheless, although they rarely engaged in personal conversations, it wasn't awkward. They didn't mind the silence too much. Having known each other for 6 years, it now felt natural. After drinking about half a cup, Kim Do-jun broke the silence with a question. Are you here today because of association matters? Yes. I came here to inform you about a Dirang gate that we're almost done clearing, Lee Jia replied. Kim Do-jun immediately took out a piece of paper. He then took notes while listening to her explanation. According to her, the dungeon was located in a small park in Sorim-dong. The raid team consisted of 2 C-rank hunters and 11 D-rank and E-rank hunters, 13 in total. The cleanup party was open for all to join, as was usual. Dungeon raids were normally conducted in phases. First, the raid team would eliminate all monsters except for the boss. Then, the cleanup party would enter and gather as many resources as possible within the allotted time. Finally, the raid team would return to defeat the boss to close the dungeon. You could have just told me about this over the phone. Kim Do-jun muttered. I dropped by on my way to work, so don't worry about it, Lee Jia replied bluntly as she put down the paper cup. After saying she enjoyed the coffee, she stood up to leave. Ding. See you tomorrow then, Lee Jia said. Take care, Kim Do-jun replied. Since there were no customers present, he escorted her to the door. So they'll be done clearing the dungeon by tomorrow morning? Kim Do-jun thought as he watched her leave. If so, the cleanup party would likely be allowed entry tomorrow or the day after. Kim Do-jun had to get ready. As he was about to return to the shop, thinking about the materials that he had to pack, he spotted a dark, blurry figure in the distance. It was a giant, majestic tree shrouded in mist much like the tree that swallowed the little prince's planet. Yggdrasil, the world tree, was an enigma that simultaneously released monsters onto Earth and created superhuman beings called Awakeners. It had appeared long before Kim Do-jun was born. On the day Yggdrasil sprang into being, strange characters appeared before every person on Earth. Planet V2FRD48295. The planet has met the criteria for habitation and exceeded the required number of intelligent life forms. Sufficient nutrients have been gathered. The seed of the world tree is germinating. Massive tree roots then sprouted out of the ground in various places, unleashing monsters that caused the world to undergo rapid changes. However, that wasn't the only thing that changed. Although most of the roots gave birth to monsters, a few seemed to serve a different purpose. Unlike the sinister and twisted roots, these grew unusually straight and had crimson flower buds that bloomed once a year at their tips. Every time they did, glittering particles spread out like a flock of stars. Spores are spreading. The spores stuck to people as if they had their own will. Since they were so tiny that not even walls and clothes could block them, hiding from them proved quite useless. The people these particles attached to would eventually become known as Awakeners in this new world. 6 years ago, some of those spores had stuck to Kim Do-jun's neck. He could still vividly remember that moment. From the back of his neck, a sharp sensation arose and pierced through him. As if roots were taking hold of his body, the dreadful feeling then spread to the rest of his physique. Name, Kim Do-jun. Body, scanning in progress. Mana aptitude, mid-high. Skills, engraving in progress. All processes have been completed. Kim Do-jun began living the life of a potion crafter from that moment. Since he could not possibly cover the hospital bills with just his monthly salary alone, he left his previous job and started his own business with the severance pay. At first, Kim Do-jun ran a simple street stall by dungeon entrances. 6 years later, he had set up a small but decent shop, and his current income had become incomparable to when he had been working for a company. It was a world of difference. Perhaps that was why people were so crazy about becoming Awakeners. These days, books like How to Become an Awakener in 10 Years, or Be Proactive, Go After the World Tree's Spores, were extremely popular among the youth. The problem was that none of the books were reliable. Well, what does that have to do with me? It did not matter to Kim Do-jun anymore. He was already an Awakener, after all. Hence, he dismissed the lingering thoughts with a stretch. Ha! I'll just close the shop before evening and get ready to enter the dungeon. Later that day, Kim Do-jun began preparing for tomorrow. The next day, Kim Do-jun joined the other gatherers waiting in front of Sorum Park. As he sat down, Mr. Jang, who regularly spoke to him, greeted him. "Joining us today, Mr. Kim." Mr. Jang said. "Hello, Mr. Jang," Kim Do-jun replied. "How are you feeling today? Do you think you will be able to gather a full load?" "That goes without saying." Mr. Jang chuckled. "Haha, it's great to be young." Kim Do-jun just smiled faintly in response. Kim Do-jun was already 35 years old, an age where some might even call him Mr., yet he was one of the younger ones present. Young awakeners were normally busy attending academies or schools and doing whatever it took to become hunters. Those who gave up on becoming a hunter often ended up becoming gatherers. In the eyes of youngsters, gathering was nothing more than an unglamorous occupation with unstable income. Unlike hunters, they did not receive significant government support. Moreover, even if they went through the trouble of joining a cleanup party, they could still end up striking out if they entered a dungeon that only had a few resources to offer. "Mr. Do-jun," Lee Jia greeted. "Good morning, Ms. Jia." "Thank you for yesterday," Kim Do-jun said. "No problem. Thank you for the coffee yesterday." Seeing Lee Jia bow in response to Kim Do-jun's gratitude, Mr. Jang chimed in. "Hey? What's going on between you two?" "Nothing," Lee Jia replied. Are you sure?" Mr. Jang asked with suspicion. "Yes," Lee Jia replied firmly. Mr. Jang pursed his lips, disappointed that the teasing did not get to her. He then glanced at Kim Do-jun and shook his head. Mr. Jang often complained to Kim Do-jun that Lee Jia was difficult to deal with. Kim Do-jun smiled, amused by the scene, then looked at the entrance of the dungeon. The dungeon entrance did not look like the shimmering portals commonly seen in games or movies. Rather, the awakeners entered and exited dungeons through the roots of the massive world tree. Kim Do-jun watched the raid team assigned to conquer the dungeon stream out of the dungeon entrance. Despite being covered in dirt and monster blood, the hunters seemed happy. They had likely only suffered a few injuries and no casualties. Just a moment. After excusing herself, Lee Jia approached the hunters. She returned shortly. Clap, clap. They say they have completed the first phase of the raid. Cleanup party, please get ready, Lee Jia told the people gathered in front of the entrance. A man raised his hand. How much time do we have? You have until midnight, Lee Jia replied. The man was surprised. Midnight. Although they were usually given at least 3 days, they didn't even have a full day this time. The others also seemed surprised and dissatisfied. This dungeon's mana wave is somewhat unstable, so the higher UPS want to close it as soon as possible, Lee Jia explained. Although dungeons could be forcibly closed by defeating the boss, they would still close naturally if left alone. That said, an unstable mana wave meant that they only had a bit of time left before the dungeon closed. Hence, when dealing with unstable dungeons, gatherers were given only a small amount of time. I might not even be able to fill up a basket today then. It can't be helped. We have to follow what the higher UPS say. Don't be so discouraged. At least we got work. Kim Do-jun stood silently amid the murmuring crowd of gatherers, biting his lips. I guess I'll just be earning pocket money today. The pay wouldn't be bad, but he was always in need of money, especially now that he was receiving payment reminder calls from the hospital administration department. Still, at least he had work. If he was lucky, he might even be able to put out the urgent fires. Let's get going then, Mr. Jang said cheerfully. The cleanup party entered the dungeon. One by one, they touched the roots, and they immediately disappeared. Kim Do-jun was the last to enter. Hey? However, just as he touched the roots, he had a strange feeling and uneasiness unlike anything he had felt before. What's going on? He couldn't make sense of it. However, since the feeling of discomfort was minimal, he just attributed it to his mood. You have discovered a treasure room. That evening, only Kim Do-jun did not make it out of the dungeon. Chapter 2. What luck! As he entered the dungeon, Kim Do-jun felt a strange unease wash over him. He glanced around, but he found nothing unusual. The dungeon looked just like any other, damp and densely forested. Hey, Mr. Kim. Hurry up. What are you waiting for? Mr. Jang shouted. Ah, yes. Coming. Kim Do-jun scratched the back of his head and quickly followed after Mr. Jang, catching up in no time. What's the plan? Want to team up? Mr. Jang asked. Kim Do-jun briefly thought about it. While teaming up provided security, if they found any resources, they would have to split them. Since they were only given a day to collect resources, splitting up seemed like the better option for profit maximization. I'll go off on my own this time, Kim Do-jun replied. Well, all right. Good call. Seems like the others have decided not to team up either. As if of one mind, the other gatherers were going their separate ways. I'll get going too. Take care, I'll see you outside, Mr. Jang said. All right, Kim Do-jun replied. Mr. Jang left afterward. Kim Do-jun, armed with experience, also set off and began exploring the forest alone. Since the hunters had already dealt with the monsters, he didn't have to worry about any danger. Time to find a stream. Kim Do-jun mainly collected herbs. He was looking for red herbs, in particular, the base ingredient of healing potions. He was not as skilled as mountain guides with years of experience. Nevertheless, by examining nearby leaves and trees, he managed to find a stream. Found one, Kim Do-jun muttered. He then spotted red herbs nearby, causing his eyes to sparkle. An information window about them popped up. Red herb. Description. An ingredient for healing potions. Rarity. Common. Classification. Ingredient. Effect. Minor boost in vitality when chewed. Information windows set system items apart from normal ones. Since ordinary vegetation did not trigger them, in Kim Do-jun's vicinity, only the red herbs had one. I'm quite lucky today. Rather than a scant few roots, a whole cluster awaited him. Excited, he took out his sickle and harvested all of the red herbs, swiftly storing them away in his inventory. Swoosh. Swoosh. Inventory. Food box X3. Drinking water X5. Rope X3. Axe X1. Knife X1. Red herb X22. 22 roots of red herbs were a decent harvest. Considering it usually took about 5 roots to produce one minor healing potion, which sold for roughly 300,000 to 400,000 won, he had essentially just earned 1 to 2 million won. Setting off alone was the right choice. Had he made this discovery with someone else, he would have had to share and have his income. This was why it was usually better to venture alone. After adjusting his belt, Kim Do-jun returned his sickle to his inventory. To make the most of his limited time, he decided to follow the stream since potion ingredients were commonly found near them. Should I go upstream or downstream? After pondering for a moment, Kim Do-jun began heading downstream. Normally, he would choose to go upstream. The water was cleaner there, making the area more likely to host rare ingredients. However, since people trying to efficiently use their limited time would naturally flock there, he decided to take his chances in going in the opposite direction. Fortunately, luck truly seemed to be on his side. Is that a blue mountain flower? Blue mountain flowers were a potion ingredient that temporarily boosted cold resistance. Not long after spotting one, Kim Do-jun found and filled his inventory with even more useful herbs. What a day! Kim Do-jun could not help but smile. Contrary to his belief that he would only make some pocket money today, he had already earned almost an entire month's worth of income. He continued downstream for a little while longer before finally coming to a stop. A waterfall. Kim Do-jun muttered. The waterfall's refreshing rumble continuously filled the air. Kim Do-jun glanced over the edge, confirming that there was no way down. I don't have the time to find a way down. He had hoped to squeeze every last drop of his good fortune while he had it, but it seemed this was as far as it went. Disappointed, Kim Do-jun turned around but paused right after. He could hear a faint growl amid the rushing water. Grrrrrrr. With a dark expression, he took his axe out of his inventory. He then looked for the source of the sound, finding a beast that resembled a wild dog except much larger and fiercer. Kim Do-jun's eyes trembled at the sight. I thought the hunters had already cleared the monsters. Hunters had to defeat all the monsters but the boss during the first phase of dungeon raids. Only once the hunters had reported their success would the cleanup party enter. If the hunters had followed the protocol, then what on earth was this beast still doing here? Afraid that it would charge at him and tear his throat out, Kim Do-jun froze and trembled in fear. His mouth dried up, and blood was rushing to his eyes, yet he couldn't close them no matter how hard he tried. During registration, awakeners were sternly warned of situations like this. You never know what might happen inside a dungeon. For that reason, he was told never to let his guard down. Kim Do-jun regretted not teaming up with Mr. Jang or at least going upstream like everyone else. However, there was no use crying over spilled milk. He had already chosen to work alone and walk the path less traveled. He had no time to complain right now. I have to survive. The situation called for a more constructive mindset. Although not a hunter, Kim Do-jun was a seasoned gatherer who had been exploring dungeons for 6 years. He was experienced enough not to panic in an emergency. Thump, thump. His heart beat faster. Blood rushed through his veins as he tensed up. In an attempt to avoid a dire situation, his brain pumped him with adrenaline with all its might. Growling. The beast quietly observed Kim Do-jun. Amid the tense standoff, sweat dripped down Kim Do-jun's forehead and seeped into his eyes, making him squint. Growling. Growling. Woof. Woof. As if finding an opening, the wild dog-like beast lunged at him. Kim Do-jun grimaced as he raised his axe and blocked the creature's fangs. Thud. Fortunately, he succeeded. Using the handle, he prevented the beast's fangs from reaching him. However, Kim Do-jun lost his balance. The monster not only dwarfed the ordinary wild dog in size, it was also significantly heavier. Moreover, Kim Do-jun's strength stat was only level 1. Being only slightly stronger than the average person, he could hardly support the added weight. To make matters worse, he had been standing at the edge of the waterfall, back facing the cliff. No. He tilted dangerously at 90 degrees. Normally, his back would have already touched the ground at that angle, but he had nothing to lean against, much less step on. Entangled, he and the beast were thrown into the air. Ah! As the blue sky drew further away, Kim Do-jun blanked out. When faced with imminent danger, ordinary people would normally freeze. Those who could react swiftly in emergencies, like when an iron bar was hurtling down from above or a speeding truck was bearing down on a crossing pedestrian, were either extensively trained or inherently gifted. If it could be called talent, then Kim Do-jun was a very talented man. Gah. Numerous thoughts raced through his mind. What actions should he take against the impending danger in this life-or-death crisis? Crunch. Kim Do-jun gritted his teeth and curled up, hoping that the massive beast could cushion his fall. The beast just kept barking at him. Grrrrrrr. Woof. Woof. It was too focused on trying to bite Kim Do-jun to pay any attention. Kim Do-jun couldn't believe that this monster's instinct to chase after any human it had spotted could be so helpful. However, he knew that it was still too early to celebrate. Is this really it? While desperately racking his brain, Kim Do-jun hurriedly pulled out a healing potion with his left hand. It was one of the emergency potions he always carried in his inventory. Unfortunately, he couldn't open the cork. The potion was securely sealed, and he couldn't risk letting go of the axe lest the beast bite him before he could even drink it. But he was prepared. Wary of situations where he couldn't use his hands, he had chosen to store his emergency potions in a thin bottle. He threw the entire healing potion, Yakult-sized bottle and all, into his mouth. He then chomped down on it. Crunch. Although it was only level 1, Kim Do-jun was an awakener engraved with a strength rune. Therefore, there was no problem doing this. Koob. The broken glass cut up the insides of his mouth. It hurt, but he endured. System messages then popped up. You have consumed a greater healing potion. You have gained the greater regeneration effect for 15 seconds. Right after being notified that he had successfully consumed the potion, he felt vitality coursing through him and all cuts in his mouth healed. Now, all he could do was pray to whatever gods were up there, whether they existed or not. Here I thought I was lucky for once, you son of a bitch. Kim Do-jun shouted. However, all that spilled from his mouth were curses. Splash. Swoosh. Kim Do-jun couldn't even scream. However, although his vision also blurred, he saw something flash in his eyes. You have defeated a monster. You have gained experience points, EXP. Your compatibility has increased. Your compatibility has increased. Your compatibility has increased. Chapter 3. Treasure Room. Cough, cough. When Kim Do-jun opened his eyes, he found himself by a shallow stream. His lower body was submerged, while his torso was resting on the bank. Spitting out the sand that had filled his mouth, he pushed himself up to crawl. Splash. Kim Do-jun groaned. Ugh. He felt as if his body was about to fall apart. From his head to his toes, not a single part of him was free of pain. Phew, phew. Although out of breath, he still somehow managed to crawl onto dry land and get a healing potion from his inventory. This time, he managed to open the lid properly and down the liquid inside it. You have consumed a greater healing potion. You have gained the greater regeneration effect for 15 seconds. Ha! Kim Do-jun sighed. Drinking the potion made him feel better. Thud. He turned over and faced the dark sky. It had been bright just a moment ago, but it seemed so much time had passed after the scuffle that night had fallen. How do I get back? The first thought that came to his mind was, naturally, the idea of going back. They had only been given until midnight to gather resources. He wasn't sure what time it was now, but it could already be past midnight. Considering how fast the association proceeded with things, they would likely defeat the boss and close the dungeon within the next 2 days. That said, if one of the gatherers failed to return and a missing person report was filed, defeating the boss would be postponed. However, that risked the dungeon eventually breaking. Dungeons can only last for so long before they break. Upon breaking, the dungeon would release all the monsters inside it onto Earth. The association and guilds alike strove to defeat the boss and close dungeons before the time limit to prevent that from happening. I have to return before that. If the dungeon Kim Do-jun was in broke, everything would be over for him. While its monsters would get pushed into the world, the people stuck inside would not. Instead, they were written off as dungeon refugees, essentially declaring them dead. Giving the gatherers a 1-day deadline meant that this dungeon would break in 3 to 4 days. To avoid becoming a dungeon refugee, he had to get out of here before then. Ugh. After drinking another greater healing potion, Kim Do-jun finally managed to get up and check his surroundings. Considering the situation, he wouldn't be able to cover much ground today. He needed to recover a bit more, and it was too dark. Since more of the wild dog-like beasts could be prowling about, he could not just recklessly wander in the forest. I'll focus on recovery tonight and move out early tomorrow morning. Not knowing how far the water had swept him was making him so anxious and uneasy that he wanted to start making his way back immediately. However, he knew that he needed to remain calm during times like this. Making irrational decisions now would lower his chances of survival. While exploring his vicinity, Kim Do-jun noticed something. Is that a cave? Upon taking a closer look, he realized he was right. The cave's entrance wasn't particularly large, but it had a spacious interior. Kim Do-jun carefully looked around but found no signs of a monster. Hence, he decided to stay in the cave for now. He wasted no time retrieving some firewood and a lighter from his inventory and then starting a fire. Afterward, he took off his soaking wet clothes, which had been robbing him of body heat, and laid them out near the flames. He also took out canned food from the food box and forced himself to eat it. He felt somewhat better after eating. Although he was still aching all over, regularly drinking healing potions had significantly improved his condition. No longer feeling like a corpse, Kim Do-jun opened the status window. Status window. Yggdrasil system. Name: Kim Do-jun. Age: 35. Compatibility: 7%. Stat runes: Strength level 7, Agility level 7, Vitality level 7, Mana level 7, Perception level 7. Skill runes: Potion crafting. Hey. Confused, Kim Do-jun frowned. His compatibility had risen from 1% to 7%. As a result, all of his stat runes, like strength and agility, had leveled up as well. Compatibility indicated one's affinity with the spores of the world tree. Like a character's level in a game, defeating monsters slightly increased it, and for every percent gained, their stat runes leveled up by 1 as well. Since the system used percentages as the metric for compatibility, it was speculated that 100 was the highest value they could attain. However, with anyone yet to reach the elusive 100%, that remained a mere assumption. Even the strongest awakener in the world was said only to have a compatibility of 83%. Did the monster die from the fall? Did it count as my kill? That was the only explanation Kim Do-jun could think of. His expression slightly brightened. As a potion crafter, his compatibility had always been stuck at 1%. Now, it had increased due to a small trick. Although it had almost killed him, it also heightened his chances of survival, which was good news for him. When Kim Do-jun clenched his fist, he felt a little strange. His muscles tightened more than usual, and his body felt oddly sturdier. He also seemed to be overflowing with energy. To test his newfound strength, he picked up a nearby stone and applied force to it. Crack. The stone was crushed like a walnut. Whoa. I'm already this strong at 7%. Kim Do-jun muttered in amazement. It now made sense to him why hunters were crazy about increasing their compatibility. Considering how noticeably stronger he had become, it would be hard not to get obsessed. If someone with a mere 7% compatibility already possessed this much power, how much of a monster would the person with 83% be? The next moment, Kim Do-jun, now dressed in dry clothes, covered himself with a blanket and closed his eyes to sleep. Although he lacked a proper bed and only had the fire to warm him, it was okay. He was not planning on sleeping deeply, he'd just have a light nap with his ears perked. Swoosh. Hearing the sudden blow of the wind, Kim Do-jun's eyelids flung open. He quickly looked around. Much to his relief, he was not under attack. He slowly got up and took out a flashlight, turning it on. Click. While listening to the wind, he shone his flashlight in the direction it was coming from. Wait. It's not coming from outside? The wind seemed to be coming from the floor inside the cave. Puzzled, he walked over to it and examined it closely. I didn't realize there was a hole here. Beneath a large rock was a small crack from which Kim Do-jun could hear the wind coming. He held the flashlight in his mouth and gripped the rock with both hands. With a grunt, he then slowly pushed it. In the past, he wouldn't have been able to move something this heavy. However, thanks to his now level 7 strength rune, it began to budge little by little. Kim Do-jun let go of the rock once the hole had been completely uncovered, revealing a swirling black gate. You have discovered a treasure room. A treasure room? Kim Do-jun's eyes sparkled. Treasure rooms, akin to bonus stages, were hidden spaces occasionally found within dungeons. They were famous for their lack of monsters and various item rewards. Since they appeared and disappeared at random, they were notoriously difficult to find. One of the most notable treasure rooms that the world had found was the Imperial Armory, which had been inside a British dungeon. It housed dozens of unique items. Such cases were exceptionally rare, though. Most treasure rooms only offered one useful item. But that's good enough for me. Kim Do-jun remained level-headed, refraining from setting himself up for disappointment. Still, he could not miss this opportunity. Just getting one good item would already greatly help him in dungeon exploration. Upon touching the swirling gate, information about the room appeared. Kim Do-jun flinched. Treasure room, ruins of Chiljio Mountain. Rank. He had never seen or heard of such a rank before. However, he could not stop here. He nervously gulped and entered the treasure room. Is that a statue? Amid a vast and rocky terrain, he could see a large statue built on a square pedestal. It had the face of a very grim-looking man, unreadable characters engraved on its bare upper body, and a long-handled hammer in one hand. In front of it was a small chest. Kim Do-jun's eyes lit up. Is that the item? He looked around as he cautiously approached the chest. He then opened it, finding a key almost the size of his arm. It could even be used as a mace if needed. Tier 1 Catacomb Key. Rarity. Common. Classification. Key. Effect. Grants entry to the Labyrinth Catacomb. As he absent-mindedly picked it up, light flashed before him. You have entered the catacomb. You will be engraved with... ... Engraving in progress. When Kim Do-jun returned to his senses, he found himself in a completely different place, no longer in the cave that he had taken shelter in. Engraving complete. You can now copy-paste the effect of an item onto other targets. Target, no limitation. What? The voice and the sudden change in environment startled and perplexed Kim Do-jun. What was communicating with him was not the Yggdrasil system. The Yggdrasil system's voice was not this clear. A hidden quest has been created. Hidden quest. Break through the first labyrinth using your new abilities. You will be rewarded accordingly upon your return to Earth. Asterisk hint. The labyrinth has several safe rooms, each containing various items. How you use them is up to your discretion. Confusion and astonishment enveloped Kim Do-jun's expression. Mr. Jang. Have you seen Mr. Do-jun? Li Jia asked urgently. Not since we entered the dungeon. Has he not come out yet? Mr. Jang replied. No, Li Jia replied with furrowed brows. Apart from Kim Do-jun, all the other gatherers had come out. This has never happened before. Li Jia was worried that something might have gone wrong. He might have simply lost his way. He's a pro, so he'll be out soon, won't he? Mr. Jang said. Well, that would be ideal. Li Jia replied. Mr. Jang headed home shortly after, saying that his wife and son were waiting. One by one, the other gatherers also collected their belongings and left. The sun had long since set, and amid the diminishing crowd, Li Jia nervously waited alone. Dawn eventually broke, yet Kim Do-jun still hadn't emerged. How? The association declared an emergency and dispatched a search team. Meanwhile, Li Jia anxiously waited for the results. By the time the search team got back out, carrying something, she had lost track of how many hours she had been waiting. Li Jia approached them and anxiously asked, Did you find him? One of their members shook his head and drew her attention to what they had brought out, the corpse of a beast that resembled a wild dog. It was one of the monsters that the hunters had claimed to have killed all of during the first phase of the raid. Ah! Li Jia's gaze shook as the bad feeling she had grew even worse. Her boss, the team leader, tapped her shoulder. Ms. Jia, just in case. I want you to prepare to contact his family, he said. We're not even sure yet. Li Jia replied. Still, it's better to be prepared. As the one in charge, you'll have to bear this responsibility. Ms. Jia could tell from the look in his eyes that he was already leaning toward a conclusion. Her superior, their team leader, hadn't confirmed yet that Kim Dujun was dead. However, he couldn't guarantee that Kim Dujun would return before the dungeon had to be closed either. After all, if he could return, he would have already done so. Li Jia's lips trembled. She knew Kim Dujun only had one relative. She had even met her a few times. Still, how could she break the horrible news about Kim Dujun's disappearance to a 6-year-old child confined in a hospital? Chapter 4. No limitation. Kim Dujun found himself in a room with a door that he assumed would lead to the rest of the labyrinth. The first thing he did was try to find a way back to where he started. Although some mysterious quest window kept babbling about rewards upon completion, what mattered most to him at the moment was returning to Earth. There's nothing here. He couldn't find an exit, no matter how hard he searched. He checked for cracks, hidden doors, and even holes in the ceiling, but he didn't find any. It seemed his only way out was to clear the labyrinth. Well, it seems I have no choice. Kim Dujun took a deep breath. He then retrieved a potion from his inventory. Minor Hunting Falcon Potion. Rarity. Rare. Classification. Potion. Effect. Gain a minor vision boost effect for 30 minutes. Unlike ordinary healing potions, the Minor Hunting Falcon Potion was quite expensive. However, he could not afford to save it for later. After all, he did not know what was inside the labyrinth. Drinking the potion made him feel refreshed. His vision also became clearer and wider. He could even see better in the dark now. With a firm hand on his axe, he entered the labyrinth. Rather than just a mere burrow or tunnel, the passage was properly built with bricks. Not only was it wide enough for several people to move comfortably, but it also had torches lighting up the path at regular intervals. I'll look for a safe room first. Even though the power of the potion had enhanced his eyesight, Kim Dujun still walked slowly, being extra cautious not to step on any traps. After about an hour of walking, he safely reached what seemed like a safe room. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any traps or beasts. Entering the room, he sighed with relief. In the center of the room was a relatively large chest in front of a small fountain. Does that contain an item? Click. Opening the chest revealed a sturdy-looking axe. It seemed well maintained, considering how clean and shiny it was, but it looked normal otherwise. However, the information window that popped up told him otherwise. Young Kujika tribesman's broad axe. Description: a weapon used by Kujika tribe members who have not yet reached adulthood. By raising their young to wield weapons instead of toys, the Kujika tribe became one of the strongest warrior tribes. Rarity. Common. Classification. Weapon. Effect. Attack power plus 5 to 15. Strength level plus 1. It really is an item from the system. Although it was just a common rarity with mediocre effects, it might as well be an oasis in a desert for Kim Dujun, who lacked any system items besides his potions. Amid his delight, messages appeared. You can copy-paste the effect of an item onto other targets. Would you like to proceed? The messages had a slightly different feel from those of the Yggdrasil system. He had been wondering what it meant to copy-paste item effects. Kim Dujun gulped nervously. Cautiously, he took out an ordinary knife from his inventory and placed it next to the axe. One of the effects of the young Kujika tribesman's broad axe can be copied and pasted onto a knife. Item effects available for copy pasting. 1 attack power plus 5 to 15. 2 strength level plus 1. You're saying I can copy one of these effects onto my knife? Kim Doo-jun muttered. His heart raced with excitement upon realizing that he could change his completely normal knife into a system item. Such a feat would be unprecedented, revolutionary, even. However, the next message chilled his excitement. Caution. The item used as material will be destroyed. A certain amount of coins is required to preserve it. You currently have 0 coins. What? It'll be destroyed? What was the point of copy-pasting, then? Even a preschooler would know that they'd lose out if they sacrificed an axe with 2 effects to create a knife with just 1. He could protect the axe had he the coins, but he did not know how to obtain the coins and did not have any. Wait a minute. A thought crossed his mind. Since he needed the axe, he could not use it as a sacrifice. He did, however, have another item he could use as fodder instead. Greater healing potion. He only had a few emergency potions left. Potions were also system items, so it should be possible to transfer its effect to the axe. The effect of the greater healing potion can be copied and pasted onto the young Kujika tribesman's broad axe. Item effect available for copy pasting. 1. The user receives the greater regeneration effect for 15 seconds. Nice. Kim Doo-jun's face lit up. Caution. The item used as material will be destroyed. A certain amount of coins are required to preserve it. The warning did not sway him this time. After all, potions were disposable items. Ding. The item effect has been successfully copied and pasted. The greater healing potion has been destroyed. The transferred ability will be adjusted according to the recipient's classification. Young Kujika tribesman's broad axe. Description. A weapon used by Kujika tribe members who have not yet reached adulthood. By raising their young to wield weapons instead of toys, the Kujika tribe became one of the strongest warrior tribes. Rarity. Common. Classification. Weapon. Effect. Attack power plus 5 to 15. Strength level plus 1. Additional effect. Attacks grant the user the greater regeneration effect for 30 seconds. Kim Doo-jun's eyes widened. Although the axe had successfully inherited the effect itself had changed. In exchange for the longer buff duration of 30 seconds, he now had to attack before it could be activated. Is this a good thing? While it seemed advantageous to have the effect almost perpetually active during combat, he could not use it to heal himself afterward. Well, since it's almost constantly triggered in combat, I can just treat it like a potion that doesn't need to be consumed. Calling an item with this sort of effect trash would only invite ridicule from others. Potion consumption during combat was a chronic weakness of hunters. I should try other things too. Kim Doo-jun cheerfully pulled out another potion and held it against the axe. A message appeared. This skill can only be activated on the same target once a day. Damn it. He muttered. It seemed like he could not freely copy-paste as much as he wanted. Nevertheless, although his spirits were slightly dampened, all was well. He could still use the skill on different targets. I have plenty of potions anyway. Kim Doo-jun chuckled. Knife. Additional effect. Attacks grant the user a minor stamina boost effect for 40 minutes. T-shirt. Additional effect. When hit, the user gains a minor durability boost effect for 40 minutes. Cargo pants. Additional effect. When hit, the user gains a minor vision boost effect for 40 minutes. Sneakers. Additional effect. When hit, the user gains a minor speed boost effect for 40 minutes. Kim Doo-jun sacrificed several superior potions to change his clothes into system items. Since the potion's effects could not overlap, he used different types instead. In contrast to the healing potion's 30-second duration, the buff potion's effects lasted for much longer. Hence, although they were more expensive, using them as fodder proved worth it. Can't I use this ability to make and sell valuable items? He wondered if the additional effects would be visible to others. If they were, he could be hailed as a groundbreaking expert for transforming normal objects into items. However, after mulling it over, he changed his mind. Actually, it would be better if others couldn't see the additional effects. 35 years of life, 6 years of which he spent as an awakener, made him realize that the world was not kind. Beneath the veneer of a society where civilization and culture flourished were the very same laws of the animal kingdom. Power, wealth, and force reigned supreme, dictating the course of society. A unique ability potentially posing significant ramifications for the social order would be better off undisclosed. That was, at least, until he could cultivate enough power to protect himself and his family. As Kim Do-jun continued to contemplate, he let out a small sigh. He didn't know if the copy-paste skill consumed his mental strength or if it was just because of the late hour, but he felt quite exhausted. I'll just rest for now. His worries could wait. He needed to conserve his stamina to break through the labyrinth's unknown dangers. Luckily, he did not have to worry about the time nor the dungeon closing. For as long as he could clear the labyrinth, he would be sent back to Earth. Hence, although he was still on edge, the impatience and anxiety that he had been feeling had at least disappeared. Since rushing deeper into the labyrinth blindly could set off traps and kill him, Kim Do-jun decided to take his time. After meticulously locking the safe room's door and setting up simple alarm traps, he went to bed. The next day, Kim Do-jun woke up feeling refreshed. Quenching his thirst and washing his face with the water from the fountain cleared his mind. Just to be safe, I should check my equipment before I head out. Worried that everything had just been a mere dream, he carefully examined the items that he had made yesterday. After confirming that they were all real, he checked the messages that he had received the previous day with a smile. One thing in particular caught his eye. Target, no limitation. Wait. It has no limits? He had been too surprised by his new ability yesterday to scrutinize it in detail. It was only after a good night's sleep that he began to question the message. Perhaps? He furrowed his eyebrows at the passing thought. As if possessed, Kim Do-jun took out the last minor hunting falcon potion in his inventory. When he held it close to him, another message appeared. The effect of the minor hunting falcon potion can be copied and pasted onto Kim Do-jun. Item effect available for copy pasting. 1. Gain a minor vision boost effect for 30 minutes. Kim Do-jun tightened his grip on the bottle. Chapter 5. Experience points. Kim Do-jun was about to impulsively copy the item effect onto himself when he paused. Considering he could only use the skill once a day per target, wouldn't it be better to wait until he had reached the next safe room and check if it had an item with a better effect to copy-paste? However, after some time, he shook his head. It was better to be safe than sorry. I don't even know what might crop up on the way there. If it turned out that the next safe room housed another useful item to copy from, he could simply stay the night. However, whether or not the hunting falcon potion was the best choice out of what he had on hand was another matter entirely. The vision boost it would grant, though useful for labyrinth exploration, would be redundant. After all, his newly upgraded cargo pants already boasted a similar 40-minute buff in combat. What remained of his options were the Brown Bear Potion's stamina boost, the Frost Wolf Potion's speed boost, the Stone Turtle Potion's durability boost, and, finally, the healing potions he had set aside for emergencies. Considering he had already integrated every pick into his equipment, his decision ultimately came down to which would be the most efficient on his person. I'll just go with the healing potion. Without the hunting falcon potion's vision boost, he simply had to be more cautious. However, the healing potion's effects, when transferred onto his axe, lasted a mere 30 seconds while engaged in combat. Having some recourse outside of it could make all the difference. Ding. The item effect has been successfully copied and pasted. The greater healing potion has been destroyed. The transferred ability will be adjusted according to the recipient's classification. Additional effect. Skill. Gain the greater regeneration effect for 30 seconds. Cooldown of 300 seconds. Unexpectedly, the potion's effect had changed upon transfer yet again. On Kim Do-jun, it had become a buff skill. It has a 5-minute cooldown, but it's still amazing. Naturally, it would be even better without the cooldown, but it ultimately didn't pose much of a problem. Unlike the effect copied onto the young Kyujika tribesman's broadaxe, which could only be activated in combat, his newly gained skill worked outside of it as well. If worse came to worst, he could simply find some place to rest and wait out the cooldown, be it 5 minutes or 10. Gear and skills settled, he packed up his belongings. I'll skip breakfast. Although he had plenty of food boxes left in his inventory, he knew better than to run through them carelessly. After all, he had no clue how long he would be stuck in here. Tap tap. Kim Do-jun lightly slapped his cheeks and stood up, taking a moment to fold up his blanket and store it away inside his inventory. Then, he opened the door with a click and headed into the labyrinth. They sure aren't making things easy for me. How long had it been since Kim Do-jun had opened the door and gone in? In the distance, he spotted skeletons clattering about with rusted swords and rotten wooden shields. Judging by their equipment, they're probably E rank. Under normal circumstances, a skeleton's rank could be deduced by its equipment. The more magnificent, the grander their rank and prowess in their past lives. Unarmed skeletons were mere F ranks, while those with shabby equipment were E rank. With my current stats, I should be strong enough to deal with them. Kim Do-jun had the attack power of the young Kyujika tribesman's broadaxe, a slew of upgraded equipment, and his 7% compatibility. He had high enough stats and more than enough effects to handle 3 rank monsters. Still, he gulped with anxiety, refusing to let his guard down. Being careless can cost me my life. Back in the dungeon at Sorimdong Park, it was his carelessness in running off alone that almost got him killed by the wild dog-like beast. If he hadn't chanced upon a treasure room, he might have very well ended up a dungeon refugee. Phew. After taking a shallow breath, Kim Do-jun seized a chance and charged at the skeletons. Clang. Clang. The 3 skeletons turned to him in unison, the red glow from their hollow eyes seemingly straight out of a horror movie. Kim Do-jun swung his axe at the one standing closest to him. Crack. You have gained the greater regeneration effect. Invigorated, he smashed past the skeleton's shield and shattered its arm. Nice. Kim Do-jun's eyes were alight. Wounding an E-rank monster was a first for him. However, he had no time to bask in the feeling. Arg. The second skeleton stabbed at him, almost managing to pierce through his head. Any slower, and he would have been a gunner. The first skeleton, too, swung its sword at him with its remaining arm. Swish. The skeleton's swordsmanship was fierce. Clang. Kim Do-jun deflected the attack with the blade of his axe and stepped back. You have received a minor durability boost. You have received a minor vision boost. You have received a minor speed boost. Kim Do-jun's eyes widened. The one-hit conditions of his equipment could be met by blocking. Due to the buffs, he felt sturdy and light. Swish. Kim Do-jun swiftly struck the skull of the one-armed skeleton with the knife in his other hand. The knife's minor stamina boost was subsequently triggered. As if halfway doped up on a superior potion, he overflowed with power. Incredible. I can see why hunters always take potions. Of course, it was thanks to the hunters that potion crafters like him could make a living. With his strength replenished, Kim Do-jun swung his axe into the second skeleton's skull. The third put up a hopeless fight. What could it do alone against an opponent even the 3 of them couldn't defeat? Thwack. All 3 E-rank monsters were swiftly dealt with in a few exchanges. He watched them fade to dust, amazed by his newfound prowess. Now I can hunt monsters, too. Suddenly, he felt something trickling down his cheek. After lightly touching it, he looked at his finger. It was blood. He must have gotten hit in the middle of the fight. By the time he had wiped it off, his wounds had already healed. Kim Do-jun could clearly feel how different his body was today compared to yesterday. I can do this. With his regeneration skill, he could return to Earth alive. His gaze steeled with determination. He vowed not to die no matter what. After taking a moment to catch his breath and assess his condition, he continued his journey through the labyrinth. Upon breaking, the dungeon in Sorumdong Park expelled its boss monster, a wild dog-like beast with a horn on its head, onto Earth. However, the hunters waiting on the site made quick work of it. A couple of benches were broken, but they suffered no casualties. Unfortunately, Kim Do-jun did not return. Label him a dungeon refugee and go ahead with the procedure, Li Jia's superior said. Okay, Li Jia replied, looking unusually dejected. The man scratched his head. Although Li Jia had 6 years of experience on the job, this was probably her first time losing an awakener that she was responsible for. The superior was about to light a cigarette when a sleek-dressed man approached, business card in hand. Would you mind if I interrupted you two for a moment? I'm from the Karma Guild's legal team. What brings you here? The superior asked. The Karma Guild was the one that had assigned a raid team to the Sorumdong Park dungeon. In other words, they were the ones who had failed to clear the dungeon properly. Well, you see, I've heard that some mistakes were made during the operation, the lawyer said with an awkward smile. The lawyer's callous phrasing made the superior grit his teeth. Regardless of whether or not the oversight was just an accident, the lawyer should not be speaking as if he had come to attend to some trivial matter, not a missing person case. The hunters lounging about in the waiting room were no different, laughing and chattering without care. I'm not sure if you're aware, but we're currently expanding. It wouldn't do any good for the unfortunate news to spread. Besides, I have contacted the higher UPS of the association, and the lawyer rattled off, attempting to silence them with a threat. That's enough. I get it, said the superior. I'm glad we're on the same page. In this world made all the more perilous by the appearance of the World Tree and its gaggle of monsters, large awakener guilds were no more than legalized crime syndicates warring for dungeon-made profits. Instead of punishing them, the government had founded the Awakener Association in an attempt to partner up with them for a share. As a low-level bureaucrat of said association, the team leader had little say on the matter, at least not without personal risk. After all, the people above him were connected to high-ranking guilds. Excuse me, sir, said Li Jia, who had been quietly listening. Her superior's eyes widened, afraid of what she had to say. What is it? The lawyer asked. Since you have admitted that it was your guild's mistake, shouldn't you also provide compensation for the victim's family? Li Jia asked. Compensation? Well, no law requires it for individuals unaffiliated with our guild, the lawyer replied. But Mr. Do-jun has a family to support. He's not the only one, now is he? Do you think we can just pity every person with a story to tell? The lawyer abruptly walked away with a displeased expression, leaving Li Jia devastated. Her superior pulled out a cigarette. Situations like these were common in their line of work. One should not expect much from high-ranking guilds. He wanted to give Li Jia any number of pointers between cautioning her against confrontation, emphasizing the potential for personal harm, and urging self-care. However, he chose to keep silent. Ms. Jia, once this matter is settled, go on a vacation or something, he advised, then left it at that. Thank you. With a heavy heart, Li Jia stepped back, hailed a taxi, and headed to the hospital. Inside a sterile white hospital room, Nurse Young De-young went about her work as usual. She had been in charge of the young patient inside for several years, diligently monitoring her condition and keeping the space tidy. Uni. The patient called. Young De-young approached her with a bright smile. What is it? So-yin. When is daddy coming? It looks like your daddy has been busy lately. Should I call him later? Yes, please. So-yin closed her eyes, voice trailing off. Downcast by the child's suffering, Young De-young used a towel to wipe away the sweat dripping down the child's cute little face. Is he really that busy? Young De-young was suddenly overcome with a sense of terrible foreboding. Throughout her years as a nurse, she had witnessed the plight of many children hospitalized long-term. Grieving their sick child, the parents tirelessly visited their children every day at first. However, eventually, their visits grew more and more sparse. Unable to bear the sorrow any longer, many stopped dropping by completely after a while. She wasn't a parent herself, so she hardly felt qualified to judge them. Nevertheless, her heart ached for the children who ended up being neglected. She shook her head vigorously, chasing the gloom away. No way. So-yen's father wouldn't do that. Kim Do-jun had never missed a single day's visit, granted that his schedule allowed it. He cherished his daughter the most of any parent Young De-young had met, so she was certain that he simply had a lot on his plate. Unfortunately, horrible news reached the hospital only 30 minutes later. Li Jia, the unfortunate messenger. What did you just say? Young De-young asked with a devastated look. Thunk. Kim Do-jun smashed through a skeleton skull with his fist. At the same time, a volley of arrows and fireballs came from behind it, all aimed at him. Whoosh. Fwoosh. Unflinching, he ducked and pushed forward, letting the projectiles fly over his head. Refusing to give the monsters a chance to prepare a second volley, Kim Do-jun swiftly closed the distance and shattered their spines. Clang. Even though he was facing over 10 skeleton archers and mages, he prowled among them like a wolf picking off sheep. They could not do anything but helplessly succumb to his onslaught. The system promptly tallied the EXP incompatibility that he had gained from finishing off the skeletons. You have defeated multiple monsters. You have gained experience points, EXP. Your compatibility has increased. Phew. Kim Do-jun sighed in relief. Thanks to his regeneration skill, any wounds he had incurred in combat gradually healed up on their own. He pulled up his status window. Yggdrasil system. Name. Kim Do-jun. Age. 35. Compatibility. 10%. Stat runes. Strength level 10, agility level 12, 10 plus 2, vitality level 10, mana level 10, perception level 11, 10 plus 1. Skill runes. Potion crafting. Additional effect. Attack power plus 20 to 40. Agility level plus 2. Perception level plus 1. Skill. Gain the greater regeneration effect. Cooldown of 300 seconds. Skill. Gain the minor stamina boost effect. Cooldown of 1 hour. Skill. Gain the minor speed boost effect. Cooldown of 1 hour. Skill. Gain the minor durability boost effect. Cooldown of 1 hour. Skill. Gain the minor vision boost effect. Cooldown of 1 hour. A week had already passed since Kim Do-jun started exploring the labyrinth. In that time, he had found 4 safe rooms and raised his compatibility to 10%. Between his potion stores and the items he picked up along the way, his selection of effects had grown rather abundant. Most of his discoveries, much like the young Kujika tribesman's broadaxe, were common items. Hence, he foddered them all except for the gauntlet he now wore on his left hand. Dolrose's left gauntlet. Description. Originally a pair of lightweight and sturdy gauntlets favored by Dolrose, a moderately renowned mercenary. Now, only the left gauntlet remains. Rarity. Rarity. Common. Classification. Armor. Effect. Defense power plus 10. Physical resistance plus 3%. Additional effect. When hit, the user gains a greater regeneration effect for 30 seconds. Although the gauntlet felt light, it had an outstanding enough defense power to substitute for a shield. Looks like I've looted all the safe rooms, Kim Do-jun muttered, then clicked his tongue. During the past week, Kim Do-jun had devoted all his time awake to exploring the labyrinth, drawing himself a map along the way. Now that he had searched every nook and cranny, all but one rock remained unturned. I've already found the boss room. Kim Do-jun had already discovered the door that he assumed led to the boss long ago, but he had refrained from challenging it. Since he could not gauge how strong the boss would be, he wanted to prepare as best he could beforehand. Hence, he slayed every skeleton he could find to raise his compatibility. He also sought and looted safe rooms, then used the items he found as copy-paste fodder. However, all journeys had to come to an end. Kim Do-jun marked the last corner of his map with an X. With no safe rooms left to find or items left to loot, he no longer had any reason to stay in this labyrinth. Clank. Kim Do-jun smirked when he heard the sound. Although he had completely tidied up the path earlier, it seemed some skeletons had begun creeping about once more. Unlike typical dungeons where monsters would stay dead when slain, this labyrinth seemed to have a unique respawn timer. In the past, Kim Do-jun would have paled in concern, but now, he simply chuckled. Here comes another set of experience points. Chapter 6. Where's Waldo? The next day, Kim Do-jun continued clearing his way through the labyrinth. A system message called his attention as he swept away another group of skeletons. You will not receive any experience points, EXP, from defeating enemies weaker than yourself. Is this as far as I can go? He sighed and opened up his status window. Compatibility. 12%. Normally, a hunter could only raise their compatibility by defeating monsters of the same or higher rank than themselves. Judging by how the notification only appeared once he had raised his compatibility by another 2%, the skeletons must have been of stats equivalent to 11% compatibility. Thus, Kim Do-jun could no longer farm them for EXP. It's time I challenged the boss. Kim Do-jun followed his map to make a pit stop at the nearest safe room, resting up and straightening out his belongings. After gorging his fill on some canned food and fully recovering his stamina, he set out. Having marked out the boss room in advance, he had little trouble locating the correct door, large and seemingly embedded into the wall. Kim Do-jun promptly opened the door and walked in. Creak. Beyond it, a grand scene unfolded before his eyes. Inside he discovered the largest room thus far, easily of the size to fit several houses. A massive statue of a skeleton holding a broken sword stood centerpiece, skull adorned with 3 horns and eyes flickering with blue flames. The cloak draped onto its shoulders featured a drawing of an incomplete crescent moon. Hundreds of skeletons squirmed beneath the statue. Kim Do-jun flinched and instinctively took a step back, only for the door behind him to slam shut with a loud bang and trap him inside. Damn it! With nowhere to go but forward, Kim Do-jun gritted his teeth and gathered his bearings. No matter the risk, the boss room was his final hurdle to jump before he could return home. Between raising his compatibility, stockpiling all the items he could find, and utilizing his copy-paste ability to the utmost, he had done everything in his power to prepare for it. This is all that's left. He assessed his mettle against the overwhelming number of skeletons he faced. Kim Do-jun was plenty confident in lasting through drawn-out group battles, what with his plethora of potions to dope up on. Moreover, in contrast to the various combinations of warriors, mages, and archers he had faced thus far, the horde of skeletons inside were all the same, donning armor, cloaks, and broken swords. Lacking any long-range attackers, their movements would be limited. Kim Do-jun's eyes gleamed with motivation. I guess it's worth a try. He decided against impulsively charging through the middle and instead darted into a corner, back against the wall. Kagaga. Kakak. Gugak. The skeletons inside were unique in having voices, sounding like nails to a chalkboard. Oddly enough, Kim Do-jun preferred the spine-chilling noise to the muteness of the skeletons he fought prior, as it made them more monster-like. Clang. Using his axe, Kim Do-jun aggressively deflected an incoming blow from a skeleton knight's broken sword. The attack activated the buffs on his gear. You have gained the greater regeneration effect. You have received a minor durability boost. You have received a minor vision boost. You have received a minor speed boost. You have received a minor stamina boost. The skeleton knight staggered, movements dull and slow to recover from the rebound, and Kim Do-jun seized the chance to vigorously swing his axe toward it. Crack. The skeleton knight's armor and bones alike shattered under the combined force of his level 13 strength rune and the stamina boost. At least one's down. Tallying each of the 300-plus skeletons as they were down seemed like a meaningless endeavor in the grand scheme of things, but it gave him a sense of purpose nonetheless. Now on to the second one. Suddenly, a new system message appeared, putting an abrupt halt to his charge. The skeleton knight has been resurrected. To prevent its resurrection, you must find and defeat the summoner. Hey? With a frown on his face, Kim Do-jun shot a look towards the fallen skeleton and found its bones reattached and torn armor restored. Rising to its feet, the skeleton knight made a noise that almost sounded mocking. Kagok. Oh, phew. Kim Do-jun barely managed to stop the curses from slipping out, realizing in what dire straits he had found himself. No matter how many times he managed to slay the hundreds of skeleton knights, as long as their summoner remained, they would inevitably get back up. Following the birth of his daughter, Kim Do-jun had gone to great lengths in order to moderate his language, speaking more kindly and politely. Yet, being incessantly thrown in the ringer so, he seemed to regain his foul mouth. Who wouldn't, in his shoes? Against his best efforts, he couldn't hold it back. Fuck. Cock. Without giving Kim Do-jun the chance to recover from his confusion, the skeleton knights swarmed him. Crunch. Kim Do-jun gritted his teeth and swung his axe, but it was a move made in vain. The skeleton knight has been resurrected. To prevent its resurrection, you must find and defeat the summoner. Ha! Kim Do-jun evened his breath and scanned the room. His eyes spotted something on the wall some ways away from him, and, keeping his back to the wall, began to head towards it. He defeated a dozen or so skeleton knights along his path. Crack. Of course, they recovered in due time and rose like zombies. Fortunately, Kim Do-jun's own level 12 vitality rune and the greater regeneration effect kept his stamina from depleting too far. Pushing his way past the skeleton horde, he followed the wall and reached where he had been eyeing. Hub. He jumped up and grabbed onto a brick protruding from the wall. The skeleton knights that followed him swatted their swords at his dangling legs. Managing to knock them away with his swinging legs and axe, he then used his new vantage point to inspect the sea of skeleton knights steadily. Where's the summoner? Kim Do-jun spent the next 10 minutes fending off the persistent onslaught of the skeleton knights while scanning the room in the short moments of reprieve. However, his efforts bore no fruit. Much to his bewilderment, he found no sign of the summoner. What if the summoner isn't even inside this room? The possibilities raced through his mind. Perhaps there was a secret room, or the summoner was diminutive enough to be hidden from view beneath the crowd of skeleton knights. It was then that Kim Do-jun suddenly observed something peculiar. Hey? He had initially written off the skeleton knights as identical. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that each had small, unique markers setting them apart from the rest, a horn they might have had, the pattern on their cloaks, the lengths of their broken swords, and the designs of their armor. On each of their cloaks was a single lunar symbol, alternating between crescent moons, half moons, and even full moons. With his observation came a sudden thought. Wait a second. Could it be that? His eyes moved to the statue, and then to the skeleton horde below. Am I supposed to find the one that looks exactly like that statue? It was just a conjecture, but it seemed like a plausible one. It would, after all, explain why the statue existed, and why it looked so different from the skeleton knights. It also gave him more to work with. The wild goose chase a hypothetical secret room would lead him on. Still, Kim Do-jun was none too pleased with his theory. Digging through the manifold skeletons to find one that mirrored the statue was not exactly his idea of fun. Ugh. It feels like I'm playing Where's Waldo? Grumbling at the thought of it, Kim Do-jun furrowed his brow. Ha. Ha. Kim Do-jun could not tell how many hours had passed, though his mouth stunk and his eyes had grown sore from concentration. He continued to dart around, checking every which way. Of course, he hadn't started out relying on brute force. What if I just marked the skeletons instead of killing them? Making good on the idea, he scratched armor and tore at cloaks, marking away skeletons that didn't meet the criteria of the statue. However, his plan turned futile as their armor and cloaks were repaired in the blink of an eye. If that didn't work, how about I latch something onto them instead? He retrieved a rope from his inventory and tried to tie it around a skeleton knight's head and hands, attempting to mark but not restrain it. This, too, saw no success. Managing to loop anything around the skeleton's thrashing bodies was itself a Herculean task, made all the more difficult with their swords easily cutting through the rope. Kim Do-jun realized that there was no method to cheese his way out. Throwing in the towel, he settled on facing the horde and meticulously observing the monster's every move. A frown was etched onto his face as he dealt with the skeleton knights. At times, he found ones bearing close resemblance to the statue. However, further scrutiny would betray his expectations, minuscule differences making themselves evident. This one has a different eye shape. Crack. This one has a different cloak pattern. Snap. And this one, the tip of its shoe is different. Slice. He vigorously swung his axe to create some distance, then leaned against the wall. Grabbing a water bottle from his inventory, he took a sip. Phew. Kim Do-jun sighed. He dropped the emptied bottle onto the ground and wiped his chin, a trickle of cold water mixing together with his sticky sweat. Long accustomed to observing the skeletons, Kim Do-jun swiftly scanned the center of the room. There's nothing in the middle. He was quick on his feet, unable to loiter while surrounded by hundreds of monsters lest he be locked in. Kim Do-jun continued to scan the monsters about him as he went, still finding none resembling the statue. Swoosh. Kim Do-jun deflected the sword, aiming his way and pushed onward, feeling as if he were running a marathon. Last but not least, I have to check the west side. Using the direction that the statue faced as his compass, he had already traversed east, north, and south. Of course, he realized that there was no guarantee he would find the right skeleton knight westward, either. It could very well be hiding out where he's already searched, having narrowly missed his line of sight, or even moving around just as he was. Regardless, he had no other choice but to stay patient and continue his quest, hoping for some light at the end of the tunnel. Let's go. Kim Do-jun waited for the right moment and threw himself into the sea of skeletons. Thud. Thwack. He neutralized two nearby skeleton knights in an instant. They would resurrect before long, but any time he managed to scrounge up was of value. Kim Do-jun continued his search, mechanically fitting each skeleton's looks against the statue. It was a process of elimination, starting from their horns, then the shape of their eyes, the form of their teeth, the patterns on their cloaks, the seams of their armor, and finally, their shoes. Most skeleton knights were eliminated by their cloaks. 1 in 10 skeleton knights occasionally made it to the final stage, only to fail the shoe examination. Kim Do-jun didn't forget to dispatch them nonetheless. After mowing down so many, he was confident he could shatter a skeleton knight in a single blow, eyes closed. Then, in the chaos, his eyes landed upon a single skeleton knight. Hey? Each and every of its features, down to the length of its broken sword, was a dead ringer for the statue. Without a moment's hesitation, Kim Do-jun shot towards it. I found it. The skeleton knight did not even flinch, boldly facing his charge with its sword at the ready. It swung, sword flashing bright and scoring a shallow hit on Kim Do-jun's neck. He gasped, Coop. The joy of finally discovering the statue's look-alike caused him to neglect his defenses. Yet, in doing so, he was able to get close to the skeleton knight. The wound was also fast to close, leaving not a trace of its short presence. Eyes aflame, Kim Do-jun struck at the skeleton knight, the blow of his axe like a bolt of lightning upon its skull. Thwack! It crumbled under the force. After all, the axe was better suited for smashing and tearing than for smooth cuts. Kim Do-jun watched white fragments of bone scatter onto the ground. A faint thrill of excitement crept onto his face at the prospect of his labor's end. The skeleton knight has been resurrected. To prevent its resurrection, you must find and defeat the summoner. What? His hopes were dashed as soon as they arrived. Bewildered, Kim Do-jun racked his brains to figure out what had gone wrong. Had he made the wrong call, or missed something? Why didn't that defeat the horde? He paused in his confusion, and was summarily swarmed by the skeleton knight's relentless assault. Just then, amidst the chaos, the sight of a lone figure slipping away entered his view. Eyes gleaming, he immediately smashed through the skeleton knight in front of him with a gauntlet-clad fist. Whack! The next fell to his axe, cleaving through its head. Kim Do-jun relentlessly advanced, killing one after another in his determination to not lose sight of the elusive skeleton. Cock. The lone figure made a blatant attempt to flee, its retreat conspicuous against the rest of the horde boxing him in. Though he struggled to close their distance, Kim Do-jun realized that the runaway was an exact replica of the statue. Tisk. He clicked his tongue and fetched a knife from his inventory. Gripping it firmly, he took aim at the skeleton's exposed back and hurled it. Swish. The knife spun through the air, making a beeline past the skeleton knights charging at Kim Do-jun. He fended them off, kicking and striking, but his gaze was fixed on the airborne knife. Thud. The knife hit the bullseye, embedding itself into the back of the fleeing skeleton's skull. When it slumped forward, every other skeleton in the room flinched. Kim Do-jun wasted not a second, pushing past them to approach the fallen. Gathering all his remaining strength, he swung his axe. Crack. The summoner's skull shattered, body disappearing as ashes. The remaining 300 skeletons simultaneously froze, likewise turning to dust and vanishing. At last, it was all over. Ha! Kim Do-jun breathed heavily as he slumped to the ground, only to be assailed by a flood of messages. You have defeated a monster. You have gained experience points, EXP. Your compatibility has increased. Your compatibility has increased. Your compatibility has increased. You have defeated the skeleton summoner. You have gained rewards for successfully clearing the labyrinth. Rewards list. 1 teleportation stone. 2 tier 2 labyrinth key, random. 3 item box, random, rare. Kim Do-jun was not prompted to make his choice between the rewards, as all 3 fell into his hands. He couldn't appraise the items in full, but assumed they weren't useless. After all, the value of rare items started in the millions and, if of exceptional merit, could sell for tens of millions of won. A faint smile crept onto Kim Do-jun's face. You have exhibited outstanding observational skills in detecting the skeleton summoner. A hidden quest has been completed. You have gained additional rewards. It seemed that there were even more rewards to come. Chapter 7. Strange Sightings. The world around Kim Do-jun blurred. When he regained his senses, he found himself in Sorumdong Park. It's been around 10 days. I think. 10 days weren't really that long. However, he longed for home the entire time he was stuck in the labyrinth. After basking in the joy of being alive, his gaze fell to the item he held clenched in his hand. Teleportation stone. Rarity. Rare. Classification. Teleportation stone. Effect. Returns the user to the real world. Can only be used inside a labyrinth. I thought I'd need to use this teleportation stone to get out. I guess not. Contrary to his assumption, he found himself back in Sorumdong Park before he could even think about using the stone. Perhaps it's meant for the next labyrinth. Considering the key he had received indicated that a second labyrinth awaited him, the teleportation stone could very well be meant for it as well. Since he didn't plan to make a hasty return, he just stashed it away in his inventory for now. Looks like the dungeon's closed. The complete disappearance of the telltale routes that had once stretched across Sorumdong Park evidenced a safe closure. Coupled with his 10-day-long disappearance, he had likely been written off as a dungeon refugee. Kim Do-jun wanted to contact the association, but the moon's position in the sky told him that it was almost dusk way past business hours. I don't have my phone with me anyway. Items from Earth could not pass through the roots of the World Tree and into dungeons. They would merely vanish once past the gate. In fact, one of the stories that often made the rounds was about a large exploration team making its first venture into a dungeon only to return buck naked. Wary of suffering the same fate, hunters had since started wearing equipment crafted with dungeon resources. For that same reason, Kim Do-jun left his phone with Lee Jia. However, he wasn't too worried. I can just get it back tomorrow. Right now, he only had one thing on his mind. Kim Do-jun hailed a taxi and told the driver his destination. Wonsan Hospital, please. Yes, sir, the driver replied. Considering it was still early in the evening, it couldn't be past visiting hours yet. Kim Do-jun buckled up and sank into the cushioned back seat, a wave of exhaustion taking hold as the ever-present tension of the past few days drained away. Nevertheless, his mind remained clear. He took off the ring that adorned his finger. It was his third reward for clearing the labyrinth. Although it was initially delivered as a mystery box, instead of in an actual box, it came in a system message that unveiled the item when he pressed it. Ring of the Axe-wielding Arena Tribe. Description: a ring bestowed upon the children of the Arena Tribe, rulers of the jungle, when they safely turn 3. It is blessed with a shaman's prayers for health and longevity. Rarity: rare. Classification: accessory. Effects: vitality level +5. Fire resistance +5%. Poison resistance +5%. Under normal circumstances, it would be prudent to keep the ring for his own use. After all, he could use it to strengthen himself and challenge higher-level dungeons and labyrinths for better rewards. However, that all flew out the window when it came to his daughter. This ring's effects seemed almost tailor-made for her. Fiddling with the ring in his hand, Kim Do-jun whispered her name softly. So-in. About 20 minutes later, the taxi pulled up at the hospital. Upon his arrival, Kim Do-jun encountered a familiar nurse. The nurse, who had been a long-time caretaker of his daughter, looked as if she had seen a ghost. He greeted her with an awkward smile. You're So-in's dad, right? Is that really you? Young De-young asked, her voice doused in terror. I heard you've become a dungeon refugee. I had, but I was lucky enough to return, Kim Do-jun replied. Young De-young excitedly clasped her hands together. Oh, thank goodness. That's such a relief. She certainly was rich in emotions and had a hearty demeanor. How is So-in doing? Kim Do-jun asked. Oh, So-in? Her condition thankfully hasn't worsened. She's just been looking a bit glum without you around, Young De-young explained. She then smiled, imagining how happy Kim So-in would be to see her father. Did you tell her about the incident? I wasn't sure how I would break it to her, so I just told her that you've been busy. Haha. I couldn't have handled it better. Thank you so much. Thinking about his frail daughter grieving her missing father made Kim Do-jun's heart ache. The two chatted on their way to So-in's room. When Kim Do-jun tried to open the door, Young De-young grabbed his hand. Taken aback, he asked, What's wrong? Young De-young smiled playfully. SHH. Just wait a second. She then entered the room alone, leaving Kim Do-jun behind with a puzzled look on his face. So-in, we have a visitor, Young Da-young said. A visitor? So-in replied. Yup. Do you want to guess who? Kim So-in pondered. Hearing her voice, a wave of relief washed over Kim Do-jun. Here's a hint. It's the person you've been wanting to see the most, Young Da-young said with a smile. Daddy? Is Daddy here? Tap, 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 tap. Kim Do-jun listened to the sound of her slippers. Before long, the door opened, revealing a little girl holding onto the handle with both hands. So-in. Kim Do-jun greeted. Daddy. Kim So-in ran and hugged her father's knees. Smiling, he knelt and lifted her up. Right now, he was neither a shopkeeper, another gatherer among many, nor the slayer of countless labyrinth-dwelling skeletons. He was simply a father. Daddy. Daddy. Kim So-in called out with excitement. Kim Do-jun patted her small back. I'm here, princess. Have you been good? Giggling, she clung to him. Of course. Kim So-in was such a truly beautiful girl that she put child actors to shame. Even though she was still a child, she already had distinctive features, large eyes, and graceful facial contours. Kim Do-jun's biased opinion as a father aside, anybody who had met Kim So-in expressed as much, and Kim Do-jun agreed, as a matter of course. Daddy, what took you so long? Kim So-in asked. Sorry, I was busy with work. Did you wait long? Yet. When they returned to the room, Kim Do-jun carrying his daughter, Young Da-young gazed at them with an air of satisfaction. Well then, I'll leave the two of you be. I'll see you again during checkup later today, she said. Thank you always for taking care of So-in, Kim Do-jun replied. Don't mention it. It's my pleasure. Once she had left, Kim Do-jun tried to bring Kim So-in back to her bed, but she persistently clung to him. It took some time to loosen her grip enough to seat her. Tucking her hair behind her ear, he asked, How are you feeling? Does it hurt anywhere? Not really. I was fine yesterday and the day before that too. Kim So-in said. That's good. Although he was still worried, he was certainly glad to hear that. Kim So-in was afflicted with congenital mana disorder, the scientific name of which was far more complex. The condition emerged with the advent of the world tree in mana, the mysterious energy that accompanied it. When wielded by awakeners, mana typically grew in potency with physical training. However, some children were born with an immense amount of it. With their young and yet to awaken bodies unable to handle the strain, they were fated to suffer a painful and premature death. The longest-lived case died at the age of 17. So-in is already 6 years old. Realizing that they probably only had 10 years left, Kim Do-jun grew depressed. Modern medical technology could only suppress the symptoms of So-in's disease. Unfortunately, they hadn't identified the cause of it yet, let alone create a treatment. Can a cure be developed within the next 10 years? Daddy. Kim So-in called with a somber expression. Seeing her father so engrossed in his thoughts seemed to be confusing her. Yes, sweetheart. Kim Do-jun replied. Are you feeling sick? No, I'm all fine and dandy. Kim Do-jun mentally reproached himself for inadvertently making his daughter worry. He then dug into his pocket and pulled out a ring. Seeing it sparkle, Kim So-in gasped in admiration. Wow, that's pretty. Kim So-in shouted. Sorry, So-in. This one isn't for you, Kim Do-jun replied. Disappointed, she asked. Huh? It's not. Kim Do-jun felt guilty about getting her hopes up, but it couldn't be helped. The ring could hardly qualify as a gift when it was about to be destroyed. He smiled awkwardly and gently placed the ring against her neck. One of the effects of the ring of the axe-wielding Arena tribe can be copy-pasted onto Kim So-in. Item effects available for copy-pasting. 1 vitality level plus 5. 2 fire resistance plus 5%. 3 poison resistance plus 5%. Kim Do-jun's decision was obvious. Number 1. The item effect has been successfully copy-pasted. The ring of the axe-wielding Arena tribe has been destroyed. As the ring turned into dust, Kim So-eun glowed faintly. I wonder if I can check whether or not it's stuck. Without system items, Awakeners could only normally see their own status windows. Naturally, the same went for Kim Do-jun at least until his detour through the labyrinth. Upon clearing the boss room, he was inundated with rewards. You have gained additional rewards. Ability, Insight. His new skill allowed him to view other people's compatibilities. Activating it, he fixed his gaze on Kim So-eun and checked her status. Kim So-eun. Compatibility. 0%. Additional effect. Vitality level plus 5. Whoa, I can actually see her status window. Her status window didn't just show him her compatibility. It also had an additional effects tab, evidencing that he had successfully copy-pasted the item effect onto his daughter. He didn't see anything else of significance otherwise. Kim So-eun was not an awakener, so it was normal for her compatibility to be at 0%. However, under the additional effects tab, something strange caught his attention. Condition. 9 Yin Absolute Meridians. Chapter 8. The 9 Yin Absolute Meridians. Kim Do-jun was startled into stillness. Suddenly, a sharp knock on the door echoed, and 2 people entered the room. Young De-young and a middle-aged man wearing a white coat. The man was Dr. Kwon Sung-ju, the attending physician. Seeing the doctor, Kim So-eun bowed in greeting. Hello, sir. I see you're visiting today, Kwon Sung-ju said, looking at Kim Do-jun. Yes, doctor. How are you? I'm doing well, thank you for asking. I've heard what you've been up to. You must have had a hard time, Kwon Sung-ju said sincerely, sounding relieved to see Kim Do-jun safe and sound. Kim Do-jun shook his head, an awkward smile on his face. No, I was pretty lucky, actually. Hello, sir. Kim So-eun chimed in. Hi, So-eun. How are you today? I'm feeling pretty good, she replied cheerfully. That's great to hear, said Kwon Sung-ju, pulling up a chair to sit in front of Kim So-eun. Now, why don't we start the exam? Okay. Kim Do-jun stepped back, letting Kwon Sung-ju get to work. The doctor adeptly inspected Kim So-eun's eyes and mouth, then surveyed the readings on the machines. It was a routine examination, nothing extraordinary. After observing Kim So-eun's condition, Kwon Sung-ju's eyes widened with surprise. He turned to Kim Do-jun and relayed the news. Her symptoms have significantly subsided. The swelling in her throat has gone down, and her complexion looks better. In fact, she looks the healthiest she's been as of late. Oh, really? Kim Do-jun said in his relief. Truth be told, he was pleased that he could finally help. As a parent, he had always felt helpless while witnessing his daughter suffer. He wished he could bear the pain instead. Despite that, all he could do was hold her hand through it. I should come by whenever I have the time to use the copy-paste skill. Kim Do-jun was fully aware of the fact that he could not cure Kim Do-eun's disease, but he would do everything in his power to help her live a longer, more comfortable life. Looking as if she had understood what Kwon Sung-ju said, Kim So-eun jumped into Kim Do-jun's arms. She excitedly exclaimed, "It's because you're here, Daddy. That's why I'm feeling better." Is that so? Then Daddy must be your healer, haha. Kim Do-jun replied with a smile. Of course. Kwon Sung-ju chuckled, then turned to Kim Do-jun. He explained, based on today's results, I think she's well enough for a short walk. Really? Kim Do-jun replied. Just make sure to stay inside the hospital grounds, the doctor said. You know, in case there's an emergency. Got it, thank you. So-eun, Do you want to go for a walk with Daddy? Yes. Kim So-eun nodded eagerly and jumped out of bed, rushing to the closet. Daddy, help me grab my clothes. What do you want to wear? This one. The one that looks like by Keichu, she replied while pointing towards a yellow hoodie which, true to its namesake, featured a characteristic pair of ears and a tail. Kim Do-jun followed Kim So-eun to the closet and retrieved the hoodie, helping her dress. The hoodie was a bit large on her, having been bought in a slightly larger size in anticipation of her growth. Wow, So-eun. You look so cute. Young Do-young said. Really? Kim So-eun said, face relaxed and beaming. She proudly showed off, twirling around to the beat of Young Do-young's delighted clapping. Moved by the peaceful scene, Kim Do-jun smiled and asked, So-eun, Daddy needs to talk to Dr. Kwon for a moment. Could you wait for me? Okay. Young Do-young stepped up to attend Kim So-eun in his place. The nurse straightened the girl's clothes, adjusted her crossbody bag, and helped put on her shoes. Kim Do-jun then approached Kwon Sung-ju. Doctor, may I ask you something? Of course, replied Kwon Sung-ju, glancing at Young Do-young and Kim So-eun with a gentle smile of his own. Kim Do-jun shot a quick look back at Kim So-eun. He could still see her status window. Condition 9 Yun Absolute Meridians. Having neglected his studies in his younger years, Kim Do-jun could not make heads or tails of the written affliction. Based on the fact that it appeared under Kim So-eun's status window, he could only assume that it had something to do with her illness. Cutting to the chase, Kim Do-jun asked, have you heard of something called the 9 Yun Absolute Meridians? Kwon Sung-ju was taken aback, eyes shooting wide open in surprise. The man's brief look of shock did not escape Kim Do-jun's keen eyes. He gulped, unnerved by Dr. Kwon's reaction. After a short while, Kwon Sung-ju spoke up. What is that? His response eased the tension. Kim Do-jun let out a relieved laugh, thinking he was worried over nothing. I guess he was just startled by the mention of a disease he had no clue about. Before Kim Do-jun could reply, Young Do-young spoke up from behind them. 9 Yun Absolute Meridians? Doesn't that sound like something out of a martial arts novel? Both men looked at her with puzzled expressions. Martial arts? Kwon Sung-ju asked. Martial arts novels. Kim Do-jun repeated. You've never read martial arts novels? They're usually popular among older men. Kim Do-jun and Kwon Sung-ju exchanged looks again, shaking their heads. Neither of them had ever read a martial arts novel before. By martial arts, are you talking about the sorts of stories where characters fly in the air and shoot fireballs from their hands? I've seen a few movies like those, but aren't they all exaggerated? You'd be right, she confirmed. That said, they're hardly all that fantastic nowadays. You see hunters flying around and shooting energy waves from their hands all the time. Kim Do-jun found her words reasonable. Between the three of them, Young Do-young seemed to be the most knowledgeable about the subject. With a confused look on her face, she turned to Kim Do-jun. She asked, so, what's the deal? He scrambled for an excuse. Oh, a friend suggested that So-eun's illness might be similar to it. The 9 Yun Absolute Meridians. Kim Do-jun thought it sounded convincing enough for something he thought up on the spot, but Young Do-young erupted into laughter. Haha. Sounds like your friend is a martial arts novel enthusiast. Seems so. Haha. Kim Do-jun replied. Well, since you mentioned it, I can see the similarities. In the stories, children are sometimes born with 9 Yun Absolute Meridians. In exchange for powerful innate energies, exceptional looks, and remarkable astuteness, the illness dooms them with a short life expectancy, Young Do-young explained. Astuteness? Does that mean they're born smart? Though the word was outside his normal vocabulary, Kim Do-jun understood its meaning. He solemnly nodded. Sure enough, the description fit to a T. In his eyes, Kim So-eun was the prettiest and smartest girl in the world. Oblivious to Kim Do-jun's thoughts, Kwon Sung-ju stroked his chin in contemplation. So you're saying that there's a disease in that martial arts novel similar to mana disorder? I should probably look into it. Oh, come on, doctor. It's just a novel, a fantasy novel, Young De-young said with a smile. Still, Kwon Sung-ju was a good doctor, both skilled and passionate. It was thanks to the man's demonstrably sincere demeanor that Kim Do-jun felt that he had left his daughter in good hands the past few years. I'll help look into it, Kim Do-jun added. Young De-young laughed at their earnestness, but Kim Do-jun fully intended to study some novels. After all, he saw what others couldn't, a reference to 9 yin absolute meridians written clear as day in Kim So-eun's status window. Simply put, he couldn't nonchalantly dismiss a clue that was only found after 6 whole years of searching. It wouldn't be the first time fiction turned reality. Either the world tree was likewise a thing of mere stories some decades ago. Daddy, when are we going for a walk? Kim So-eun asked impatiently. Hey? Oh, yeah, let's go now, Kim Do-jun replied. Seeing the girl rushing her father, Kwon Sung-ju took the hint and bid farewell. I'll get going now. Yes. Thank you, doctor, Kim Do-jun replied. Take care, So-eun. Have fun with daddy, and see you later. Young De-young said. Okay, bye-bye. See you later. After seeing the two off, Kim So-eun and Kim Do-jun left the hospital room. Kim So-eun held her father's finger tightly with her adorable hand. When he glanced down, their eyes met and Kim So-eun smiled brightly at him. How long had it been since he had seen her bright face? The sight of his healthy daughter was heartwarming. Feeling a rush of emotions, Kim Do-jun slowly headed out of the hospital. That night, the moon shone unusually bright, and the stars sparkled. Kim Do-jun left the hospital after confirming that his daughter had fallen asleep. He made his way home, wading through the cold night breeze. A martial arts novel, was it? He began searching for martial arts novels referencing the 9 yin absolute meridians the moment he stepped into his store. Over the course of his research, he stumbled across variations of it, such as the Great Yin Divine Meridians and 9 Yang Absolute Meridians. Collectively, they were often labeled the Pulse Deficiency Syndrome. Maybe it would be easier to get results if I narrowed down my scope to Pulse Deficiency Syndrome. Term searching through Google, Kim Do-jun found numerous novels, some free, others not. Included were novels he discovered through blog posts. He spared no expense in purchasing them through web novel platforms. Rather than read the novels in their entirety, he simply skimmed through them for any mention of Pulse Deficiency Syndrome. The sheer size of his haul considered, it still took him a long stretch of time to finish up. Time flew by, and dawn broke before he knew it. Kim Do-jun stepped out onto the terrace to clear his head. In his hand was a can of beer he had picked up along the way. Pop. Kim Do-jun leaned against the railing and took a sip of beer. Then, he glanced back at his phone. Most of the novels he read had similar plots. The protagonist obtained a mysterious power and, boasting overwhelming strength, crushed their enemies. The first novel he took a gander at left him with the distinct impression of a macho genre as an entry point. It was both gruesome and provocative. Delving further, however, changed his opinion in the opposite direction. These novels read like fairy tales. Kim Do-jun was neither accustomed to brutality nor a stranger to gratuitous bloodshed. What caught his scrutiny and focus, however, were the circumstances surrounding the characters typically afflicted with Pulse Deficiency Syndrome, the female protagonists. Per Young De-young's description, they were beautiful, pitiful, and astute damsels languishing in wait for their deaths. The male protagonist would, of course, step in to chivalrously relieve them of their malady. The female protagonist tended to fall head over heels in love with her savior as a result, but that was of little relevance to Kim Do-jun. Rather, What he was fixated on was the male protagonist's use of a seemingly magical power to manifest a solution for the previously thought incurable pulse deficiency syndrome. Thunk. Seized by a wave of emotion, Kim Do-jun subconsciously clenched his fist. His can of beer crumbled under the force, its remaining contents dribbling down his hand. Paying it no mind, Kim Do-jun gritted his teeth. The female characters afflicted with pulse deficiency syndrome took the metaphorical part of a kidnapped princess in need of a knight. Predictably, her knight in shining armor would appear indeed, effortlessly freeing her from the clutches of a demon king or wicked dragon. Hardly a sweat would be shed in the princess's rescue, because she was written to be rescued to be cured. Snow White ate the poisoned apple because the prince would kiss her. Cinderella endured her stepmother's torment because she would marry the prince and be saved. Therein lay the problem. Those princesses and knights did not exist in reality. I'm all she has. Should a knight exist, there was no guarantee that he would appear to help them in particular. In the end, Kim Do-jun was the only person who would dedicate his all to save Kim So-eun. A prince could save his princess, but a parent had to be the one to save a child. Well, at least they gave me something to go off of. According to the novels, the 9 yin absolute meridians were usually caused by an excess of the innately cold yin energy. Neutralizing it with an equal amount of yang energy as by the absorption of holy animals, plants, and medicines could pose a cure. Along those lines, a potion of sufficient fire energy would be effective. I can't blindly believe every word out of a novel, but it's better than nothing. It was the first clue he found in 6 years of searching. The labyrinth, copy-pasting, an insight skill gave them a lead to follow. Kim Do-jun made notes about his findings. They made up the second possible course for Kim So-eun's treatment. Of course, he did not forget to add in parentheses, need to confirm first. That aside, he had another thing in mind for Plan A, an option of his knowing for a long while. The Golden Divine Elixir. The Golden Divine Elixir was a legendary potion that had made its appearance but a single time since the emergence of the Yggdrasil tree. It was a miraculous elixir known for its capacity to treat all diseases and even raise the dead. In the past, I had no hope of getting my hands on it. Though Kim Do-jun longed to find it, he was a mere potion crafter and gatherer. On the other hand, legendary items were coveted things that made waves throughout the world with their surfacing. Wars and conflicts would erupt to secure possession of them. Even then, the Golden Divine Elixir was said to be an item able to revive the dead. It was a special, priceless treasure unable to be obtained with millions of gold. It had effectively been a thing of dreams, far out of his reach. But now, things are different. Kim Do-jun wanted to take a gamble on the extent of his newfound abilities. He knew that they hardly changed his feeble self. Whatever remarkable things they were or weren't capable of, he couldn't be sure that they would lead him to the Golden Divine Elixir either. However, his abilities were a starting line. No matter how he hurt or stumbled, Kim Do-jun was perfectly willing to tread towards the faint glimmer at the end of a dark tunnel if it meant hope. I'll save my daughter. Mind settled, Kim Do-jun got up from his seat. He tossed the beer can into the trash and headed back into the shop. Despite the chilly night air, he felt his body heat up. It was not the alcohol alone, but his burning resolution. Chapter 9, Where Do You Belong? The next morning, Kim Do-jun's eyes snapped open at his usual waking hour. Despite his tensions and struggles over the past week, his daily routine seemed to persist. He would normally rise, clean up, and open the store in short order. However, considering all the things that had transpired, he felt that he would have to keep the store closed for a spell. I'll take a day off. Kim Do-jun went back to sleep. 3 hours later, he finally got up. Following a late breakfast, Kim Do-jun left the store a couple of minutes past 10. His first agenda was to stop by the association to verify whether or not he was registered as a dungeon refugee. If he was, that needed to be fixed. Afterward, of course, was the matter of tracking down his phone. A smiling employee greeted him upon entry to the association building. Welcome, How may I help you? Is Ms. Lee Jia here? She's the agent assigned to me. Kim Do-jun inquired. Just a moment, please, the employee said, maintaining a professional smile. The employee took their leave and Lee Jia made her appearance shortly after. Upon spotting her guest, the cold and somewhat dark expression ever present on her face melted. She froze on the spot. Hi, long time no see. I was wondering if you had my phone. Kim Do-jun started. Mr. Do-jun. Her voice rang so loudly that everyone in the building turned to stare at them. The staff were surprised to see the normally calm woman causing such a ruckus. Their attention shifted from Lee Jia to the cause of the commotion, Kim Do-jun. Neither party paid their audience any mind, the former's attention compromised and the latter caring little for public scrutiny. Looking as if she had seen a ghost, Lee Jia mumbled, "But how? Is it really you, Mr. Do-jun?" "Yes, it's me," Kim Do-jun answered with an awkward smile. He had come fully expecting her bafflement. Disappearances weren't out of the ordinary. The dungeon depths devoured a startling number of hunters and gatherers every year. What was rare, however, was for a dungeon refugee to return alive. "I thought you were dead, Mr. Do-jun." "I don't know what you mean, haha. I was a dungeon refugee, that's all." "It's all the same. You know just as well as I do how seldom people return in one piece," Lee Jia rambled. "I suppose you can include me in the success stories." Haha. Lee Jia could not help but sigh at his nonchalance. Yet, it assured her that Kim Do-jun had truly made it back alive. Suddenly, she came to the sobering awareness of the numerous eyes on them. Lee Jia was the type to be conscious of people's stares. Face flushed, she grabbed Kim Do-jun by the arm. "Mr. Do-jun, come this way," said Lee Jia. "Hey." Kim Do-jun replied. "You're here for administrative matters, right?" "Yeah. My phone, too." Lee Jia guided Kim Do-jun toward a well-decorated reception room. She handed him his phone and stepped out. 30 minutes later, Lee Jia returned with a man in somewhat disheveled formal wear and tousled hair. "Hello. I'm Park Han-soo, the head of the support team," the man said, offering a handshake. "Hello, sir. I'm Kim Do-jun." The moment they clasped hands, Park Han-soo flinched. "I thought he was a gatherer." Kim Do-jun's firm grip, though polite, was more reminiscent of a hunter's. "Mr. Park." Kim Do-jun called out. At the address, Park Han-soo was startled back into reality. He coughed a nervous thing. "Yes? Oh, my apologies. I'm glad that you were able to return safely." Then, he handed Kim Do-jun some documents. "First, here's the list of compensation you'll receive for this incident. It was supposed to be granted to your family, but dungeons were unpredictable places that were full of dangers. Hence, the association offered all sorts of compensatory policies for the families of hunters and gatherers exploring their depths." Kim Do-jun received the dense bundle of documents and promptly skimmed through it. The contents were abundant in a variety of numbers and tables, as well as citations to relevant laws. By the end, he discovered that he was entitled to a significant sum of money. The total made it just past 7 digits. It was, perhaps, paltry in return for human life, but it was as good a deal as Kim Do-jun could hope to score. Though hunters were in demand as draftees in times of emergency, gatherers with fewer responsibilities had far less administrative support. Still, I can rest easier for the time being. With the possibility of a prolonged closure of his store in mind, any financial assistance was a welcome fortune. Ms. Lee Jia spent the last several nights handling everything. She even made direct calls to her superiors, Mr. Park Han-soo explained. "Oh, is that so?" Kim Do-jun glanced at Lee Jia, who stood behind Park Han-soo. Upon closer inspection, he found dark circles under her eyes. "Thank you, Ms. Jia. It was for the sake of your family," she replied modestly. Kim Do-jun was all the more appreciative. It seemed that Lee Jia had extended her courtesy far past him and to his daughter. Following their brief exchange, Park Han-soo chimed in with another topic. We should correct your status as a dungeon refugee next, Mr. Kim Do-jun. You'll need to follow a simple verification process for that. Verification process? Kim Do-jun asked in surprise. You can expect things like fingerprinting or blood tests. Oh, and DNA testing. The verification process was a regulated procedure to ascertain an individual's identity. Park Han-soo explained the necessary tests and provided Kim Do-jun with the schedules and locations needed. Kim Do-jun listened attentively. It did not seem too complicated. Amid their conversation, Lee Jia had gone ahead and prepared 2 cups of tea. By the time Kim Do-jun reached the bottom of his cup, explanations were done and over with. That's all, Park Han-soo concluded. Kim Do-jun took a final sip from his cup and placed it down. Clank. The sound of the teacup clicking resonated in the quiet reception room. May I ask you one more thing? Kim Do-jun said. Yes, feel free to ask me anything, Park Han-soo replied. The hunters who were assigned to the dungeon in Sorim-dong, which guild do they belong to? Park Han-soo's eyes widened. He wondered what compelled Kim Do-jun to ask. He briefly hesitated, feeling a tad uneasy. Well, that's... Park Han-soo recalled their encounter with the lawyer representing Karma, the man's meddling and abrupt departure. It would be unwise for Kim Do-jun to go to the guild's headquarters and pick a fight, as Karma would inevitably try to dismiss the issue as a simple mistake. The media was likely bought out and primed to come to their defense. Well, it's not like I can hide it from him forever by simply keeping my mouth shut. Park Han-soo thought that the other man was bound to find out on his own sooner than later. Seeing no point in hiding things, Park Han-soo gave Kim Do-jun a modified account of the encounter. He omitted details about the lawyer's attitude and threats, focusing only on how the guild refused to offer them compensation. I see, Kim Do-jun said with a nod. Although Park Han-soo exclusively spoke on the administrative details, Kim Do-jun could more or less intuit the rest. He may have not been a hunter, but Kim Do-jun had spent 6 years in and out of the dungeon. Park Han-soo cautiously observed Kim Do-jun's expression. He prided himself on his ability to read people, a skill honed through dealing with a variety of hunters. Unexpectedly, Kim Do-jun appeared perfectly calm. There was no hint of him harboring ill feelings. Well then, I'll get going, Kim Do-jun said. Hey? Oh, all right, Park Han-soo replied. I'll walk you out, Lee Jia offered. Kim Do-jun left with Lee Jia at his heels. Park Han-soo watched them go with a puzzled expression on his face. He let out a long sigh, feeling a sudden sense of unease. He worried that he said something unnecessary. No, what could possibly happen? He's not even a hunter. He's a gatherer, simple as. Park Han-soo dismissed his anxiety and reassured himself before returning to his seat. Karma. Kim Do-jun's ears and eyes attuned to the whispers circulating about the major guilds. I heard that Karma has been aggressively expanding their influence lately. South Korea was home to 4 major guilds, and Karma ranked 5th directly below them. Rumor had it that they were gearing up for a showdown, aiming to surpass the 4th-ranked guild and seize its prestige. That, however, was far from Kim Do-jun's main concern. It was Karma's response to his disappearance which troubled him. I wasn't expecting any compensation to begin with, but considering their attitude, I can only assume they've been going around threatening people into keeping mum for a while now. Kim Do-jun suspected that Karma kept in contact with the association. To that extent, the guild might come knocking at his door. He was, after all, the center of a scandal they desperately tried to sweep under the rug come back to life. For his part, Kim Do-jun had no intention of making a scene in public. Of course, whether or not the other parties involved would believe him was another matter altogether. Still, it might do me good to remember their name. Karma. Kim Do-jun made a mental note. I'm glad you're safe, Lee Jia said as they left the association building. Were you worried? Kim Do-jun asked. Yes, of course. Expecting her usual curt response, Kim Do-jun shrugged and changed the subject. Actually, I have something to discuss with you. Lee Jia recognized the seriousness in his tone. What the man had to say was important. Perhaps, she thought, he would announce his reluctance to continue exploring dungeons. It wouldn't be out of the ordinary for Kim Do-jun to have developed trauma from his experience. It might be for the best that he quit. To enter a dungeon, no matter how glamorized a deed, was to lay your life on the line. Kim Do-jun wasn't suited for the life of dungeon diving, even less with his daughter considered. Lee Jia's eyes flickered, though her stoic expression hardly betrayed them. Then, Kim Do-jun spoke up, asking, when is the next hunter exam scheduled? At that moment, the ground began to shake. Buzz. The vibrations beneath their feet grew stronger. Buildings and asphalt swayed and cracked with the unexpected earthquake. The people nearby were startled but began evacuating with relative calm. Hey, we need to get out of here quick. Is this an earthquake? I don't know. Could it be a dungeon? Just shut up and run. Kim Do-jun and Lee Jia exchanged looks. They both knew that this was not a natural earthquake. Thud. The vibrations signaled the growth of the world tree's roots upward. Damn it. It's a dungeon. That's why I told you to run first. Thanks to the public's rigorous evacuation drills, panic did not overtake the crowd immediately. However, the commotion was quick to expand with the passing seconds. Watching tree roots pierce through the asphalt a close distance away, Lee Jia said, Mr. Do-jun, we should also hurry and flee. However, Kim Do-jun did not move. Confused as to why he froze, Lee Jia urgently called out to him. Mr. Do-jun. However, Kim Do-jun's gaze was fixed on the roots of the world tree. A monster abruptly sprouted from them. A green dwarf mounted atop a raptor-like creature, though lacking a saddle. Kikagagak. Kika, the monster shouted. A status window was displayed over its head. Goblin Rider. Compatibility. 17%. Confirming the monster's compatibility, Kim Do-jun pulled out the young Kujika tribesman's broad axe from his inventory. Mr. Do-jun? Are you trying to fight it, or something? Lee Jia asked. He did not respond, only raising his axe. As if it sensed his hostility, the Goblin Rider suddenly looked in their direction. Seeing Kim Do-jun wielding a weapon, it grew crazed. Kakakugyuka. Kakaku. The monster rushed towards them with its filthy tongue lolling out. The raptor came charging with an incredible speed. Lee Jia's face turned pale at the sight. She cried out, Mr. Do-jun. Don't. From behind, Kim Do-jun wrapped his arms around Lee Jia and pulled her to the side. As the Goblin Rider and its mount made to race past them, Kim Do-jun shot out and seized the raptor's head with a bare, sturdy hand. On his left hand was his gauntlet, while he held his axe in his right. Thwack. He brought his axe down on the raptor's neck, decapitating the mount with a single blow. Its movements disrupted, the raptor skidded across the asphalt, and the Goblin Rider was launched off its back in a ridiculous manner. Kim Do-jun held the raptor's profusely bleeding, detached head in his left hand. He tossed it aside and called out to Lee Jia. Ms. Jia. Why yes. Lee Jia, who had yet to grasp the situation presented before her, responded with an unusually flustered voice. Sounding as if nothing was out of the ordinary, Kim Do-jun calmly picked up their interrupted conversation. He repeated, when is the next hunter exam? Chapter 10. The Elemental Island. The newest dungeon had spawned in an awfully convenient location for civilians and hunters alike, right at the doorstep of the association building. Thanks to that, several nearby hunters were quick to spring into action at the sound of the alarm. Did you hear about the Goblin Riders? They're D-rank at best, but they're bound to lend us some pocket money. The monsters released by the dungeon break were a catastrophe for many, but a treasure trove for the first on the scene to defeat them. That said, many of the hunters rushing onto the scene had found themselves twiddling their thumbs, late to the party. A dozen or so of the goblin riders that had emerged from the ground had already become roadkill across the asphalt. Standing right in the center of their corpses was a man, Kim Do-jun. What the hell? It's already over. Looks like he handled it on his own. Ugh, we wasted our time coming here. The hunters clicked their tongues as they witnessed the scene. It was fortunate that there were no casualties, but hurrying over only to find no gold mine to speak of put a damper on their spirits. Once they left, dejected, only Kim Do-jun, Lee Jia, and the combat officers who had scrambled to set up the barricades remained. One of the combat officers approached Kim Do-jun. We appreciate you helping secure the perimeter, Mr. Hunter. Thanks to you, there were hardly any casualties or property damage. I just did what needed to be done, Kim Do-jun replied. He moved to scratch his head absent-mindedly but stopped upon realizing that his hands were stained with the goblin rider's blood. In fact, the fight had left him covered in blood and dust. Kim Do-jun's agreeable demeanor, devoid of ill-mannered grumblings and visible annoyance, left a lasting impression on the police. With an affable face, the officer asked, "Can we have your name and affiliation? I can contact your guild or the association for you." "That's all right. My liaison is right here," Kim Do-jun said, looking at the approaching Lee Jia. She wore a shell-shocked look that suggested she had yet to process what had just transpired. "Oh, I see. I apologize for the unnecessary meddling, then," said the officer. No. Thank you for your consideration," Kim Do-jun replied. Seeing the two men exchanging warm pleasantries, Lee Jia muttered absent-mindedly, "He's not a hunter." "Sorry," said the officer, not believing his ears. "Could you say that again?" "Mr. Do-jun is an awakener, not a hunter. He hasn't gotten his license yet," Lee Jia clarified. Taken aback by her words, the officer repeated, "Sorry." As far as combat ability went, a non-hunter awakener was more or less a civilian. Although goblin riders were low-rank monsters, they were far beyond an ordinary person's ability to handle. "Actually, I'm a soon-to-be applicant. I'm planning on getting my license soon," Kim Do-jun said. The officer looked at him with admiration and awe. "You're new to this? I can hardly believe it, what with how experienced you act." Evidently, he seemed to have the false impression that Kim Do-jun had recently awakened with an extraordinarily powerful skill. However, Kim Do-jun did not feel compelled to correct his assumption. "We do hope to see you again," said the officer. Bidding farewell, he returned to his colleagues. The officers would hold up their barricade to monitor the situation around the World Tree's roots for a while longer. In contrast to the officers' nonchalance, Lee Jia remained full of questions. Having known Kim Do-jun as a potion crafter and gatherer for all of 6 years, she struggled to come to terms with the changed man before her. What on earth happened to him? Is he really the same man? The Kim Do-jun she knew was the type of man to lounge about in a quiet general store while drinking tea. He was not a man who would run around felling monsters with an axe in hand. "Ms. Jia," Kim Do-jun called. "Hey? What is it?" Lee Jia replied. "Are you all right? You weren't injured, were you?" "No, I'm perfectly fine." Now settled, Kim Do-jun looked to be his usual self, perhaps due to his age or the fact that he was a father. The man's maturity often eclipsed that of her yet naive co-workers. It did, however, feel off-putting for the very same man to carry around a bloodied axe. "Going back to what we were talking about earlier, could you schedule me for the hunter exam?" Kim Do-jun asked. "You want to take the hunter exam?" "That's right, I chanced upon a skill rune while wandering inside the dungeon." Lee Jia's eyes widened with surprise. "You did? It's the physical enhancement sort." Hodn't enough for me to become a hunter, Kim Do-jun explained with a nod. He had already resolved to keep his copy-paste ability a secret. Conveniently enough, his skill set would allow him to pass for an ordinary enhancement-based hunter. I see, said Li Jia, her doubts eased somewhat. Skill runes were immensely rare monster drops that, depending on demand, had market values ranging between tens to hundreds of millions of won. Li Jia was, of course, astonished to hear that Kim Do-jun had acquired one and not sold it, but she elected to hold back from questioning him further. Figuring that the events leading up to his discovery and subsequent use were tied to his disappearance, she feared making their conversation uncomfortable. I'll leave it to you. Please reach out to me with the schedule later, Kim Do-jun said. Of course, Li Jia agreed. Oh, and I'd appreciate it if you could handle the goblin riders' corpses as well. I'll contact disposal services. Association matters done with. Kim Do-jun parted ways with Li Jia. He left upon finding his parked car. Kim Do-jun spent the day and the next on his feet, running around to certify his identity. Of course, he could not complete all his myriad tasks in 2 days, and the test results would take even longer to process. His business remained out of operation in the meantime. After finishing up his appointments, Kim Do-jun returned to his store. He then took out 2 items from his pocket and laid them out on a table. Teleportation Stone. Tier 2 Elemental Island Key. Both items were obtained as rewards for clearing the labyrinth. With them, there was something that he suddenly felt the need to test. However, his phone began to vibrate the moment he reached out to pick up the key. Buzz. Seeing the caller ID, Kim Do-jun picked up and held the phone to his right ear. Hello, he answered. Hello, Mr. Do-jun. It's me, Jia. I'm calling regarding the hunter exam you mentioned yesterday. Already? You work fast. Thank you, Kim Do-jun said. He switched the phone to his left ear. Of course. In case you didn't know, it's held every 6 months. The hunter exam took place twice a year, once in spring, and once in fall. That was as far as Kim Do-jun's knowledge went. He needed clarification on when and where it would take place exactly. The upcoming exam is due next month. That's fine with me. Please sign me up for that one. But, you see. Amused by Li Jia's hesitation, Kim Do-jun asked, What's wrong? Well, there are rumors of a famous rookie taking the very same exam. Kim Do-jun struggled to understand what she was getting at. Hey? What's the problem with that? You see, the hunter exam doesn't simply involve securing a certification. It's also where newbies advertise themselves to the guilds. Oh, is that the case? Yes. Your competition will be quite fierce as a result. Guild members don't look to entrust just anybody with their backs in a dungeon, after all. You will need to compete to stand out. That makes sense. Having connected the dots, it dawned on Kim Do-jun where Li Jia's worries lay. She was suggesting that the aforementioned rookie would likely monopolize the guild's attention. The rest of the testees, like him, would be rendered mere accessories. I think you'd be better off skipping this round's exam to prepare for the next one. Your debut would be delayed 6 months, but you'd have a better chance to join a higher-ranking guild. It could save you several years of your career. Her line of reasoning tracked. It wasn't something unheard of. Either students, for example, often studied an extra year or 2 in preparation for their college entrance exams, hoping to land themselves a spot at a prestigious university. Guild recruiters themselves were people, and therefore easily swayed. It wouldn't be strange for them to become tunnel-visioned, seeking out the most outstanding among hopefuls. The unremarkable stragglers would simply pale in comparison. What do you think? Caught unaware by the onslaught of new information, Kim Do-jun found himself momentarily lost in thought. Mulling it over, he weighed the pros and cons. Is joining a guild really what I should concern myself with? Guilds were generally the go-to for new hunters. Freelancing, on the other hand, was a rare starter. Hunters often relied on the support, experience, and connections accrued throughout their time with a guild. They could opt to go freelance afterward, safety net ensured. But that only goes for hunters seeking support for their growth and development. Hunters needed to frequent dungeons to augment their stats and thus, their strength. Guilds served to foster their growth. That was the ordinary way of going about it. Of course, Kim Do-jun was no ordinary hunter. He looked at the labyrinth key and teleportation stone. With these, I have a faster avenue for growth. His brief foray into the catacomb had proven that much. Kim Do-jun was able to raise his compatibility to 15% while securing a slew of valuable system items in the process, putting what he had to fodder aside. The single drawback, being that he could not return without clearing the labyrinth first, was patched with the teleportation stone. All things considered, the value of his labyrinth key likely far surpassed that of his copy-paste ability. Joining an organization would sidetrack me. What if another labyrinth demands a week or longer to clear? He could excuse his absence with a lie once or twice. Any more, and people would begin to question it then. It would only be a matter of time before he was caught. On the other hand, the information and connections that only a guild could provide were undoubtedly appealing. Weighing the two paths, Kim Do-jun remained undecided. He wanted to give the matter more time in the oven. I'll return to this later. Kim Do-jun knew that his conundrum was not one to be solved on an impulse. That aside, Lee Jia still awaited his answer. Put me down for next month, Kim Do-jun said. Are you sure? Yeah. It doesn't matter. Kim Do-jun felt it useless to fret over his value in comparison to the other candidates. It wasn't as if either path would shudder before him in the near future, either. Furthermore, he had a separate goal to focus on, one for which he couldn't stand to delay his progress by 6 months. All right then. The call ended with the matter being settled. Kim Do-jun placed his phone back down on the desk and resumed what he had been doing prior, examining the labyrinth key and teleportation stone. I'm not done with the verification process just yet, but I'll get the results in 2 days. A month remained before the hunter exam took place. Most testers would spend the time honing their physical strength and skills, but Kim Do-jun had plans of his own. Along those lines, he had ventured a passing thought that morning. The key was single-use, but he didn't know about the teleportation stone. Perhaps. He theorized a workaround with a 50-50 chance of success. Calming his pounding heart, Kim Do-jun held the labyrinth key to his forearm. The item effect of the Tier 2 Elemental Island key can be copy-pasted onto Kim Do-jun. Item effects available for copy-pasting. 1 grants entry to the Labyrinth Elemental Island. Seeing no reason to hesitate, Kim Do-jun dove right in. The item effect has been successfully copy-pasted. The Tier 2 Elemental Island key has been destroyed. The transferred ability will be adjusted according to the recipient's classification. Kim Do-jun opened his status window to confirm his newly acquired ability. Additional effect. Skill. Grants the user entry into the Labyrinth Elemental Island. Cooldown of 168 hours. Nice. A satisfied smile tugged at his lips. Despite the lengthy cooldown of 7 days, the skill itself was cause for celebration. With it, he could freely hop into a dungeon without reservation. Returning won't be a problem, either. Kim Do-jun still had the teleportation stone to work with. Rather than using it as was, after waiting for his skill's cooldown, he copy-pasted the teleportation stone's effect onto himself. Now, he could freely go back and forth between labyrinths and Earth. I wonder how long it'll take to clear this time around. Before delving back into the thick of things, Kim Do-jun figured that he may as well make the most of his time back on Earth. He got up from his seat, grabbed his coat, and made to leave. Kim Do-jun headed to a large store nearby. He grabbed a cart and made his way to the underground food section. A middle-aged sampler spotted him and called, "Are you a hunter?" Come over here and try this. It's the newly released spicy pork rib. The woman's sales pitch, accompanied by the fragrant aroma of seasoned meat, stopped Kim Do-jun in his tracks. The food aisles were home to a host of dungeon provisions, most of which were canned goods. The ribs, too, were canned food made from wild boars they were scavenged from fallen monsters, as all emergency rations were. After all, Earth food could not be taken into dungeons. Dungeon provisions were mildly seasoned and dried. They were not packaged like ordinary canned foods were, either, but they were priced 10 times the amount. The reality was that Kim Do-jun had no choice in the matter. If he wanted a meal at all, it was either he cave or pray he find food on his own inside the dungeons. Thankfully, I have the money to throw around. Between his earnings from the herbs he had collected from the Soramdong Park dungeon and what the guild conceded, he had a sizable budget squirreled away. On top of that, he had the bounty recently collected off the heads of the goblin riders. Kim Do-jun grabbed a bunch of canned meats and vegetables and placed them inside his cart. He continued onto another floor, piling up ingredients for home cooking. Beep beep. Do you have a points card? It's 54.98, Kim Do-jun replied. Thank you. After paying, he brought his purchases to the back of the market and made a box. He neatly arranged the food items inside and stored the newly built food box in his inventory. Preparations said and done, he headed home. He had no reason to delay the inevitable. Kim Do-jun retrieved his equipment for some maintenance, then geared up, axe in his right hand, gauntlet in his left. Elsewhere in his inventory were stocks of knives, spears, shields, and halberds. They were factory-made from beast materials, not true system items. With everything at the ready, Kim Do-jun used his skill to enter the labyrinth. The scene before his eyes changed, and a familiar message popped up. You have entered the Elemental Island. The Elemental Island? Kim Do-jun scanned his surroundings with a cautious gaze. The catacomb was filled to the brim with skeletons, but the monsters here were bound to be different. Even more, he wondered what else he could achieve. Feeling a strange mix of tension and excitement, Kim Do-jun slowly moved his feet. Chapter 11. Did I get them all? Kim Do-jun was greeted by a view of snowy mountains rising from the horizon. Kim Do-jun found himself somewhere that looked to be a mix between desert and forest. To his left was a vast and distant lake, and to his right was the stretch of ashen plains. The elemental island lacked a unifying theme. He pondered where to go, and decided to follow his gut leftward. Somehow, he felt it was more peaceful. Where are all the monsters? Kim Do-jun trod along the path for quite some time but saw no hide or hair of any living creatures. He remained guarded and alert nonetheless. After all, he never knew where danger could strike from. His perception stat, level 16, elevated his senses beyond that of an ordinary human. Suddenly, he heard a faint, disturbing sound. SSSS. Kim Do-jun silently surveyed his surroundings. Seemingly out of nowhere, a tiny burrow had appeared behind him. He cautiously approached the burrow. After 3 small steps, something abruptly attacked him from behind with a muffled sound. Sha. The monster's trickery failed to catch Kim Do-jun off guard, however. Sensing its movement, he swiftly twisted to the side. Eyes wide, he spotted something flying past, barely missing him. Is that a snake? Kim Do-jun muttered. Elemental snake, Earth. Compatibility. 18%. His assailant was a rockish snake with dull, rocky scales. In the blink of an eye, it retreated into the ground. So, it travels by burrowing into the ground. That must have been how it escaped his line of sight. Analyzing the snake's movements, Kim Do-jun kept a tight grip on his axe. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. The snake's meager compatibility of 18% meant that his upper limit to farm was 19, a trivial 4% raise from his present 15. His experience in the catacomb, meanwhile, bore far more yield. I suppose I can't complain. Every little bit helps. Kim Do-jun had more to gain from grinding out some points than idling at home without purpose. He held his axe close to his body and activated his skills, then braced for a second assault. You have received a minor stamina boost. You have received a minor speed boost. You have received a minor durability boost. With his senses heightened, his entire body worked like a radar, primed to detect any slight movement about him. Shah! The rockish snake took another shot at ambushing him. Eyes blown wide, Kim Do-jun turned his body to avoid its attack and, upon spotting it, swung his axe. Swoosh! With the help of his level 17 speed stat, he saw everything ensue in slow motion. The sharp blade cut through the air, making its way towards the airborne, flinching elemental snake. Thunk! The axe struck home, launching the snake away. As if suffering a concussion from the blow, it thrashed about confusedly on the sandy ground. Kim Do-jun approached and grabbed the snake by the neck with his gauntlet-clad hand. Stay still. He raised his axe. The blade glowed faintly with the activation of its additional attack power, so faint that it would escape all but close scrutiny. In a way, it almost looked to be something out of a martial arts novel, only far more ordinary. Additional effect. Attack power plus 20 to 40. Kim Do-jun activated the additional attack power copy-pasted onto his person. A second light wrapped around his wrist, flowed down his arm, and enveloped his entire body. With the weapon's traits and Kim Do-jun's own additional attack power combined, the young Kujika tribesman's broad axe was enveloped by 2 layers of light. The blade fell upon the snake like a bolt of lightning, cleaving it in two. Kayuak. Kiaik. The bisected elemental snake writhed on the sandy ground like a living octopus. The force of its thrashing was strong enough to shoot splatters of blood tens of meters away. Eventually, its struggles died out, the snake lost its strength and collapsed, deceased. You have defeated a monster. You have gained experience points, EXP. Okay, good. The monster. This level of skill was manageable. Although the ambush had been somewhat threatening, and the creature was formidable, it was not beyond his ability to handle. Frankly, he found dealing with goblin riders to be more challenging. Hey? Suddenly, he felt a faint vibration of the ground beneath his feet. Moving on instinct, Kim Do-jun leaped backward. Another rockish snake sprang out from where he had been standing only a moment prior. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his back. Had he stayed still, it would have caught his ankle. Do they travel as a group? Before the creature could make its retreat, Kim Do-jun leaped forward and severed its head with a quick slash. Crack. Kim Do-jun avoided the spurts of blood erupting from the fallen snake and cautiously scanned his surroundings for any remaining threats. However, all was quiet. Assured that nothing would attack him, Kim Do-jun approached the second snake's corpse. Unlike the skeletons of the catacomb which turned to dust upon defeat, the snake's corpse remained intact. I wonder if it dropped anything worthwhile? Kim Do-jun prodded at the snake's corpse with his axe, rummaging for crafting items. Crafting items referred to those processed as ingredients. Red herbs, for instance, were among them. In the hands of an awakener with crafting skills, they could be transformed into valuable items. It was too bad that goblin riders did not drop any. Generally, a corpse with crafting items would be worth double or triple its original value. In his search, Kim Do-jun found a glow exuding from the corpse, and his eyes lit up. A system message popped up, telling of its identity. Elemental snake's skin, Earth. There it is. When he reached towards it, the light condensed into a neatly folded piece of skin. Elemental snake's skin, Earth. Description. Snake skin with an Earth attribute. Provides slight resistance against Earth-based attacks. Rarity. Rare. Classification. Ingredient. Effect. Earth resistance plus 0.1%. Kim Do-jun was pleasantly surprised by his discovery. No way. I can make defensive equipment with this. Damage resistance was a rare and prized stat granted as an item effect. Its function was straightforward. With it, you could reduce incoming damage of the corresponding attribute. Kim Do-jun was not entirely unfamiliar with it. He had, after all, come across the poison and fire-resistant ring of the axe-wielding Arena tribe not too long ago. He had simply paid it little heed, at the time preoccupied with copy-pasting the item's vitality effect onto Kim So-eun. The earth resistance being a mere 0.1%, isn't that pretty low? I mean, I guess it's still unprocessed. Raw crafting items were seldom relevant on their own. Any stats or effects they came with were weak and of minimal use. It was only when they were refined as equipment by skilled craftsmen that the potency of their inherent traits would be amplified. For instance, an unprocessed red herb would heal with 1/20th of the efficacy of a proper minor healing potion. However, no more than 5 of the same ineffective red herbs were needed to create the potion. But do I want to go through all that trouble? To process the snakeskin, Kim Do-jun would need to find a crafter and wait a while for equipment to be made of it. It was cumbersome, time-consuming, and expensive. In comparison, freely copy-pasting the raw materials item effects seemed far more efficient, all the more if he managed to secure an abundance. I've got it. Kim Do-jun set the course for his labyrinth expedition. His earlier disappointment with the monster's compatibility levels had vanished from his mind. In its place was a rush of excitement. The labyrinth, contrary to his expectations, was no less than a gold mine. A bonanza. SSSHHH. It wasn't long before a deluge of small burrows encircled him. There were at least 10 visible, making it a dozen or so elemental snakes at the ready. Smelling their fallen comrades, they had come seeking revenge. Though surrounded, Kim Do-jun was not scared like he ought to be. Adjusting the grip on his axe, he faced the imminent danger with a wild smirk. I'll just strip them of their skins. Your compatibility has increased. Having tirelessly hunted down monsters, Kim Do-jun's compatibility increased to 16%. He opened his inventory. Elemental snake's skin, Earth, X72. Kim Do-jun smiled, proud at the results of his hours-long industry. He laid all 72 snakeskins out to view and, of them, picked out 2 pieces. It'd take forever to copy-paste every single one of their effects onto me. The copy-paste ability could only be used once per target each day. Going through each of the snakeskins one by one would take him over 70 days, a daunting task, to say the least. He had no choice but to use a little workaround. The item effect of elemental snake's skin, Earth, can be copied and pasted onto elemental snake's skin, Earth. Item effects available for copy-pasting. 1 Earth resistance plus 0.1%. Copy-paste, Kim Do-jun muttered. The 2 items began to glow faintly. The one in his left hand disappeared as dust, leaving only the snakeskin in his right intact. A similar item effect already exists on the target. The item effect will stack. Elemental snake's skin, Earth. Description. Snakeskin with Earth attributes. Provides slight resistance against Earth-based attacks. Rarity. Rare. Classification. Ingredient. Effect. Earth resistance plus 0.1%. Additional effect. Earth resistance plus 0.1%. Great. It worked. Just as he had been expecting, the procedure went smoothly. Combining 2 snakeskins of the same earth resistance had made one with additive stacks. Now, all that remained was to do the same for the rest of the 70 items. Elemental snake's skin, Earth. Description. Snakeskin with an Earth attribute. Provides slight resistance against Earth-based attacks. Rarity. Rare. Classification. Ingredient. Effect. Earth resistance plus 0.1%. Additional effect. Earth resistance plus 7.1%. Of the starting 72 snakeskins, only the one in Kim Do-jun's hand remained. With a whopping 7.2% worth of earth resistance, it far outstripped the boosts provided by most other items. With a satisfied expression on his face, Kim Do-jun placed the snakeskin into his inventory and looked around. Did I get them all? Though he thoroughly probed about the sandbank with the spear he had bought from the store, he found no further elemental snakes roaming around. Evidently, the monster's respawn timers could not keep up with the rate at which Kim Do-jun hunted them. The one or two snakes that did pop up from time to time were far from enough to meet his demand. I'll settle for what I have for the time being. I can always come back. With his copy-pasted ability, Kim Do-jun could re-enter the labyrinth after a week. Based on his calculations, should he farm a quota of 7% earth resistance each successive week, he could reach the maximum resistance of 75% within a few months. I heard that to reach maximum resistance in a single attribute, you'd need to sink in tens of billions. Items boasting the coveted damage resistance were yet minute in potency. Gathering enough of them to meet the maximum resistance of 75% was difficult and expensive. Achieving a complete resistance set as it was known throughout the industry for a single element typically cost tens to hundreds of billions. Ergo, most hunters were satisfied with an approximate limit of 50%, well within the range of tens of billions, for how easier and cheaper it was to meet. Kim Do-jun, on the other hand, could achieve the maximum resistance with but a few months of labor. It didn't end there, either. Equipment had its limits. Maxing out resistance for a single attribute meant that resistance to the others would naturally be neglected. High-rank hunters typically had unique resistance sets for each of the different attributes, which they swapped for each dungeon. Kim Do-jun suffered no such drawback. His damage resistance was not tied to space-consuming items, after all. I can raise my resistance against multiple attributes at once. Kim Do-jun made his way toward a lake. He then abruptly stopped in his tracks and smirked. Speaking of the devil. Elemental snake, water. Compatibility. 18%. Chapter 12. Let's see who wins. Your compatibility has increased. Your compatibility has increased. You will not receive any experience points, EXP, from defeating enemies weaker than yourself. Yggdrasil system. Compatibility. 19%. Ha. Kim Do-jun sighed. He took a deep breath and set himself on a large rock. He had spent the last 3 days hunting his way through the island and achieving the maximum compatibility available. In the process, he discovered that the elemental island was divided into 5 main zones. The skin of an elemental snake, Earth. Additional effect. Earth resistance plus 9.4%. The sandy area, where he first set foot and fought countless rockish snakes, was the first. From hunting the dangerous, burrowing monsters, he managed to raise his accumulated earth resistance to over 9%. The skin of an elemental snake, water. Additional effect. Water resistance plus 8.6%. The second zone was a lake area filled with submerged ruins. Kim Do-jun had to jump through the debris, using them like stepping stones, to catch leaping water snakes. Though the ground was unstable, it wasn't all too bad and experience. The water elemental snakes themselves were perfectly visible through the surface of the lake. The skin of an elemental snake, fire. Additional effect. Fire resistance plus 5.2%. Looking as if a wildfire had swept through it, the third zone was full of hills covered in ash. It was home to fiery red fire snakes with flaming tails. Due to their lesser agility in comparison to the other snake species, they were relatively easier to hunt. However, they were likewise fewer in number, and their drops subsequently rarer. The skin of an elemental snake, wind. Additional effect. Wind resistance plus 6.6%. Kim Do-jun ventured through the fourth zone last. There, fierce winds howled through cliffs, and wind snakes resided within the crevices. Due to their fragile scales and less aggressive movements, they were the weakest of the 4 elemental snake species. In fact, the wind elemental snakes did not even bother to exit their crevices. The problem was the cliffs themselves. To reach the snakes, Kim Do-jun had to navigate the overhang with grappling hooks and ropes and meticulously poke a spear through each hole. The environment made it the most challenging zone of all. But it wasn't so bad, all things considered. Through his 3-day toil, Kim Do-jun managed to raise all 4 of his elemental resistances by a minimum of 5% each. Considering that his ticket into the labyrinth was on a cooldown of 7 days, he had achieved remarkable progress for a total of 10. If only the cooldown counted the time I spent inside the labyrinth, too. While hunting, he found that the cooldown to his labyrinth entry skill saw no decrease. It would likely resume only once he returned to Earth. No use crying over spilled milk. A 5% increase within 10 days is incredible on its own. Satisfied, Kim Do-jun chuckled to himself. He had made fast progress by grinding, where other hunters would be obligated to spend billions of won to build 50% resistance against a single attribute. Moreover, he was liable to lap them at the rate he was going. The maximum limit of 75% looked to be achievable within 6 months. I can't complain, not with these results. Kim Do-jun stored away the 4 remaining snakeskins in his inventory, smirking all the while. He felt an immense sense of accomplishment. It was about time he returned home. Picking himself up from atop the rock, Kim Do-jun glanced toward the towering mountain at the center of the island. There was the 5th zone that he had yet to explore. It was, by process of elimination, where the boss was likely to reside. Now, how do I go about this? Additional effect. Skill grants the user the ability to return to Earth, but it is only usable inside labyrinths. Cooldown of 168 hours. Kim Do-jun was of 2 minds. With the return skill he had copy-pasted onto himself using the teleportation stone, he could return home at will. I've gotten all I need for now. I could head back. His other option was to continue onward. However, the snowy mountains exuded an eerie atmosphere. Kim Do-jun had, of course, once dared the trip only. He promptly retreated due to their strange ambience. He guessed that it was the fault of the boss monster. Realizing where his thoughts led, Kim Do-jun shook his head to dispel them. And here I was, hoping to find myself a golden divine elixir someday. What's the point in chickening out in a place like this? This surely wouldn't be the only time he was overcome with anxiety and fear. If he ran away now, assuaging himself with the claim that he had done his due, it was bound to poison his behavior. Right then and there, it was unacceptable for him to give up. Items of legendary rarity including the golden divine elixir would not find themselves in the hands of somebody with half-hearted resolution. Taking a swig of cold water, Kim Do-jun cleared his mind. Firm and devout, he stepped towards the mountain. Drip drip. The sound of falling water droplets echoed throughout the cave. The noise was itself piercing like ice, cold and deep. This has to be where the boss is. Kim Do-jun had searched every nook and cranny of the snowy mountains to no avail. He could not find a single ant, let alone the boss. All that remained to scour was the cave. 2 hours had elapsed since his entry into the cave's depths, and he had already reached the end of it. Where the path stopped, he found himself at a small lake. The sound of dripping water had come from the stalactites hanging above it. Kim Do-jun approached the lake and peered into it, only to flinch at what he saw. Another snake. He could discern a larger snake, looking far different from the 4 species he had encountered prior. The snake was long and broad, beyond the stretch of a human hand's hold. Its scales were like glass, transparent enough to reveal its innards. Kim Do-jun saw its sturdy white bones, intricately intertwining veins, densely packed muscles, and serenely pulsating heart. Lubra's glass snake. Compatibility, 30%. The monster's compatibility was head and shoulders above that of his previous encounters within the elemental island. Presuming it was the boss, he gulped and assessed its condition. Is it asleep? Kim Do-jun made a somewhat optimistic hypothesis. Snakes often hibernated throughout the colder seasons to maintain their body temperatures, and it was possible for the monster to be doing the same. Of course, he had no true basis for it. Monsters were different from ordinary animals, after all. No, considering how the snake's soaking in cold water, hibernation is definitely out of the question. He was fast to snap himself back into reality. Bending down, he picked a stone off the ground and rolled it around inside his palm. Hoping to briefly distract the monster, he mustered his strength and hurled the stone across the lake, opposite where he stood. The snake did not comply. It opened its eyes and immediately lunged towards him. Kya? Kim Do-jun's attempt at misdirection had failed. Damn it! He instinctively raised his left arm in defense. The glass snake, jaws wide and moving with surprising agility, latched onto it with a harsh bite. Fortunately, the gauntlet spared him some protection. The situation quickly turned sour. Kim Do-jun staggered backward with the relentless force and weight of the ominous creature. Koob. Kim Do-jun swung his axe down on the snake. Clang. The blade bounced off its body with a jarring noise. Forced to retreat, Kim Do-jun's back collided with the cave's wall. The snake viciously swung its tail towards his face. Startled, he flinched and avoided the assault by twisting his body. Crackle. The tail sliced through the cave's wall like butter. With the scales so tough that even a dagger could not pierce through them, the tail was practically a weapon itself. What should I do? Kim Do-jun began to panic. The blade of his axe, the strongest weapon he had, was useless against the snake's tough scales. He even considered the benefits of using a bludgeoning weapon instead. Suddenly, the glass snake struck his knee. Koob. Thunk. With the sound of something snapping, Kim Do-jun lost some strength in his damaged leg. He swayed but grimly did his best to stay standing through the ache. The injury hurt, but his greater regeneration effect would allow his leg to heal with time. Kung. Kim Do-jun gritted his teeth and grabbed at the monster's neck with his right hand. The snake, however, did not release its hold on his arm. It bit down harder instead. Crunch. His gauntlet crumbled under the force and blood oozed out. With the dripping blood, Kim Do-jun saw red. He was primed to beat up the snake. All his strength was concentrated in his right hand, and veins bulged throughout his arm with the sheer force he was exerting. Kim Do-jun squeezed, intent on crushing the creature's neck. The glass snake thrashed wildly, striking Kim Do-jun with its tail. Thump thump. Most of its blows hit the cave walls or the ground, but some landed on Kim Do-jun directly. Each blow came upon him like the fall of a large rock, but he groaned it off and stubbornly held his grip. If anything, the pain only added to his force. Of their standstill, 10 minutes passed. With time, the clutch of the snake's clamped jaws gradually loosened. Squeak. Seizing the opportunity, Kim Do-jun quickly freed his left arm. With it, he firmly latched onto the handle of his knife and slammed downwards onto the snake's head. Thwack. Thwack. Motion like a hammer, he smacked at the snake repeatedly. He made sure to stay cautious, lest the grip of his right hand wane. Eventually, the glass snake expelled a white liquid from its mouth and slumped over. Kim Do-jun continued his pummeling for a few more strikes, making sure of its death. You have defeated a monster. You have gained experience points, EXP. Your compatibility has increased. Your compatibility has increased. Your compatibility has increased. Your compatibility has increased. Yggdrasil system. Compatibility. 23%. Ha. A message from the Yggdrasil system filled his vision. Upon seeing it, he collapsed onto the cave floor, relieved. Kim Do-jun removed the shards of the gauntlet that had embedded themselves into his left arm. They fell away with a clatter. Then, he inspected the wounds made from the snake's fangs piercing through his defense. They were milder than he expected, thanks to the greater regeneration effect being constantly active during combat. Overall, he was quite fortunate. I can't imagine I would have survived if it were venomous. The glass snake lacked any venom, reasonably so, as venom was an evolutionary defense against natural predators. There were very few things the glass snake needed protection against. You have defeated Lubra's glass snake. You have gained rewards for successfully clearing the labyrinth. Rewards list. 1 teleportation stone. 2 tier 3 labyrinth key, random. 3 item box, random, rare. Another message, looking identical to that he saw in the catacomb, appeared. Kim Do-jun stored the large snake's corpse inside his inventory. Shortly after, he returned home and immediately collapsed onto the ground to rest. Past his arms, his entire body ached. His knee had among the worst of the pain, throbbing with what seemed to be a fracture from the tail's blow. A moment's rest left him feeling much better, but he made his way to the hospital just in case. With his age and his parental duties, he was rather conscious of his health. Thanks to his greater regeneration effect, or perhaps his level 20 vitality, his injuries weren't all that severe. Following treatment, he returned home only feeling a bit stiff. He entered his underground workshop, which had been set up for potion crafting. He spread a blue waterproof cloth on the workshop floor and retrieved the glass snake's corpse. He aimed to confirm the presence of crafting items from it. While thoroughly inspecting the corpse, Kim Do-jun's eyes began to sparkle with the pop of system messages. What he had found was not simply 1, but 2 items. Chapter 13. There's no need to lower your heads. Kim Do-jun held up the 2 items. One was a well-folded slice of skin, and the other was a dark red, squishy chunk of meat. The scaly skin of the glass snake. The cold heart of the glass snake. Kim Do-jun examined the heart first. The cold heart of the glass snake. Description. Cold energy lies accumulated inside it. Due to the snake's young age, it is but a small, insignificant amount. Rarity. Rare. Classification. Ingredient. Effect. With use, grants any produced equipment the ice element. When consumed, grants cold resistance plus 3%. When consumed, reduces agility by 5 and perception by 3. It was evident that the cold heart of the glass snake was meant to be used as material for equipment crafting rather than straight consumption. It was not unusual for these sorts of items to come with penalties. Those that did were referred to as cursed items. Though their penalties were typically exchanged with benefits, cursed items were generally to be avoided. After all, the benefits seldom outweighed what was to be lost. The heart, too, granted cold resistance, but stole away a non-negligible amount of stats in return. However, the same downsides did not apply to Kim Do-jun. With my copy-paste ability, I can forego the penalty entirely. It was feasible for him to singularly extract the beneficial item effects. Furthermore, cursed items performed better than regular items on average. All things considered, they could be a blessing for Kim Do-jun. One of the item effects of the cold heart of the glass snake can be copy-pasted onto Kim Do-jun. Item effects available for copy-pasting. 1 with use. Grants any produced equipment the ice element. 2 when consumed. Grants cold resistance plus 3%. 3 when consumed. Reduces agility by 5 and perception by 3. With the third choice obviously out of the equation, Kim Do-jun had to make his choice between the first and the second. His eyes were naturally drawn to the second option. The cold resistance is tempting. He needn't give it much thought, as its utility was rather obvious. It's a good pick for So-Ian. Besides the vitality stat, cold resistance was likewise of great asset against Kim So-Ian's condition. When a patient with mana disorder suffered from a seizure, their body would grow ice cold. Fostering some cold resistance would help to lessen the severity of Kim So-Ian's seizures. Apparently, potions boosting cold resistance were utilized for the same reason. The potions also contributed to her rising hospital bills. Specially prescribed, the ones used to treat Kim So-eun were expensive. Kim Do-jun shot a short glance at his labyrinth entry skill. Additional effect. Skill, grants entry to the labyrinth elemental island. Cooldown of 167 hours. He had 7 days until he could return to the elemental island. Meaning, he could incrementally increase his daughter's cold resistance every 7 days as well. It would not be long before she reached the 75% ceiling. Good, good. He found another purpose in visiting the elemental island. He would raise Kim So-eun's cold resistance and then his own. Assuming no further hurdles, it would take a year to achieve at most. But I'll have to start by using the ice enchantment for myself. While set on gathering more hearts, he needed to grow stronger in order to clear the elemental island faster and with ease. He went ahead and incorporated it into himself. The item effect has been successfully copy-pasted. The cold heart of glass snake has been destroyed. The transferred ability will be adjusted according to the recipient's classification. Additional effect. Passive. The user may create a mana core, ice. Hey? The result was outside of Kim Do-jun's expectations. He had assumed he would receive an enchantment of some sort. The mana core was unlike a skill in that, as a passive, it operated without need for activation. Wait. A mana core? Kim Do-jun had heard of it in passing. From what he knew, it was a characteristic often possessed by mage-class hunters. Normally, a hunter's mana was evenly distributed throughout their body. It was constantly circulating, guided along a path shaped by the absorbed spores of the world tree. This was especially true for warrior-class hunters. In contrast, hunters of the mana lineage had their mana concentrated around their hearts. With a core, their manipulation of mana was unparalleled. They could freely cast spells and create miraculous phenomena. Not only that, I landed myself a core with an element. There was the good and the bad. Elemental mana was both easier to utilize and more powerful compared to its non-elemental counterpart. It was also often focused on a single element, making its application clear. However, the lean of elemental affinity made it so the hunter could no longer use skills or medicines of an opposing element. Going forward, Kim Do-jun would find fire-based medicines to have zero effect. It was, of course, a painful penalty indeed, but it wasn't so terrible for Kim Do-jun. Unlike hunters naturally of the mana lineage, he did not possess any fire attribute skills. He did not plan on feeding Kim So-eun any of the rare medicines with the fire attribute, either. Let's see. He decided to take his new passive ability for a spin. He brought out the young Kyujika tribesman's broad axe and concentrated. Grabbing hold of the emerging feeling, he merged his mana with determination and enveloped the axe with cold energy. When he held the axe near a glass of water, it froze. I can see it being pretty useful. Presently, Kim Do-jun's mana stat was a mere level 23. He wondered, then, how powerful his passive would prove to be once his compatibility in mana were upped. A smile crept onto his lips as he thought of what was to come. Nice. His newfound ice mana core was itself a wondrous gift from the labyrinth. However, between his snakeskins, tier 3 key, and random item boxes, he had even more surprises to be looking forward to. Not only that, the boss's other drop awaited his perusal. He shifted his attention to it. The scaly skin of the glass snake. Description: tough and sturdy snake skin. Nothing special. Rarity: common. Classification: ingredient. Effect: defense power +5. Contrary to its transparency on the living glass snake, the harvested skin was cloudy. It looked much like parchment. Kim Do-jun furrowed his eyebrows, finding the item's single defensive boost underwhelming. It was somewhat dismal, even for raw material. He sighed and shook his head. Oh well, you can't have it all. With a resigned expression on his face, he examined the snakeskin from various angles. It was only then that he suddenly made a shocking discovery. Wait a second. The snakeskin had 2 layers. Kim Do-jun arrived at Roundy Hunter, a corporate-style manufacturing guild, with the scaly skin of glass snake in hand. When he expressed his intention to have something made, he was guided to a booth inside the first-floor lobby. The booth was isolated with surrounding partitions. "Please wait here. We'll be with you shortly," said the receptionist. "All right," Kim Do-jun replied. The receptionist flashed him a corporate smile, offered him a cup of coffee, and then disappeared. Kim Do-jun savored the sweet taste of instant coffee in his weight until eventually, a man carrying a document entered the room. Kim Do-jun took the initiative. "Hello." "Oh, yes." The man scanned Kim Do-jun from top to bottom before nodding slightly. He plopped down on the chair sitting on the opposite end of their table. "So, there's something you want produced?" the man, Kim Jin-hyuk, asked after a brief read of his document. "That's right." Kim Jin-hyuk had received a document containing his client's basic personal information from reception. "He's an awakener without a hunter's license? Is he a gatherer, then?" Among the many awakeners who, for some reason or another, did not work as hunters, only gatherers saw use for a manufacturing guild's services. Kim Jin-hyuk examined Kim Do-jun's appearance. He wore a shabby shirt and pants, both showing signs of prolonged use. They were not an ordinary set of clothes, however they were made with a material suited for dungeon diving. His clothes looked cheap. As a member of a manufacturing guild, Kim Jin-hyuk had a keen eye for details. From the look of Kim Do-jun's clothes as budget and brandless off-the-rack products, he began to assess the other man's customer grade. Kim Jin-hyuk asked with a blunt expression, "What is it you want to place the commission for?" "I need something using this right here," Kim Do-jun replied, presenting his snakeskin. "And that would be?" Kim Jin-hyuk questioned, not bothering to touch the item. "It's snakeskin." Of course, there was no real reason for Kim Jin-hyuk to ask. The information window relating to the snakeskin had already appeared before his eyes. The scaly skin of the glass snake. Description: tough and sturdy snakeskin. Nothing special. Effect: defense power +5. Tisk. Inwardly, Kim Jin-hyuk clicked his tongue. Sure enough, the snakeskin had nothing of note. It was trash. Dealing with clueless rookie hunters and gatherers was tiresome. They brought in inferior ingredients, held like treasure, and demanded gold be made from lead. Far from manifesting something out of thin air with a magic wand, equipment production was both time-consuming and labor-intensive. "Sir, may I say something?" Kim Jin-hyuk asked, looking at Kim Do-jun. "What is it?" Kim Do-jun replied. "Unfortunately, it'll be difficult for us to create anything handy with what you have. It may not even be worth the cost." He delivered the words as gently as he could. Regardless, Kim Do-jun expectedly took them to be an unnecessary fuss. "I'll pay the fee, so please take it," Do-jun spoke politely, maintaining his composure. Frustrated, Kim Jin-hyuk scratched his head. "Is it that you don't understand my words, or that you're ignorant of how the world works? With the commission fee, you're better off buying a decent, ready-made product. I appreciate your advice, but this is..." Kim Jin-hyuk interrupted him and grumbled, "Are you under the impression that it's easy to craft equipment, all because it involves a skill? The process still requires a ton of work with all the hammering and stitching, one by one." As a potion crafter himself, Kim Do-jun was well aware of the difficulty involved with equipment production. Despite his own production skill, he spent many an hour consumed with all sorts of tedious work including drying herbs and squeezing them. Production skills weren't everything, and items did not pop out of a hat upon summons. A craftsman's skill made all the difference. That aside, Kim Do-jun saw the ill-mannered and grumbling Kim Jin-hyuk and wanted to try his chances elsewhere. No need for him to bend over backward, There were plenty of manufacturing guilds to go around. Dawdling not a second longer, Kim Do-jun abruptly stood up from his seat. A voice sounded. "Hey, Kim Jin-hyuk. Is this where you were?" "Hey? Master, were you looking for me?" Kim Jin-hyuk asked. A bearded middle-aged man entered their booth. He seemed to be the one looking for Kim Jin-hyuk. Kim Jin-hyuk stood up to politely greet him. "Oh, my bad. I wasn't aware you had a guest." "Go ahead and help him first," said the man. No, it's okay. He'll be leaving soon," said Kim Jin-hyuk. "Is that the case?" Hearing Kim Jin-hyuk's words, the middle-aged man examined the snakeskin laid out on the table. He read its information window. However, unlike Kim Jin-hyuk, he went the extra mile of touching the snakeskin to examine it. Smiling at the middle-aged man, Kim Jin-hyuk said, "It seems like he was lucky enough to pick this up somewhere. It's just that the item effect doesn't seem too good, so I decided to turn down the commission. The ingredient isn't worth the labor fee." The middle-aged man frowned in response. "What the hell did you just say?" Not seeing the man's puzzled reaction, Kim Jin-hyuk repeated his words with the same smile. "The labor costs wouldn't be covered. So I didn't accept the commission." "Are you insane?" the middle-aged man shouted. Slap. The middle-aged man smacked Kim Jin-hyuk over the head. As a blacksmith with ample experience, he had tons of strength to spare. Kim Do-jun, on the other hand, had to endure the sudden assault without even knowing what he did wrong. "Sir, I don't know what he said to you, but please give us another chance." "I will try my best. I'll get the top brass to help turn this snakeskin into the best item it can be," said the middle-aged man. Kim Do-jun responded with silence. Kim Jin-hyuk rubbed his aching head and asked, "Master, what are you talking about?" "Zip it. And don't bother calling me master. I'm embarrassed that you don't even know how to examine things properly," the middle-aged man shouted. "Why don't you tell me what's going on so that I can understand?" The middle-aged man clicked his tongue at Kim Jin-hyuk's rebellious attitude. He turned the snakeskin inside out and showed it to his apprentice. "What about it?" Kim Jin-hyuk asked. "Look closely," the middle-aged man insisted. Once Kim Jin-hyuk looked where his master was pointing, his eyes widened. He discovered that the snakeskin was double-layered, with the outer layer transparent as glass. He reached out to touch it and found it thin like paper. It was his first time encountering a crafting item like it. Transparent leather was something that could very well revolutionize the industry. We'll have to conduct some research into it, but for any research to be done, Kim Do-jun's request was one their guild absolutely had to take. Especially if it turned out that he had more of the snakeskin in store. "Stop looking at it and give it back," Kim Do-jun interrupted. Realizing his mistakes, Kim Jin-hyuk grew pale. "Yes, sir, I take back what I said earlier. Please allow us to work with your snakeskin," Kim Jin-hyuk said. "Excuse me? Did you just say you're taking back your words?" Kim Do-jun asked. Yes, that's right. I take back what I said," Kim Jin-hyuk said with an awkward smile. He looked up and noticed that Kim Do-jun was looking at him coldly. The middle-aged man grabbed Kim Jin-hyuk's head and forcibly lowered it into a bow. "What kind of attitude is that, you brat? You should be apologizing first." "I'm sorry." Kim Jin-hyuk stuttered his apology. The middle-aged man bowed his head beside him. "If my student has made you upset, I apologize. I'll scold him later. So please." The middle-aged man's eyes glinted while looking towards the snakeskin. "There's no need to lower your heads," Kim Do-jun said. "Does that mean we get to work with your crafting item?" Both men raised their heads with bright faces. Kim Do-jun bluntly crushed their hopes. "I'm not your client, so why are you bowing?" Kim Jin-hyuk's mouth gaped open at his words. Kim Do-jun quietly packed the snakeskin into his inventory and turned away without hesitation. Although Kim Jin-hyuk followed Kim Do-jun outside the building, desperately trying to change his mind, he remained steadfast. As he hailed a taxi, Kim Do-jun heard a loud voice from behind him. "Ugh, you bastard. Why don't you write up your resignation letter and submit it right now?" "Get to it," said the middle-aged man. "I'm sorry." Kim Jin-hyuk apologized. That was the last time Kim Do-jun bothered to think about the two men. Kim Do-jun said to the taxi driver, "Take me to the Black Maiden, please." Kim Do-jun's visit to Black Maiden was free of incident. The people there recognized the value of his snakeskin at a glance and asked how he had acquired it. Kim Do-jun simply brushed off their questions, quoting a lucky discovery. He did make sure to subtly hint that he could obtain more, and was subsequently treated like a VIP client for it. Perhaps making good on his insinuation would turn him into a proper VIP. Let's see how things go. The commission went smoothly. The craftsman he was connected to made diligent work meeting Kim Do-jun's terms. The finished product was a pair of gloves, thin like gossamer webs and as clear as ice. "Thank you very much. Please come by again." With the staff's farewell, Kim Do-jun left Black Maiden. He walked while fitting the glassy gloves, finding that they gave him no discomfort. He was quite impressed with the results. The gloves were unimposing enough that he hardly felt a difference from when he was barehanded. Thanks to their transparency, his hands looked free. There was nothing impeding the movement of his fingers, either. The only thing setting the gloves apart from his bare hands was the distinct sensation of touching something. And on top of that, gloves of the glass snake's scaly skin. Description: gloves made of snakeskin. They are transparent like glass. Despite how thin they are, the gloves are tough and sturdy. Rarity. Common. Classification. Armor. Effect. Defense power plus 17. Minor resistance against slashing. Minor resistance against impacts. The defense power had increased significantly from the raw material, and new slashing and impact resistance effects were added into the mix. To test their efficacy, he took out a knife and slashed at the palm of his hand. He had put some force into the cut, but his gloves remained intact. There was not a single scratch on the inside of his palm, either. Not bad. The gloves looked to be useful. Kim Do-jun had also entrusted the guild to repair his broken gauntlet, thinking the two items would synergize well. Satisfied, Kim Do-jun returned home. Additional effect. Skill: grants entry to the Labyrinth Elemental Island. Cooldown of 148 hours. 6 days remained of the cooldown, but he was already anticipating his upcoming trip. Chapter 14. When will it be my turn? A month came to pass in the blink of an eye. Once Kim Do-jun got home, he immediately copy-pasted the Tier 3 Labyrinth Key's effect onto himself. The item effect of the Tier 3 Collapsed Temple Key can be copy-pasted onto Kim Do-jun. Item effect available for copy-pasting. 1 grants entry to the Labyrinth Collapsed Temple. Having successfully accomplished his task, Kim Do-jun entered the labyrinth with a light heart. Corrupted Disciple. Compatibility. 37%. The monsters of the Collapsed Temple seemed to have compatibilities well above the average. Kim Do-jun could dispatch 1 or 2 of them with relative ease, but any past that would become a problem. He decided to retreat, realizing that he needed to raise his own compatibility to better handle the labyrinth's perils. Thus, Kim Do-jun spent the month leading up to the hunter exam on a regular routine. "Good morning," rang the alarm. He woke up to the noise and, with sleep-ridden eyes, reached out to shut his alarm off. He blithely washed up and changed into some workout clothes, then headed out for a morning jog. He aimed to run beyond the neighborhood and to a training ground located nearly 20 kilometers out. The training ground, using a style of business having emerged alongside hunters, rented out individual training spaces in time slots. 20 kilometers was perfect for a warm-up. He entered the training ground, breath only slightly disturbed. A single college student chewing gum manned the counter up front. "Welcome," she said. Her expression, be it lazy or sleepy, was hard to read. Kim Do-jun had heard that the girl, looking to be a delinquent, was helping around her father's business over summer break, earning herself some pocket money all the while. Delinquent or not, she was a diligent worker, opening the day with an early morning shift at 7 o'clock. After exchanging a casual nod with her, Kim Do-jun proceeded onwards into one of the training rooms underground. The floor was covered with mats and the walls, made of exceedingly sturdy material, were all scratched up. They might have looked a tad ominous, but the walls were proof that many people frequented the grounds. Set to one side were a number of different devices. Among them was a machine measuring impact. It was a device that appeared frequently throughout older hunter exams. Kim Do-jun favored the device to practice the force of his swings. After all, his axe was a weapon, preferring solid strikes over flashy techniques. Thud. Bam! 3,564 points. Highest score updated. Congratulations. Wow, Kim Do-jun muttered, satisfied with the cheerful clamor of the machine. Whenever he happened to achieve a score higher than his last, Kim Do-jun did his utmost to remember the movements preceding it, his distribution of weight, how he timed the stretch of his legs, and the speed of his swinging arms. He was aware of the fact that mindlessly swinging his axe about would lend quite poorly to learning. Kim Do-jun needed to put in the effort to understand and explore himself if he sought improvements to his weapon's mastery. Little by little, his movements grew progressively more refined. He ran through his exercise routine, practicing his axe swing, throwing his knives, and loading up his crossbow among others. By the time the lunch hour rolled around, Kim Do-jun had jogged the 20-kilometer distance back home. He was not surprised to find a meal placed at his doorstep. He had subscribed to a delivery service and paid 180,000 won per month for a rotating lunch menu. The Kim Do-jun of the past had zealously cooked himself his meals, hoping to save every last penny. Ironically enough, the opposite had become true now. Every minute was far more precious. "Nice, it's tonkatsu today," Kim Do-jun remarked. Exercise normally left him quite hungry, and hearty meals were well welcome. He took a shower to wash away his sweat and, feeling refreshed, sat down to enjoy his meal. He took a brief break afterwards, giving his body some time to rest. Lying down on his sofa, he scrolled through the news on his phone. What followed was the time allotted for his main job, potion crafting. His shop may have been closed for the time being, but he still had a stock due for delivery to some guilds. After all, clients were hard to win back once they were lost. Selling items directly out of a labyrinth raked in the profits, but having a steady and reliable source of income granted him a peace of mind. Moreover, he needed to set aside most of his items for copy-pasting. He was finished by the evening, and headed out to the hospital to visit Kim So-eun. "Daddy." Kim So-eun greeted him, a warm smile on her face. "Sweetheart, were you good today?" Kim Do-jun asked. "Of course." As they played, Kim Do-jun lamented how he lacked another item boosting vitality. Had he a second cold heart of the glass snake, he would have copy-pasted its effect onto his daughter without a thought. However, he was limited to clearing the elemental island once every 7 days. Were he rewarded anything boosting vitality from the random boxes, it would go straight to Kim So-eun. Any others he would have to keep for himself. Kim So-eun. Compatibility. 0%. Additional effects. Vitality level plus 11. Cold resistance plus 9%. Kim Do-jun could see that his daughter was looking much healthier as of late. She used to spend all her time stuck in bed, but was now able to go out for a walk once a week. They had dinner together that night, and Kim Do-jun stayed by Kim So-eun's side until she fell asleep. He returned home at around 9 o'clock. Of course, the day was yet to end. He had another bout of training due at the deserted mountains nearby. Within the confines of the training grounds, he had focused on honing his posture while handling his weaponry. Inside the mountains, he instead tested his movements with his focus under duress. Kim Do-jun had experienced 4 modes of battle thus far. For the first, he faced off against a mix of skeleton warriors, mages, and archers inside the catacomb. Then, he waded his way through hundreds of swarming skeletons to track down their linchpin. The elemental island, on the other hand, had matched him against a variety of burrowing snakes attempting to ambush him while unaware. Afterward, he engaged in a fierce duel against the labyrinth's boss, the glass snake. On his own, he had conquered 2 dungeons in just over a month. A mere month had granted him a sum of experience dense enough to rival that of hunters active for years. Hunters generally tended to form calculated lineups against easy-to-handle monsters. It was procedural, like a business more than hunting itself. Kim Do-jun, of course, held no distaste or animosity toward their methods. It was a means to an end just like any other. All that mattered was that their compatibilities were raised. However, it was a path he could not abide in his haste. Kim Do-jun experienced a sheer volume of battle far outstripping that of the average hunter. What other rookie threw themselves into a battle against over 300 strong, all on their own? The sum of his experiences could hardly be quantified within the confines of a status window. Rather, Kim Do-jun treasured it as invaluable knowledge to work off of, to be simulated for training. He scrutinized his past self, wondering how things might have fared had he made a different move. If he ever had an inkling, he schemed to execute it in actual combat once he returned to the elemental island. Over the past month, Kim Do-jun had already visited the labyrinth 3 additional times. He achieved an average of 20% across his elemental resistance snakeskins. Moreover, he never failed to copy-paste the cold heart of the glass snake's effect onto Kim So-eun. The other boss drop, the scaly skin of the glass snake, was tucked away safely inside his inventory. He contemplated selling his duplicates, but figured they may come in handy later. So went his busy month until finally, the day of the exam arrived. The morning of the hunter exam, Kim Do-jun left his store to find Lee Jia standing out front next to a car. "Good morning," she said. "Ms. Jia." Kim Do-jun replied, looking puzzled. Seeing the man at a loss, Lee Jia explained, "I wanted to drive you to the test center." Are you sure? Isn't it in Gangwon-do?" "Haha, yes. I'm well aware." The exam was set to take place outside of downtown Seoul and in a backwoods village in the mountains of Gangwon-do. From their current location, it was a 3-hour drive. "It's another part of my job, like what a manager does." "Hurry up and get in," said Lee Jia. Kim Do-jun, left feeling baffled, hopped into the passenger seat. Vroom. The car started with a low hum. Catching a whiff of nauseating fumes and fearing it might induce motion sickness, he fastened his seatbelt. "How are you feeling today?" Lee Jia asked. "I'm doing fine," Kim Do-jun replied. "I'm certain that you won't have any trouble passing. You were amazing, handling those goblin riders on your own." In truth, he had looked more brutal than amazing, but Lee Jia decided against mentioning it. Hearing her compliment, Kim Do-jun awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "Was I?" "Yes. Your only problem will be the latent talent rank evaluation. No matter how good a skill set a hunter had, they usually started as F ranks and raised their compatibilities from there. Accruing achievements through hunting would grant them upward mobility. That wasn't to undersell the impact of a hunter's unique skills. The latent talent rank evaluation gauged the strength of an examinee's skills across a host of criteria and cast a prediction for how far they could climb. Is the latent talent rank evaluation really that important?" Kim Do-jun asked, watching as they approached a red light. "After all, the grade you received was not absolute. With enough effort, it was possible for a hunter to go beyond their initial latent talent rank. The opposite was true in turn. They may very well never meet their forecast at all." Kim Do-jun, for his part, found himself in a unique situation full of variables. As a result, he was far from concerned about what score he may receive. To this Li Jia remained unaware. Well, that goes without saying. Isn't the first impression always important? Guilds are very particular about that sort of thing, Li Jia explained. Kim Dujun, having no particular inclination toward any guild, remained skeptical. Their conversation shifted to small talk. A little past 2 hours and a half had gone by the time the two arrived at their destination. National Monster Research Institute. As the name suggested, it was a research facility established to study monsters. Normally, only researchers and staff were allowed entry, but the part of the venue was slated to host the hunter exam twice a year. To the north was a forest zone, and to the south was a scattering of buildings about the headquarters. Kim Dujun and Li Jia arrived in front of the main examination building, itself already bustling with people. You guys will definitely pass. Don't be nervous, just do what you usually do while training. Are you sure you haven't forgotten anything, son? Many of the nervous examinees were fostered and supported by private training centers, academies, or guilds. The seniors that accompanied them tried to lift their spirits with encouragement. Other hunters-to-be had come along with their families, each fretting over them. Some family members cheered with the thought that their lives would all improve should their children pass, while others worried that the examinees might get injured over the course of the dangerous exam. Kim Dujun was somewhat discomfited, looking bereft against the warm scene. Without the colleagues to provide him guidance, seniors to encourage him, or any remaining family outside of his hospitalized daughter to fret over him, he had nobody present to see him off. As he smiled awkwardly, Li Jia tapped his shoulder and handed him something. Here, take this. He received a gift. It was a small candy with good luck written on it. Kim Dujun chuckled, finding the candy cute. Haha, weren't you the one saying that I'm almost certain to pass? Kim Dujun said. Be that as it may, a good luck charm is bound to keep your chin up, Li Jia replied with her usual blunt expression. I'll wait for you at the cafe over there. With those words, she turned and left. Kim Dujun tossed the candy into his mouth and headed toward the main building. It was filled with many rooms and unfamiliar devices, undoubtedly used for research. Following the arrows on the floor and walls, he headed to the first exam room. The first exam, held in a large hall resembling an auditorium, was a basic screening to verify whether or not examinees possessed any abilities. We will begin verifying your abilities. Please step forward to demonstrate once your number is called, said the staff. At the front of the hall were 3 large machines, with a staff member assigned to each. It seemed that the verification process would be conducted in groups of 3. The test was a short one, with machines speedily measuring the output of mana used when activating a skill and analyzing its characteristics. As the staff went down the list, a well-built young man eventually stepped up, seizing the attention of everybody in the hall. Wow! That's insane! Outside of his large physique, the young man seeming to be in his early to mid-20s looked rather ordinary. He was neither handsome nor ugly. At most, he appeared a bit rough. In his hands was a weapon, approximately 2 meters in length, a spear of light. 20 to 24%. 974 to 991. Light, manifestation. His results appeared on the screen, and the crowd burst into murmurs, especially the people gathered about the guild manager's zone. Is he the one? Yeah, I think so. He's the man who became an awakener while out doing labor. You hardly ever see that sort of output. And why's his compatibility so high? He said he went into the dungeons as a laborer and ended up dabbling in some hunting. Well, some looks like an understatement. The norm was to obtain a hunter license before going out to fight monsters. Of course, as the world often went, there were exceptions. Laborers and gatherers could enter dungeons without a hunter license, and it wasn't particularly uncommon for them to do so to raise their compatibilities in advance. Moreover, a number of academies and institutions included dungeon trips in their curricula. It was, however, Still very rare for an examinee's compatibility to be over 20%. Is it over? Asked the young man. Sorry? Oh, yes. You've passed. You're good to head back, replied the staff. Humph. The young man snorted and returned to his seat. He gave the impression of having a rather confident and somewhat arrogant attitude. Attention continued to pour onto him. Guild managers looked at him with greedy eyes, while other examinees stood in envy. However, Kim Do-jun did not have any interest in him. When will it be my turn? Seeing them firsthand following Lee Jia's portents, Kim Do-jun was far from taken aback by the younger man's skills. He had, after all, witnessed his fair share of shocking events. Number 58, please come forward, called the staff. A while later, it was Kim Do-jun's turn at last. As he approached, a staff member read his documents. His skill is physical enhancement, and... Wait, he's 35? Ugh, this isn't some sort of civil service exam. What is he even doing here? The staff member shook his head. For hunters, physical fitness trumped all else. While the Yggdrasil system allowed one to transcend human limits, it did not prevent aging. A hunter typically reached their prime around their 40s. A man the age of 35 had a mere 5 years until then. Worse was that it took an average of 2 to 3 years to enter a guild and become a full-fledged member, so it was likely that his active years would be even fewer. Most of the examinees present were in their teens or 20s, including the young man earlier. A few examinees began to whisper among themselves. What's this old guy doing here? How does he plan to start working, getting a license at his age? He should have just stuck to his previous job. Many did not seem to care at all. The guild managers were similarly dismissive. The staff member proceeded with the examination, expectations tempered. He attached several electrode patches to Kim Do-jun's body and activated the machine. Try using your skill, said the staff member. All right, Kim Do-jun replied. Kim Do-jun infused his will into the mana core in his heart. A cold force of mana began to roam around his body, gradually enveloping it in its entirety. Hey! The staff member's eyes blew open in disbelief as he saw the letters that appeared on the machine. Chapter 15. Like a busy flea market. Kim Do-jun had initially set out to tackle the hunter exam with his additional attack power, as it most closely resembled a proper physical enhancement skill. It just so happened that he wouldn't need it. He drew upon the raw energy of his mana core and circulated it throughout his body. His bones, muscles, and every cell were enveloped by a cold energy and elevated to another level. The results shone clear as day on the machine's display. 19 to 23%. 414. Ice. Enhancement. With nary a buff from his synthesized item effects, he achieved a score beyond 400, a cut well above average among the examinees. Hey? There's no way his output is crazy high. So what? We'll be running laps around him once we reach his age. Hey, what's with his compatibility? Did he land a spot in some special training program somewhere? The general attitude toward Kim Do-jun, only a smidgen more favorable, hadn't changed all that much. Examinees who fell below his record continued to gossip about him busily. The staff member conducting his test, however, stood dumbfounded. The applicant's output, though above average, was far from noteworthy. What came as a surprise was his element. How on earth does he have one as an enhancement class warrior? Elemental mana manifested exclusively in mage class or priest class hunters. Warrior class hunters, conversely equipped with physical enhancement skills, handled the non-elemental sort. It was the first time the staff had witnessed an exception to the rule. The much acclaimed rookie wielding a spear of light, too, was simply of the mage class. Has this ever happened before? Beats me, I'm just as lost as you are. Kim Do-jun had likewise caught the eye of the idling guild managers, who had long grown bored with the dull standard fare following the exceptional rookie spearman's performance. Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, they erupted into chatter with their subordinates and acquaintances. He's looking pretty interesting. What say you? Consider recruiting him. I'm not so sure. He's a bit old, after all. By the time we recoup our investment, he'll be retiring. If his output were higher, I'd make my decision in a heartbeat. As it stands, well, needless to say, attention was no deal-maker, and guilds were no charity. They provided new recruits with a slew of support, but naturally expected to reap rewards from their sowing. As a result, a hunter's age was an important part of the equation. The younger one was when entering the industry, the longer their benefactors had to make use of them. The examinee's starting line was another factor. An output of 400 hardly qualified as strong by the guild's standards. It wasn't as if Kim Do-jun possessed a unique skill. Either physical enhancement was terribly pedestrian. Think he's worth mentioning to the higher UPS? Nah, not really. Same goes for me. The manager's interest ended with modest fanfare and fleeting commentary. Many among them ignored Kim Do-jun entirely. Ultimately, all hands were on deck in anticipation for the younger rookie. We have finished screening all the examinees. The first test has concluded. The second will be held in the afternoon. Please enjoy a hearty lunch in the meantime, a staff member said. And so, the first test ended without any major incidents. When Kim Do-jun made his way to the cafe, he heard someone calling out to him. Over here. Turning around, he found Lee Jia seated at a corner, laptop open and a cup of coffee in her hand. Were you working on something? Kim Do-jun asked. Yes. Just some paperwork. She informed him that she had more left to handle, so Kim Do-jun briefly pardoned himself to order a drink. He planned to eat lunch once she finished. Your coffee, sir. Kim Do-jun grabbed his Americano and sat across from Lee Jia. With a sip, the robust flavor of the brew overwhelmed his tongue. By the way, Kim Do-jun said. What is it? I saw the rookie you mentioned. Interest piqued. Lee Jia looked up at Kim Do-jun and asked, how was he? He had the ability to manifest a weapon using his mana. With some impressive specs at that, light element, and an output of a whopping 990. To my knowledge, the current record is around 1100. He's almost there, isn't he? Manifestation skills, conjuring things like arrows of fire or spears of lightning with mana, were relatively common things among mages. However, the light element was a rare one and, on top of that, the rookie had achieved an output just short of the highest record. Lee Jia shook her head. With his extraordinary showing, the rookie was bound to be the center of countless rumors. He looked like a college student, but he was huge. Kim Do-jun muttered. Ding. A crowd of over 10 abruptly made its way into the cafe. And speaking of the devil, the rookie stood centerpiece. Oh, that's him over there, coming this way, said Kim Do-jun. Lee Jia followed his eyes and caught a look of the rookie and the people orbiting him. Her eyes flew open, and she leaned in to whisper to Kim Do-jun. The people following him, they're managers, she explained. Managers? Yes. I haven't met them all, but I can tell. Looks like all 4 of the major guilds have their representatives attending, and Karma, too. That somewhat caught his attention. Kim Do-jun didn't quite view Karma as his enemy, but he couldn't say he had a good relationship with the guild either. Amidst their peeking and whispering, the crowd grew in its commotion. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Jae-jun. I'm Kim Ho-won, a guild manager of Acid. I was wondering if... I'm Yu Chaeyeon, representing Phenomenal. Would it be possible for just the 2 of us to talk separately? I'm from the Night Guild. 10 people spoke at once, making for a racket. The group of managers hardly stopped at that, relentlessly thrusting their business cards forward and bad-mouthing their rivals in their appeals. Kom Jae-jun, the ever-courteous youth, sighed and spoke up. Could you please keep it down? One more word, and you can forget me ever joining your guild." Everyone fell silent as though they were struck dumb. Satisfied with the quietude, Kang Jae-jun smirked and crossed his legs. "I'm a busy man, so let's not waste our time. Just tell me how much you have to offer," Kang Jae-jun said. The managers exchanged cautious glances. Meanwhile, Kim Do-jun and Lee Jia watched the unfolding scene with bewildered expressions. "Ms. Jia, what's going on over there?" Kim Do-jun asked. "Well, I'm not quite sure myself," Lee Jia replied, uncertainty coloring her words. As the two exchanged puzzled looks, a man cautiously stepped forward. "Mr. Jae-jun, we cannot discuss our contracts in plain view. This goes double for monetary matters." "Oh, really? I wasn't aware." "You know, being a student and all," Kang Jae-jun replied nonchalantly. "Haha, that's all right. I understand," the man said with an amiable laugh. The atmosphere lightened, and his expectations burned anew. "Which guild are you from?" Kang Jae-jun asked. "Oh, I'm from the Night Guild. Let me explain our..." Forget it. Take your leave. I'm not interested in hearing about your guild." Kang Jae-jun cut in. The smile froze on the man's face, head obediently lowered. "Pardon. Just go. Night Guild, Light Guild, whatever, I don't care. I'm not joining." Kang Jae-jun waved him off. The manager from the Night Guild was not an active hunter himself, but the show of blatant disrespect towards him and his guild enraged him. Face contorted with anger, the man abruptly stood up from his seat. "You may be skilled, but you'll struggle to stay afloat in this industry with that personality of yours," he snapped. "Sure, whatever you say. Close the door on your way out, yet." With a final curt response, the man turned and left. His decision was of course in part founded upon his anger, but the other half was his harsh judgment as a manager. Who would entrust their back to a man devoid of courtesy? "What about the rest of you?" Kang Jae-jun asked. The remaining managers looked between themselves, and a few got up to leave with a sigh. Plenty, however, stayed each with their own ambitions. Those fools. Signing the contract is all that matters, we can fix his character later. Not my job to educate him. As long as I bring in recruits, I'll be the one getting that performance bonus. Who cares if he has a rotten personality? For dungeons, skills take precedence. Though their conclusions diverged, they started with the same foundation, valuing his prowess over his disposition. It was hardly beyond the pale for hunters and their affiliates to measure a monster hunter's worth by strength. One of the managers took the lead. "How's a contract for 500 million won sound?" Then, the rest began to raise their hands one after another. "We'll add 100 million won. We can provide housing and a car on top of that. I'll throw in another 100 million won." Among their numbers were managers representing the 4 major guilds of South Korea. The guild's repute did not beget their dignity. An employee, no matter the company, was an employee at the end of the day. They clocked in to face the occupational bloodbath for performance bonuses. Out of the blue, a man quietly spoke up. "I'll give you 20 billion won." Everyone fell silent at his words. Kang Jae-jun whistled, turning his attention to the highest bidder. The man wore an enigmatic smile, as if he were hiding something. The other guild managers exchanged looks, none daring to best him. Did he just say 20 billion won? Is he crazy? 20 billion won was a ludicrous starting offer for any newbie, especially considering how the guild's investment into their training and gear, a separate venture, could easily exceed that amount. It was a sort of offer reserved for experienced hunters with a lengthy resume, and not a call a mere manager could make. "Anybody else has something to say?" Kang Jae-jun asked. The guild manager's silence prevailed. A few tried shooting their superiors a text, only to receive a tongue lashing. Victory went to the man offering 20 billion won, and the losers left with their tails tucked between their legs. With the crowd dispersed, Kang Jae-jun followed the man to a car, likely to continue their conversation elsewhere. Kim Do-jun leaned back in his chair. He was eager to gossip about what had just transpired. The last bit had been plenty astonishing in a vacuum, but he was all the more amazed by the process itself. "Ms. Jia," Kim Do-jun called out, unable to hold back his curiosity. "Yes. Is it normal for guild recruiters to be so aggressive?" "Just now, well, it was like a busy flea market." "I don't think so." Figuring that the ruckus around Kang Jae-jun was probably outside the norm, the two shrugged, both stumped. The incident had been a noisy mess, but it was entertaining to watch. Seeing the cafe return to its quiet atmosphere, Kim Do-jun relaxed and took a sip of his coffee. Lee Jia, on the other hand, thought back to something that caught her attention. "Wait a second," she said. "If I'm right, that man who landed the deal with Kang Jae-jun, he's... What about him? He's from Karma." Chapter 16. This is too easy. Oh Sang-jin was, ostensibly, a perfectly run-of-the-mill manager of Karma. Except, of course, for the fact that he was not very ordinary at all. He was the guild master's son. Thanks to that, he enjoyed the special privilege of splurging the hefty sum of 20 billion won on a rookie. I'm lucky that Kang Jae-jun is such a careless fellow. The bizarre public auction held at the cafe was a novel albeit a bad sort experience for him. Fortunately, Kang Jae-jun's heedless personality made it simple for Oh Sang-jin to step in with an enticing deal. He found himself inside a monitor room overlooking the second exam venue. The room, lined with dozens of screens along a wall, doubled as an opera box for managers and attending family members of the examinees. The voice of the association employee in charge came through the loudspeaker. "I'll take a moment to explain the second phase of the exam." The countless monitors were aligned to form a single grand display. On it appeared a view of the examinees wearing protective suits, distributed by the staff. From now on, you'll form teams and enter the forest as one. Your objective is simple: stay alive conscious, that is until the time is up. The hunter exam had increased in difficulty over the years. Originally, it was a simple written test. Licenses were handed out to anybody who could prove they had a skill, never mind how they might be lacking in other aspects such as stamina or mental fortitude. Tragically, with the low barrier to entry came a high mortality rate among the hunters. Then came the suggestion of capturing monsters for use as hunting practice. It was, however, an impractical one, as catching them unharmed was a challenge in and of itself. Capturing even the weakest monsters demanded a ton of manpower, causing naught but a waste of national funds. Another solution posited was a tournament pitting examinees against each other in duels, and evaluating their performance. This one, too, had its pitfalls. It failed to foster adaptability within dungeons. Please think of the forest as a dungeon and yourselves as the monsters. Work with your team to disqualify the others when you can, but you must survive as long as possible. A cautious examinee raised his hand and asked, "If it's a matter of riding it out, are we allowed to hide the entire time?" Looking weary, as if he had heard the same question a million times before, the employee answered, "Yes, you may, but you won't have an easy time with it. Hey. The forest is enclosed within a circular barrier that will shrink over time. The barrier will start out large enough to accommodate several large sports fields, but it won't be any larger than a studio apartment by the end." The employee continued to explain that the moment they crossed the barrier, they summarily failed. "Oh. We abide by absolute grading, not relative. Every action you take is subject to scrutiny. Hiding won't impact your score, but actively hunting down other teams will earn you a higher grade." Knowing how to maneuver and hide away was undeniably a valuable asset. However, hunters entered dungeons to hunt monsters. It was only natural that emulating the job would net you points. When the questioner lowered his hand in understanding, the employee glanced over the remaining examinees. "If there are no other questions, we'll be moving on to team assignments." We have balanced the teams as best we could based on your skills and compatibilities. Flap. A large list was unfolded, and the examinees followed its directions to gather up in groups. Each team consisted of 3 to 4 members, with one exception. Kim Do-jun and Kang Jae-jun were made a 2-man team. Seeing his only other teammate, Kang Jae-jun furrowed his eyebrows. He loudly called out, "Excuse me." "What's the matter?" the employee asked. "Looks like I'm paired with this guy here." "Yes, that would be correct. The two of you have the highest compatibility this exam, so we put you together. I want to take it alone. May I?" The employee was taken aback. Hey. It would be one thing for the man to protest competing as two, but it was preposterous for him to want even fewer. What is his deal? For the exam, numbers tended to give the advantage as each examinee was trained and capable. Kim Do-jun and Kang Jae-jun were paired off as a handicap for the rest, alleviating the impact of their higher compatibilities. That's... I understand what you mean, but what about Mr. Do-jun? There will come a time you have to ally yourself with unfamiliar hunters, collaborating on the spot. You should think of this as practice. I'd also feel more comfortable going alone, Kim Do-jun quietly cut in. Kim Do-jun was well aware of the benefits to moving as a team. However, it was also true that not all teams were worthwhile. Kim Do-jun considered the scene from the cafe and decided that Kang Jae-jun's uncompromising personality might hinder him more than help. Upon his agreement, Kang Jae-jun chucked and tapped Kim Do-jun's shoulder and said, "See? We're of the same mind. Now what? Still gonna force us to team up?" The employee's mouth gaped open. He had not expected that out of the polite-looking Kim Do-jun. What's going on? Did something happen between them? The employee let out a small sigh. The silver lining was that they were not asking to change teams, only to set off further hampered. With a troubled expression, he nodded. "Well, it's your decision." Shortly after, a flock of helicopters arrived to port the examinees to the forest. The examinees, who had been huddled together in teams, began boarding one by one. Not all of the examinees' conversations made it to broadcast. The change in teams came as an abrupt change to the display inside the monitor room. As shown on the side of the big screen, Kim Do-jun and Kang Jae-jun, the only 2-man team, would thereby play solo. Oh Sang-jin chuckled. It'd be a challenge for most people, but Kang Jae-jun should be fine on his own. Kang Jae-jun's bravado was well-founded. He was a newbie, certainly, but not only was he skilled, he also boasted field experience aplenty. Oh Sang-jin thought the young man was better off on his own than carrying dead weight. That poor old-timer, he's got nothing to lean on. Kim Do-jun appeared before his eyes, looking terribly out of place at his age. The man, perhaps even older than Oh Sang-jin himself, didn't seem to hold much promise. His elemental alignment at odds with his enhancement-type skill was curious enough, but nothing else about him stood out. Oh Sang-jin saw no use in recruiting him. You know, he actually looks a bit familiar. Where have I seen him before? He brushed aside the passing thought. If he couldn't remember, it could not be important. Satisfied, Oh Sang-jin glanced back at the monitor while noting the other managers' expressions. Every one of them looked grim. Oh Sang-jin's lips curled into a smirk. Oh dear, I wonder if our Jae-jun will be all right. It would be terrible for him to get injured in a fight. No, what's there to worry about? He's the same man who defeated a D-rank monster right after awakening. His words made other managers frown. Ugh, there he goes again. If only he wasn't the Karma Guild Master's son. Look at him, getting all smug because he landed Kang Jae-jun. Chuckling at their reactions, Oh Sang-jin turned his attention back to the monitor. The exam began with the examinees dropped into random stations across the forest. A small drone was attached to each, filming them individually. Every manager's eyes were immediately drawn to Kang Jae-jun's screen. Kang Jae-jun had gone on the offensive without a moment of pause. He encountered a 4-member team and dispatched them with ease using his spear. With each dazzling flash of golden light, a person fell. Just as expected. Ugh, it hurts to miss such a catch. Pouring 20 billion into a newbie. Karma's really going all out to make it to the top 4. While the other managers were engrossed in their thoughts, Oh Sang-jin watched with joy. Of course, there were others witnessing the test alongside them, parents, siblings, seniors all gathered around with anticipation. A lone individual watched the screens with an expressionless face, Lee Jia. Mr. Do-jun. She murmured. I'm fighting for my own skin, hey? Kim Do-jun, clad in protective gear, warmed up and entered the forest. He was not as arrogant in the way Kang Jae-jun was, but he also preferred being the lone wolf. It was what he was used to, fighting the monsters of the labyrinth on his lonesome. Inside the forest, his footsteps were as quiet as a cat's, no matter if he stepped on a fallen leaf or pressed through bushes. The rock snakes of the elemental island were sensitive to the sound of footsteps and, using them, ambushed their targets. As a result, Kim Do-jun had learned to hunt while suppressing his presence as much as possible. In spite of that, there was one flaw: he could not hide his appearance. Found you, another examinee shouted, having spotted Kim Do-jun. Kim Do-jun tensed and pulled out the baton he had been given. Suddenly, he felt a presence approaching from behind him. What is that? Kim Do-jun spun around and swung his baton down, catching his tail by the shoulder. The second examinee who had set out to rush him stumbled and fell flat on his face. His suit crumbled with the force of Kim Do-jun's baton, and he froze where he fell. The first examinee went wide-eyed, taken aback by Kim Do-jun's swift reaction. Kim Do-jun was likewise perplexed. This is easier than I thought it would be. He had expected more of his fellow examinees, being specially trained for combat for years on end, but their tactics were mere child's play. They scarcely held a candle to the rock snakes, which could only be detected by faint vibrations in the ground. Sang Min-hyung. Let's attack him together. Hey? Okay. Once they both gathered their bearings, Kim Do-jun's foes shot toward him, batons in hand. Meanwhile, a third person emerged from the bushes to his right. So they're a 3-man team? The one coming in from the front had a faint glow emitting from his body, a telltale sign of an enhancement skill. The examinee to his right wielded a baton that shone red with the activation of his skill 4B. Kim Do-jun could do without knowing the specifics of their abilities. In the midst of the chaos, Kim Do-jun's well-trained observation skills trained under the assault of 300 skeletons did not falter in the least. He took a step back and evaded their attacks, retaliating with a swing of his own baton. Thwack. Thwack. Arg. Koob. The 3 men screamed with bone-chilling agony. They had assumed their suits would protect them against most attacks, but their expectations were betrayed. The suits were easily crushed with a single blow. There. That should be 3 points, just about. Kim Do-jun left them to rot and head further into the forest. He assumed that the rescue team would arrive to their aid in due time. His brief clash had caught the attention of several spectators inside the monitor room. Wow. He's pretty skilled, isn't he? No, he probably got lucky. Still, he does seem to have a bit of know-how under his belt. While most managers did not attach much significance to it, some watched Kim Do-jun's performance with considerable interest. His movements were too clean for it to be a fluke. It's unthinkable for him to brute force that amount of damage with his stats alone. Has he learned martial arts? People only saw what they knew. The managers who had ridden him off had little practical experience of their own, while the ones who realized his feats were not born of luck had made a name for themselves in the past. Oh Sang-jin had an epiphany, and the smile fell off his face. Come to think of it, isn't that man the gatherer who went missing in Sorim-dong? He searched for the accident report on his phone and, sure enough, hit the mark. Kim Do-jun was a gatherer of 6 years who had, by his guild's mistake, encountered a monster and gone AWOL inside the dungeon. Oh Sang-jin frowned. He had spent an exorbitant amount of money covering up the incident, only for the man involved to turn up without warning. Feeling no relief over his safety, he worried over what incriminating things Kim Do-jun could post on social media. Ugh. What's worse, Hyung's already in a sour mood. He was the son of the Karma Guild master and an awakener himself, but Oh Sang-jin possessed little talent for hunting. His skills were nothing remarkable in comparison to his older brother, a renowned hunter who had achieved A rank at an early age. Considering the fierce competition, Oh Sang-jin had given up his claim as successor long ago. However, he could not give up his present life of comfort as easily to maintain it. He could not risk stepping out of line with his father or brother. He had already received an earful from his brother for his poor management of the Soramdong dungeon and the followers he had dispatched there. How on earth did he make it back? Oh Sang-jin clicked his tongue and pondered how he should handle the matter. At the very least, he needed to meet Kim Do-jun face to face. Perhaps if he pressured the older man with some money in the guild's name, he could keep his mouth zipped. He had, after all, been a mere herb gatherer of 6 years. How much of a backbone could he possibly have? About 30 minutes had passed of the exam, with Oh Sang-jin staring at the monitors, paying particular attention to Kang Jae-jun and Kim Do-jun. Suddenly, he smirked. The two men's screens overlapped, meaning that they had made an encounter. If either got knocked out, it would mean they would fail without recourse. Oh Sang-jin thought that if Kim Do-jun failed the exam, people would eventually forget about him and make the case easier to cover up. He sent a message to Director Jang, one of his subordinates, asking him to bring along a few thugs. The more intimidating, the better. Oh Sang-jin did not bother to consider the possibility that Kang Jae-jun, bought out with 20 billion won, would lose. Chapter 17. He sure is strong. Kim Do-jun possessed 3 major assets. The first was the collection of item effects that he had absorbed from his potions, his additional attack power, and his stat runes. Second, he had his equipment, the transparent gloves made from the scaly skin of the glass snake and the young Kujika tribesman's broad axe. Third was his passive, the ice monocore. Of his 3, the third was nothing out of the ordinary. Every examinee had their own skills to boast. His equipment, too, was safely stored away inside his inventory since personal equipment could not be used during the test. Ultimately, his first asset, the additional effects that he had copy-pasted onto himself, was what made him stand out from the competition. Additional effect. Attack power plus 54 to 81. Among them, the best was undoubtedly his attack power. It could elevate the force of his bare fists beyond what most weapons were capable of. Kim Do-jun had realized the effect's worth long ago. Therefore, he made sure to copy-paste the attack power of any weapon that made its way out of his random box rewards. "Oh, it's you again," Kang Jae-jun greeted. When Kim Do-jun encountered him, hailed as the best of their group, he neither tensed nor cursed his misfortune. Without missing a beat, he calmly drew out his baton. Behind Kang Jae-jun laid a cohort of 4, each person barely hanging on with a threadbare suit that told of the battle they had hopelessly lost. A rescue team made its way onto the scene, carting the fallen away. Their witness, Kang Jae-jun, continued with a grin, "There's a saying that goes, simply brushing clothes with another spells fate. So, how about it? Should I go easy on you?" Confused, Kim Do-jun asked, "What do you mean by that?" "I mean, I don't mind letting you escape. It's not as if I'll have points deducted if I do, you know." For hunters, knowing when to throw in the towel against formidable enemies was itself a valuable skill. The grader would not penalize examinees for making the call, either. Whether or not it was even necessary was another matter entirely. Kang Jae-jun. Compatibility. 23%. He did not find the young man before him the least bit threatening, having faced numerous grander crises thus far. Deciding against his escape, he silently brandished his weapon. "Sheesh, sir. You're pretty energetic for your age. Still getting it up at night, I hope? Your wife must be pleased. Kim Do-jun frowned. He could tolerate a bit of brashness, and it wasn't the younger man's confidence that bothered him. Either he had plenty of reason for his ego, what with his skills belying his youth. It was his cruel mockery that had crossed the line. Kim Do-jun lunged at the smirking Kang Jae-jun. What an impatient fella, he growled. Kang Jae-jun met his charge, swiftly summoning and swinging a golden sword. With the shimmer of his blade, he smiled triumphantly. If he hesitates even a little, I'll switch to my spear and take him out. Kang Jae-jun had a simple, prevailing strategy that led him to victory against every team he'd come across. He would lull his opponent into a false ease, letting them assume they'd dodged his attack, only to suddenly change his weapon and strike in their vulnerability. His newest opponent, too, would startle against his sword and falter, he thought. He hadn't expected that the older man would go against his supposition. Hey? Kim Do-jun accelerated his charge. In a normal fight, combatants occasionally forewent evasion in favor of pressing forward, disorienting their opponents enough to muddle their aim. Be that as it may, the same gambit could hardly see success in a battle against somebody wielding a weapon made of pure mana. It was akin to suicide. It's like he's asking for death. Was Kim Do-jun under the assumption that, being charged, Kang Jae-jun would hesitate and change course to avoid killing him? Kang Jae-jun glared, feeling belittled. Truthfully, he hadn't intended to kill the other man. An arm, however, was fair game. The medics on standby could simply reattach a missing limb, after all. With a scoff, Kang Jae-jun swung his sword, its gleam more vivid than ever. Kim Do-jun stared intently at the blade, looking every part the trained fighter. His unblinking eyes read his opponent's every movement. Swish. Hey. Kang Jae-jun made for a wild swing, and Kim Do-jun ducked under its course with nothing but a scant few strands of hair lost in the exchange. Their eyes met, Kang Jae-jun's wide with surprise, and Kim Do-jun's cold and calculating. A chill ran down Kang Jae-jun's spine. Unnerved, he cried out, S-shield. Clang. A short, precise strike from Kim Do-jun's baton shattered his shield of light. Kang Jae-jun staggered back 5 steps, wounded but having avoided the worst of it. He looked at his cracked shield, shock coloring his vision. This can't be happening. Kang Jae-jun could output power to the potency of about 1,000, while Kim Do-jun barely made past 400. Given their compatibilities, their mana stats should also have been comparable. How was it that his shield cracked with a single hit? It went without saying that combat performance relied on more than mere numbers, but it was unthinkable for Kim Do-jun to completely overwhelm him still. The man in question plainly swung his baton around, looking at Kang Jae-jun with a dissatisfied expression. He looked like a predator sizing up his prey. Kang Jae-jun instinctively shrunk back, only to startle at his own actions. He bit his lip. Don't you dare back down, coward. You swore you'd never be a victim again. He remembered his days as a laborer, treated like a slave by hunters who thought him subhuman. The day he awakened his skill, he vowed that he would never let himself return. Ha! You're pretty good, mister, Kang Jae-jun spat out, trying to sound confident. Kim Do-jun remained calm and unfazed, but Kang Jae-jun regained some of his spirit. Having spoken up, Kang Jae-jun found the older man a little less intimidating. It may very well have been his imagination deceiving him into a false sense of security, but it gave him hope. Kang Jae-jun swapped out his shield for his spear, unaware of the fact that he had subconsciously chosen the weapon with the longest reach. Arg! Kang Jae-jun shouted, charging at Kim Do-jun with his spear of light in hand. It was a pity that the weapon, for all its power, was matched to an unsteady user. The tip of its blade trembled with his wavering. Kim Do-jun took advantage and swung his baton, striking the underside of the spearhead. The spear flew into the air, and Kang Jae-jun's gaze followed. Suddenly, his vision was filled with darkness, Kim Do-jun's baton eclipsing it. Smack. A blinding flash was the last thing Kang Jae-jun saw before he blacked out. He sure is strong, Kim Do-jun muttered, looking down at the unconscious figure. Without a doubt, Kang Jae-jun had been the strongest opponent he had faced in the exam, the first to make him swing his baton multiple times. Unbelievable. There's no way. Silence enveloped the room, broken only by the smallest of murmured disbelief and astonishment. Half the room had expected for Kang Jae-jun to take first place, while the other half was lost in the sauce, either ignorant about the exam or the man felt. The uncompromising truth of the matter was that the man of the hour had been defeated a mere 30 minutes into the exam. The final scores would not be out for a good while, but any manager with the littlest experience could tell that he was out of the running. Oh Sang-jin, having scouted Kang Jae-jun, was obviously the most affected. Mouth agape, he stood stock still while staring at the monitors. Haha. 2 billion won. They paid 2 billion won for him. Haha. Laughter and mockery erupted inside the room, and Oh Sang-jin's face turned red as he regained his senses. A rookie worth 2 billion, and he couldn't pass a simple test. They've got themselves an expensive, repeat examinee. They had been drooling at the mouth, coveting Kang Jae-jun's talent just moments ago. Now, that was all whisked away by the wind. The peanut gallery had found a new hobby in gossiping about Oh Sang-jin's misfortune. Thump. The sound of footsteps echoed toward the room. Another manager caught sight of their guest and announced, "It's Kang Jae-jun." All eyes furtively shot toward the furious-looking newcomer, none approaching him. Oh Sang-jin gritted his teeth and stepped forward. No matter his misgivings, he was obligated to look after Kang Jae-jun until he was passed off to the guild's hands. Kang Jae-jun was flushed with anger and stormed out of the room while screaming curses. Ugh. Fuck. Fuck. Kang Jae-jun. Oh Sang-jin called out, following him. Outside, he saw Kang Jae-jun grabbing an employee by the collar. What happened just now? It doesn't count. I took the test on my own while everyone else had a team of 3 or 4. How is that fair? Oh Sang-jin's eyes widened. He remembered how Kang Jae-jun had been sorted into a team of 2 yet, for some reason, ended up alone. If it had been a mistake on the part of the association, or some trick by the gatherer, they might have a case. Cough, cough. Please, let me go. Didn't you insist on taking it alone? You should have refused. Isn't that your job? The rules only forbid us from granting anybody the upper hand. You should have known that it was a handicap. Anybody would. Yet, you still chose to break up your team. Still. Any hope Oh Sang-jin could cling to had vanished. The arrogant Kang Jae-jun had a worse victim complex than he had imagined. Knowing that, what could he do? His brother had ordered him to acquire his talent at any cost. That's enough, Jae-jun, Oh Sang-jin interrupted. You're just gonna accept this without a word? Me being eliminated like this? Oh Sang-jin's head began to throb. Ping. Suddenly, Oh Sang-jin's phone buzzed with a message from Director Jang, informing him that their enforcers had arrived. Through the cloud of his migraine came a simple solution, to pass the problem on to somebody else. I need to make a call, Oh Sang-jin said, stepping away from the furious Kang Jae-jun. He dialed Director Jang and let the phone ring for a few until the man answered. It's me, Director Jang. We've got a bit of an unexpected situation on our hands. I'll explain later. For now, take Kang Jae-jun away. Oh, and the team you came with? Keep them on standby, he said, eyes gleaming. For now, we've got a job to do. Chapter 18. The Corroded Staff. As Kim Do-jun took down the last remaining team, a voice sounded from the drone filming him. The exam has now concluded. He straightened up and looked around. The contraction of the circular barrier around the forest had shrunk the once vast battlefield to a small arena that forced the last 5 teams into conflict. To the surprise of the guild managers watching the exam, Kim Do-jun was the only one of the final 14 fighters who remained standing. This is unbelievable. Just how many did he defeat on his own? The other examinees didn't stand a chance, not even with 7 of them working in tandem. At one point, 2 teams had joined forces to engage Kim Do-jun. However, it was an exercise in futility. Although numbers were on their side, they were still nothing more than a disorganized group of strangers. Their flimsy coordination was no threat to Kim Do-jun, a fighter long seasoned against hordes of enemies. He casually brushed the dust off his shoulders as his gallery of 13 fallen examinees peered up at him with uniform expressions of shock and defeat. Before them was an immense wall of talent that no amount of effort could overcome. They didn't realize that, in stark contrast to their nurturing inside a greenhouse, Kim Do-jun had already grappled with death multiple times. Moreover, he had his additional effects at his disposal. "Thank you for your hard work," he told the medics. With the other contestants carted away for healing, Kim Do-jun was the only one to board a helicopter back. The moment he disembarked at the headquarters, he was swarmed by guild managers, each showing the same fervor they had shown Kang Jae-jun. "I'm Seo Youngwoo from Dixion. Could I give you my business card? We're from the Barriers Guild. We might not be the cream of the crop, but we have a long history. Mr. Kim Do-jun. Congratulations on achieving first place. Could you spare me a moment of your time?" Kim Do-jun calmly accepted their business cards, but his response was firm. "Thank you all for your interest, but I cannot provide you with a concrete answer at the moment. I will contact you later, so please, why don't we call it a day?" His words, though polite, made his stance clear. He was taking their cards and no more. The managers were impressed by his attitude. Just as expected. How about that? Thanks to his age, he's far more composed than a certain somebody. He carries himself with confidence and has the skills to back it up. Exhibiting standard courtesy was normally nothing to write home about. However, Kim Do-jun's professionalism was a breath of fresh air when compared to Kang Jae-jun's insolence. "If that is all, I'll be heading in." The managers watched Kim Do-jun leave. Lee Jia naturally fell in step behind him. Just before they made it out of earshot, he heard someone call out to him. "Please wait a moment, sir." Oh Sang-jin exclaimed, smiling affably as he approached. He had just returned from bringing Kang Jae-jin to Director Jang. "I saw how you did in the exam. You were outstanding." Oh Sang-jin's obsequiousness made Lee Jia's eyebrows twitch with annoyance. Due to past experiences, she was not the biggest fan of the Karma Guild. Thankfully, he did not glance her way. "And you are?" Kim Do-jun asked, his tone unchanged from his talk with the other managers. "I'm Oh Sang-jin from the Karma Guild. The guild master's my father." "Oh," Kim Do-jun said with a hint of surprise. "So you're his son?" Seeing Kim Do-jun's reaction, Oh Sang-jin's smile widened. "That's right, be surprised. I was worried he held a grudge, but his reaction wasn't half bad." Thinking things would go smoothly, Oh Sang-jin handed Kim Do-jun his business card. "Mind if we talk in private, sir? I'd like to apologize on behalf of the guild." "You want to apologize?" There was no reason for the Karma Guild to apologize. They were one of the nation's top 5 guilds, and a single gatherer's disappearance would barely make the news. Rather, it was a personal incentive driving Oh Sang-jin. He needed to preemptively appease his powerful brother, with whom he was already on thin ice. If another mistake gets out, Oh Sang-jin could very well be tossed onto the streets with nothing to his name. His brother was more than capable of it. "Yes, I'd like to formally apologize to you. Would you be available?" he asked. Suddenly lowering his voice, he continued, "I was also hoping to recruit you to our guild. As a glimpse of your future with us, Kang Jae-jun, whom you defeated, signed with us for 20 billion. He had cast some irresistible bait, an apology sweetened with the mention of 20 billion won. Of course, he wouldn't actually offer Kim Do-jun the same amount. He'd find excuses to lower it significantly once Kim Do-jun was hooked. This should be enough to grab his attention. Oh Sang-jin was confident that Kim Do-jun would take the bait. Who could refuse an offer for an apology sprinkled with money? Once hooked, Oh Sang-jin would lead the man to the rendezvous where Karma's subordinates were lying in wait. I'm sorry, but my answer remains the same. I'll contact you later if necessary. Thank you, and goodbye, Kim Do-jun said. What? Replied Oh Sang-jin, blinking in disbelief. Wait a minute. As Kim Do-jun made to walk past him, Oh Sang-jin grabbed his arm. Kim Do-jun turned around and gave him a frigid look, causing Oh Sang-jin to flinch and release his grip. He mumbled, stumbling over his words. With his second look, Oh Sang-jin saw that the coldness had melted off Kim Do-jun's face, making way for his usual calm demeanor. Confused and flustered, Oh Sang-jin watched Kim Do-jun walk away unimpeded. The inexplicable chill that ran down his spine prevented Oh Sang-jin from getting in his way. Oh Sang-jin remained frozen and dazed until he heard the murmurs starting about him. The other managers smirked and whispered among themselves, mocking his failure. He gritted his teeth, the smarmy smile having long been wiped from his face. That's fine. We'll see when you contact me. Kim Do-jun might have ignored him had he only brought up recruitment, but Oh Sang-jin was certain that the word of an apology would pull him back. Kim Do-jun didn't seem the sort to make a fuss on broadcast or online, so he figured that he would want to hear him out, then come to a decision. Well then, I'll await your call, sir. After all, Oh Sang-jin was a patient man. Upon returning to Seoul, Kim Do-jun treated Lee Jia to dinner. It was the least he could do after she had spent her day escorting him to and from the exam, with her manning the wheel for hours on end. Thank you for the meal, Lee Jia said. No, thank you for the ride. After having dinner, Kim Do-jun declined her offer to be soon off and went their separate ways from the restaurant. He enjoyed the evening air as he walked home. On his way, he pondered the business cards that he had received earlier that day. No matter how much he thought about it, he didn't find value in joining a guild right out of the gate. If I joined one now, I'd just end up being another garden variety newbie. What support can I even get with that? The benefits of not joining a guild were clear. He would have the freedom to move without constraint. Without the intricacies of guild bureaucracies to drag him down, he could focus on challenging labyrinths as he wished. The only reason to consider joining a guild would be if he wanted to use dungeons instead. As he walked under the streetlights, he sifted through the dozen or so cards, deciding to hold on to them for future reference. However, the one from the Karma Guild stood out from the rest. Well, I won't need this one, that's for sure. With a snort, Kim Do-jun crumpled up Oh Sang-jin's card. If they were going to apologize, they should have done it sooner. Had they paid any attention to the incident, they would have already known he'd returned. After all, they were bound to have connections within the association. The fact that they had only approached him when the exam was over indicated that they either had no interest in the incident or initially had no intention of apologizing. Neither was acceptable. 20 billion is tempting, sure, but they didn't guarantee it. Had Kim Do-jun been an inexperienced youth, he might have fallen over himself in his excitement. The 35-year-old man of today, however, knew the con. Recruiters would cast some enticing bait, only to lowball on their offers later. He was not someone to be fooled by hollow promises. I'll send my rejections to the other guilds, but Karma? I'll just ignore them. In the end, only the most desperate would make their move first. Kim Do-jun was in no hurry. As he left, the streetlight cast its light upon the crumpled business card rolling on the ground. The next day, Kim Do-jun woke from a long and restful sleep. He went for a quick morning workout and then entered the labyrinth. You have defeated a monster. You have gained experience points, EXP. Every mob he had come across inside the Tier 3 collapsed temple had a compatibility of 37%. They were much stronger than any other monster he had faced yet, and they swarmed in great numbers. His options were limited, leaving him unable to clear the map. Instead, he decided to pick off stragglers one at a time. That way, I can still gain experience points. For now, that was his limit. Trapped in the courtyard, he could not dream of approaching the massive temple standing tall in the distance. Thankfully, the courtyard had plenty of structures in the form of giant pillars and small outposts he could use to hide. They're called the Corrupted Disciples? Honestly, they look more like ghouls. With their rotting skin, hollow eyes, and tattered monk-like robes, the Corrupted Disciples wandering the courtyard looked like zombies and ghouls from movies. So, zombies clad in monk's wear, robed up, their appearance felt genre-breaking. Then again, there were plenty of movies with nuns turned demons, so perhaps it wasn't as odd as he thought. Maybe I'd be better off finding a weapon imbued with divine power. As Kim Do-jun looked for a place to hide, he contemplated his strategies. Then, he noticed something. Corroded Staff of Faith. Inside one of the small outposts, he found an item. Chapter 19. Unrepairable. The collapsed temple truly was a ruin. Massive, crumbled walls surrounded a courtyard with a large, decaying structure overtaken by creeping vines at its center. Paths radiated out in 8 directions, each lined with towering pillars and shattered statues. Though ostensibly a temple front, there were a number of structures whose purpose Kim Do-jun couldn't quite pin down. He decided to refer to them as outposts. Kim Do-jun's heart raced. Inside one of the many makeshift outposts scattered about, he had found an item. Corroded Staff of Faith. The elemental island let me stack up on elemental resistances, but, unlike the catacomb, items were few and far between. Outside of the random box rewards dropped from clearing the labyrinth, the elemental island disappointingly yielded no complete items but only materials. On the other hand, the catacomb had spared no expense, with items in each safe room. The superfluous crafting materials provided by the elemental island could only get him so far. His copy-pasting ability demanded a steady supply of items. With gleaming eyes, Kim Do-jun picked up the staff and examined it. Corroded Staff of Faith. Description. This staff was once imbued with the powers of the god Reo. However, it has since been corrupted by dark energy and stripped of its divine essence. Rarity. Common. Classification. Weapon. Effect. Unrepairable. Attack power +1. Mono level, 1. Perception level, 3. What the? Kim Do-jun muttered. The item did not have a single useful effect. Worse than being useless, it actively decreased his abilities. What was he to do with a single point added to his attack? Was he being pranked? His shoulders slumped with disappointment. The excitement that had filled his chest faded. Well. An attack power of 1 is still an effect, I suppose. Kim Do-jun sighed. He then held the staff against his body. One of the item effects of the Corroded Staff of Faith can be copy-pasted onto Kim Do-jun. Item effects available for copy-pasting. 1 unrepairable. 2 attack power +1. 3 mono level, 1. 4 perception level, 3. Kim Do-jun blinked, struggling to comprehend the first option. Unrepairable counts as an item effect. Unlike normal items, those that came with the unrepairable effect could not be restored even by skilled craftsmen. Once it broke, that was it. There was also the rarer unbreakable effect, but that was a story for another day. The fact that the item's unrepairability could be copy-pasted intrigued Kim Do-jun. His ability modified item effects based on the recipient's classification. For items, the unrepairable effect would remain unchanged, but what if the target was something else entirely? What if I copied it onto myself instead? His potion's effects, once copy-pasted, became skills. The cold heart of the glass snake's ice element turned into a monocore. What would the unrepairable effect become? I'm curious, but I can't just use myself as a test subject. The item effect was, after all, a penalty. There was no guarantee it would transform into anything otherwise on his person. If things went south, he had no way of removing it. Grey-eyek. A ghoul outside groaned. As Kim Do-jun turned toward it, a crazy idea formed. Gulping, he tucked the staff into his belt. You'll never know if you don't try. Grabbing his axe, Kim Do-jun stepped out of the outpost. A horde of robed undead, each far more powerful than the skeletons of the catacomb, wandered aimlessly before him. Corrupted disciple. Compatibility. 37%. Kim Do-jun quietly assessed the situation. He had once charged into a horde of 300 skeletons, but that was only because he had no other options. Now that he had the ability to leave the labyrinth at will, he could pick and choose his fights. The corrupted disciples had a much higher level than the skeletons, but they didn't have the same organized movements. He waited until a straggler separated from the writhing mass. Kim Do-jun picked up a stone and tossed it toward the ghoul's feet. Clack. Whoa. Turning its head toward the thrown stone, the creature noticed Kim Do-jun and began to sluggishly make its way toward him. This thing seems to have the lowest intelligence among all the monsters I've encountered so far. Maybe the spike in the monster's compatibility between the Tier 2 and Tier 3 labyrinths was to balance things out. As the creature approached, Kim Do-jun stepped back from the window. With a grunt, the monster followed, pushing its head through the window and filling the small outpost with its putrid breath. Koha. Kake. Frowning, Kim Do-jun gripped his axe while the ghoul tried to pull itself through the window. Taking advantage of the monster's struggles, he then chopped down. Keki. His axe cleaved into the fleshy texture of the ghoul's face, partially severing the top half of its head. Kim Do-jun pulled back and struck again. Swoosh. The ghoul's face was completely severed above its jawline, abruptly silencing its screams. Still, it continued to thrash, 1 foot already inside the outpost. Kim Do-jun acted swiftly, severing the arms gripping the window frame before cutting off the wayward foot. With all its limbs eventually detached, he dragged the ghoul's torso inside. The torso flopped around like a fish out of water. Disgusted, Kim Do-jun grimaced as he retrieved the staff. Thunk. One of the effects of the corroded staff of faith can be copied and pasted onto corrupted disciple. Item effects available for copy pasting. 1 unrepairable. 2 attack power +1. 3 mana level, 1. 4 perception level, 3. It's working. Kim Do-jun felt giddy. His first attempt at copy-pasting an item effect onto a monster was a resounding success. As long as they were within his reach, there seemed to be no restrictions on the target. No point in throwing away items with penalties, then. Items with penalties, typically granting negative stats, had been of little use to him prior. Of the many he'd found, seldom had enough upsides to outweigh their adverse effects. The cold heart of the glass snake, increasing cold resistance but reducing perception, was as good an example as any, as was his newfound staff. With this discovery, he now had a use for items with penalties. They would prove useful for tackling bosses. Before I get ahead of myself, let's see what the effect becomes. Kim Do-jun used his ability on the mangled but still living ghoul. A soft glow enveloped it as the staff disintegrated. The item effect has been successfully copy-pasted. The corroded staff of faith has been destroyed. The transferred ability will be adjusted according to the recipient's classification. Kim Do-jun immediately used his insight skill. Corrupted disciple. Compatibility. 37%. Additional effect. Non-regenerating. As he had expected, the item effect was modified to fit its new home. Included with it was a detailed description. Non-regenerating. The bearer is unable to heal or regenerate body parts. Higher-ranking entities and those already capable of regeneration are immune to this effect. Rank? Regeneration? With no reference for those terms, Kim Do-jun found himself at a loss. He understood their dictionary definitions, but he had yet to find items or skills using them. By rank, is it referring to item rarities? Item rarities could fit the bill, with their hierarchy ranging between common and legendary. However, he wasn't too confident in his guess since the system had used a separate term entirely. Kim Do-jun shook his head, deciding not to dwell on things he could not understand. That was not his style. He set the information aside for later and embedded his axe in the ghoul's chest, killing it. Swoosh. Cold energies spread from the wound, freezing the ghoul's torso solid. You have defeated a monster. You have gained experience points, EXP. It's nice that I was able to see how it works, but... Kim Do-jun sighed, glancing at the familiar message. He needed to test his theory, but he could not help feeling regret for having wasted the unrepairable effect. Dungeon monsters, especially bosses, often had potent regenerative abilities that were difficult to counter. Keeping an item like that in my arsenal would have been pretty useful. Engrossed in his thoughts, Kim Do-jun stared out the window. The courtyard, sprawled like a small village, was dotted with numerous outposts. What if there's more out there? To find out, he spent the next 3 hours making his way toward the second outpost, steadily eliminating ghouls along his path. Corroded Staff of Faith. Corroded Robe of Faith. A smile spread across his face. Kim Do-jun returned home exhausted. Reaching the second outpost had taken a lot out of him. Having drawn considerable attention from the ghouls, he was forced to use his teleportation skill to flee. He had, of course, remembered to bring his new items along. He took them out of his inventory and laid them out on his desk. Considering both outposts had items, it's not far-fetched to think the rest would, too. Kim Do-jun hadn't had the chance to count the outposts, but he was sure that there were more than 10. If each had even just one item, that would make for a significant haul. The items themselves were extraordinary. Used properly, they could stop enemies from regenerating. Single use or not, 10 is a great deal. Kim Do-jun retrieved 2 ordinary knives from his inventory. It'll be easier for me to use a knife than a robe in combat, he told himself. He copy-pasted the rope's effect onto one of the knives. Knife. Additional effect. Unrepairable. He did the same with the staff and his second knife, leaving only the 2 blades with newly gained effects on the table. As Kim Do-jun swung them around, getting a feel for their balance, his mind wandered back to the description of the non-regenerating effect. He pondered the possible meanings of the terms rank and regeneration, and the fact that stronger monsters could be immune to the effect. I'll need to test it in a real fight. The best way to determine its effectiveness was to test it on a monster notorious for its healing or regeneration. Using another item just for a test hurt, but he had no choice. After all, he couldn't risk jeopardizing himself at a critical juncture. Finding out that his trump card was less effective than expected could be deadly. Kim Do-jun shot Lee Jia a message. Kim Do-jun, could you find me a dungeon? Specifically with trolls. He had thought she'd still be asleep, considering how early it was, but she replied almost immediately. Lee Jia, all right. In the afternoon, the next day, Kim Do-jun met his new party members at the entrance to a troll-filled dungeon in Gurogu. Chapter 20. No way. Lee Jinho was a D-rank hunter with the clearance to lead his peers through D-rank dungeons. He went about his job as usual, assembling a party of 10 D-rank and E-rank hunters. Their latest venture to be was into a dungeon of trolls, spawned in Gurogu, Seoul. If there was one thing posing the rare obtrusion, it was the F-rank joining them. Collectively, the group had no expectations for their neophyte, whom they only allowed to tack on to inflate their head count. They were more than capable of clearing the dungeon without him. To deal with the powerful trolls and their speedy healing factor, Lee Jinho had made sure the team was filled with hunters with potent skills of their own. It was all smooth sailing until they stumbled on their last opponent. Why is the boss so strong? In the face of its overwhelming strength, frustration ate away at the once harmonious atmosphere of the group. The troll shaman stood chanting in the center of the boss arena. Protected by a translucent barrier, it readied yet another spell. Damn it! Another spell incoming. Tanks, hurry up front. We have our eyes on it. Never mind that. What are you all doing? Hiding in the back. We're putting in so much work. What the hell do you want us to do? Our hits don't matter, it'll keep healing up anyway. Finishing its chant, the troll shaman launched a fireball from its staff, forcing Park Ga-Ram, their main tank, to intercept it with a large shield. The damage dealers shot out from behind him, tearing through the barrier and creating an opening for the rest of the team to unleash their skills. Thunk. Thunk thunk. Attacks rained down on the shaman. Breaking through the troll's tough skin was challenging, but they managed to strike its vital points. Damn it! Lee Jinho muttered under his breath. The monster was still standing. Moreover, the painstakingly shattered shield regenerated, flinging the hunters back as the troll shaman's wounds healed instantly. The monster's strategy was simple yet effective. Its barrier and healing provided an impenetrable passive defense, allowing it to continually cast spells. Despite the hunters' frantic efforts, they were unable to deal any lasting damage. Instead, troll shaman's relentless fireballs wore them down, causing the group to slowly lose steam. Damn it! If only the troll shaman weren't specialized in healing. Lee Jinho bit his nails. Bosses often possessed remarkable traits that set them apart from the lesser monsters, be they overwhelming strength, impenetrable skin, or some uniquely nasty ability. For the troll shaman, that trait was its extraordinary healing factor. No other troll could match its vigor. Just our rotten luck. The troll shaman's fiery assault and tough troll skin were within their expectations. Unfortunately, its healing ability made it comparable to a C-rank dungeon boss. Lee Jinho weighed his options and clicked his tongue. Everybody, retreat. Back up slowly while keeping it at bay. Hey. Someone was ignoring his orders. With an axe in one hand and a knife in the other, a hunter was sneaking up behind the troll shaman. Lee Jinho's face twisted in frustration. Ugh, it's that F-rank. Lee Jinho had brought him along to bump up their numbers, expecting him to obediently follow orders and stay out of the way. He had clearly miscalculated. He felt a torrent of curses rise up his throat. However, before he could let them out, he suddenly froze. Crash. The F-rank had raised his axe high and brought it down like a hammer, shattering the troll shaman's barrier. What? He broke the shield with a single strike. Earlier, a team of two had barely managed to accomplish the same. Lee Jinho was speechless. Kim Do-jun, however, surveyed his results with an appreciative eye. I've struck gold. He had specifically sought out a troll dungeon to test the non-regenerating effect in combat. While testing against normal trolls would have sufficed, being able to test on a boss that specialized in healing was a welcome bonus. If the effect applies here, it'll work on most monsters. As the barrier shattered, the troll shaman turned to face Kim Do-jun with a still calm expression, clearly trusting in its own healing. Seeing him approach with his knife, the troll shaman smirked. Why use a flimsy dagger when even his menacing axe might not be enough? Rear, the troll roared, recklessly swinging its staff without thought for defense. Though a shaman, it still had the strength of a troll. It would be an easy task to make a paste of a single human's skull. Clang. Kim Do-jun deflected the attack with the side of his axe and drove his knife into the troll shaman's shoulder. The effect of the knife can be copy-pasted onto the troll shaman. Item effects available for copy-pasting. 1. Unrepairable. Copy-paste. The troll shaman's eyes, once full of mockery, widened to the point of tearing. Hey. To trolls, healing came as naturally as breathing. At Kim Do-jun's hand, the troll shaman was bereft in an instant. Experiencing overwhelming loss for the first time in its life, it panicked. Seeing the protective barrier had yet to be restored and realizing something was off, a nearby hunter joined their scuffle, thrusting his spear forward. "You damn bastard! Stop healing already!" The wound he left showed no sign of disappearing. "Brothers! This guy isn't healing anymore," the spearman hollered, drawing the attention of the team. "What? You're kidding, right? You think I'm the type to joke around at a time like this?" Convinced, the other hunters charged in. They were ignorant of what gave them the opening, but they wouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. The troll shaman tried to fend them off with a swing of its staff, but it was quickly overwhelmed. A troll without its healing was no different from any other tough-skinned monster. Kim Do-jun took a step back and observed their assault, verifying that there were no signs of healing. Great to know it works on a boss specialized in healing. His experiment resulted in a resounding success. If it worked on a monster with such a powerful healing effect, Kim Do-jun could be confident that it would work when he needed it. Eventually, the troll shaman fell to the accumulating damage, and a message from the Yggdrasil system toasted their victory. "You have defeated a monster. You have gained experience points, EXP. Having lost its boss monster, the dungeon trembled and began to close. Heading back the way they came, the team safely made its way out of the roots of the world tree that formed the dungeon's entrance. While still mostly intact, close inspection would reveal signs that the entrance was starting to crumble. It would have vanished by the same time tomorrow. The hunters were in high spirits. While trolls were notoriously troublesome to hunt, their blood was a valuable potion ingredient, making this a very profitable hunt. "Great job, everyone. Good work today." As the team celebrated their triumph over the earlier disaster of a boss without casualties, Lee Jinho alone maintained a frown. One of his companions curiously commented, "Jinho Hyung, why do you look so serious?" "Hey? Oh, it's just that." Lee Jinho started. Trailing off, he abruptly turned his head. "Mr. Do-jun." Hearing his name, Kim Do-jun faced Lee Jinho. "Yes." The team leader swallowed hard before asking, "Did you do something to make the troll shaman stop healing?" The question sounded ridiculous. Nobody had ever seen or heard of a skill capable of stopping regeneration. It was even more inconceivable for an F rank to possess one. If a skill with the potential to prevent healing truly existed, the world would have gone bananas over it long ago. After all, many S-rank dungeons or higher were infested with monsters that were troublesome to handle due to their regeneration. Kim Do-jun only smiled faintly in response. Lee Jinho's heart sank. Trying to figure out what the smile meant, his imagination began to run wild. "No way. I don't have a skill like that," Kim Do-jun said conclusively. His response was too natural to be read as a lie. As Lee Jinho wavered, the other party members grumbled at him. "What are you on about, bro? There's no such thing as a skill that can stop a troll's healing. It probably ran out of energy or had a cap on its regeneration. Isn't Mr. Do-jun an enhancement type? How else could he have broken the boss's barrier?" "Oh, that's right. Mr. Do-jun, you were amazing back there." "I was shocked." "Thank you," Kim Do-jun replied. Lee Jinho was persuaded by their words. After all, people were social animals easily molded by their company. "Man, I must be losing my touch. What's gotten into me?" Feeling that Kim Do-jun was the one to open our way. Thinking back on it, he couldn't remember anything that really justified his supposition. It must have been Kim Do-jun's intense expression preceding his merciless stabbing that convinced Lee Jinho that something was up. Nodding with understanding, Lee Jinho moved on. Another party member asked, "Mr. Do-jun, we're going to the bathhouse before grabbing dinner. Are you free?" "Dinner?" Kim Do-jun replied. "Yet, we were thinking of paying a visit to a nearby barbecue place." Though grateful for the invitation, Kim Do-jun shook his head. I have something to do, so I should be heading back as soon as possible. Ah, come on. It's a chance to bond with the team. Sorry. Well, suppose it can't be helped, the disappointed hunter said, returning to the group. Kim Do-jun parted ways with them and headed back to his store. An empty and silent general store greeted him. Still, it was home, and returning to it brought him a sense of peace. Phew. Sitting down, Kim Do-jun shot Lee Jia a message. Kim Do-jun, I've returned safely. Please schedule me for another dungeon as soon as possible. It doesn't have to be a troll dungeon this time around. At 35 years old, Kim Do-jun was a latecomer to the trade. Most hunters his age were already tackling B-rank dungeons. He needed to work hard to catch up. I can only climb my way up by clearing dungeons. The problem is my skill level. Labyrinths had worked for his initial growth, especially since soloing let him monopolize the experience. The catacomb, however, was proving very challenging. The monster's stats far outstripped those of the elemental island, making it impossible to make quick work of them. How am I to pick up steam if I can't even clear through the mobs easily? At the rate he was going, Kim Do-jun would need months to regain momentum. He had to find a workaround. Fortunately, undead monsters had a nemesis of their own, weapons with a divine attribute. I'll give the flea market a try. The next day, Kim Do-jun headed to a capsule room to access the online market.
This chapter may be over, but the hero's legend is just getting started. If you enjoyed the tale, please like, subscribe, and ring the bell. More adventures await in the next episode.